everybody. How's everyone doing? We quickly make a tweet and then we can start. The man who said to have information of the perfect sort. Yeah, the perfect kind, yeah. It is I. Alright. Good morning, Wind Up World. Good morning, Viking. It was nice seeing you guys. What's up, X Crazy? What's up, Hylex? What's up, Brago? How you guys doing? So close, yet so far. It's alright. It is alright. It is never Lone Fire, really, at this point. Well. I was a bit awkward. I don't remember anyone being awkward, so you're good. It was all good. Sup Hash, sup Kuma, sup Sad Panda. How you guys doing? You're paying me extra this week. What do you mean? The deck list I will upload tonight. I had one recorded at the venue, but I wasn't happy with because I was super tired and all this stuff. I'm gonna record one tonight, calm and in more detail, and I'm gonna upload it tonight. So yeah, it's gonna be better. I had to calm them down. Okay, I mean, I had to be calmed down as well, so it's alright. Round 9 at 11:30. I mean, day 1 was tough. I do agree, yeah. I finished my round 9 finished at 12:05. It was a very rough day 1. Thank you, Voldemort. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. What's up? How you doing? Alright, what do we take here? Higher than 3. More than just an effect monster. Higher defense, so not a link monster. Terrence, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Thank you. Tomorrow I'm gonna receive my savior with your autograph. The amount of people that came up to me and wanted something signed, it was insane. You guys were insane at this YCS. I appreciate it though. Thank you. Thank you, Renkazuma, for continuing your gifts up. I appreciate you. Skilled White Magician? That is not from after 2008. We can take Subterra Guru, I think. Okay, it is an effect monster, but not flip. What's up, Chris? It was nice seeing you. What's up, Raimi? How you doing? Thank you. Later than 2019, so that's very new. Today's monster is really hard, or do you already know what it is? Baron? I guess it could be Baron, couldn't it? Oh, it's 2022. 2022. High defense. I saw it, annoyed me. Oh god, it's very high defense. An Albaz fusion. Thank you, Omni. I didn't see you all weekend. You weren't there, were you? You weren't there, Omni, right? Shimmer Scanner, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. Enjoy your subs, guys. Appreciate you. Rule Kalos has 3,000 attack, so it's not Rule Kalos because it's lower than 3k. Oh god, okay. Albaz fusion. I mean, it could be an Albaz fusion, but it would have to be maybe Mirror Jade? But that's 3k. Lubellion? It's not a dragon. It's not a dragon, so it's not that. What's Masquerade's defense? Is Masquerade also 25? No, it's not. Also, Masquerade's 2021. It might be Kennedy's, yeah. What if it is? I mean, it's probably a dark monster, right? Surely. It's not a Link, it's not a Synchro, it's not a Flip. It could be a Pendulum, but it's not a dragon. Why'd you remove the YouTube video? Because I wasn't happy with the profile, because it was very short and I recorded it when I was very tired. So I decided to rather do a proper one later at home and upload it again. Hi Dad, how was Dortmund? Dortmund was good. Creatus is 2021. But I'm still gonna check whether it's a fusion or not. It's not a light, it's not a fusion, it's lower than level 8. What is it? What is it? It's level 5 or 6? Higher than 2500 defense. What? A Valent? I have no idea what the stats on those are. No, there's no Valent. Odd Eyes Ritual Pendulum? Odd Eyes... What is his name? What's the name of the Odd Eyes? Pentagraph? That's light though. But I'm still gonna check for Ritual and Pendulum. Wait! Not Ritual, not Pendulum, not Fusion, not Synchro, not Flip. It's gotta be an Exceeds then. Can it be Wallow? How much defense is Wallow? No, it's not. Aw. Gravity Dragon? No. It's gotta be an Exceeds. It could also be a tuner, but what's a level 5 or 6 tuner that just got released? The Kashtira Exceeds is 9. It's 6 or 7. It's 5 or 6, chat. Visas? Visas is light though, isn't it? Yeah, Visas is light. Also, Visas is 1500 defense. Blackwing Synchro. It could be the Blackwing Synchro. But what is it called? I have to check the stats for the Blackwing Synchro. Wait, it's not a Synchro, right? We checked Synchro already. Never mind. So what is it? Water or dark? It's water or dark. It's all good, no problem, Roar. Thank you for the 5 months, appreciate you. Exo Sister? But they have rank 4 or rank 8, right? Magnifica is 8, and the other ones are all 4s, and it's 5 or 6, so it's not an Exo Sister. Goatee? It's not a Synchro, so it can't be a Goatee. Unless there's a level 6 tuner Goatee? Is one of the level 6s a tuner? No. Wallow is not it. Okay, I give up. I don't know what it is, chat. I don't know what it is. Someone tell me what it is if you know. Nash Knight? Okay. Yeah, okay, I've never seen this. Which set was this in? Which set was this in? Is this Power of the Elements? Oh no, it's the legendary collection one. Oh god, yeah, I didn't really look at the the weird cards from that set because I didn't open any of it. Unfortunate. Well, I mean, it's all right. Okay. I know you all want to talk about Dortmund, but we'll have enough time to talk about Dortmund, so let's do this one because I haven't played this since last week, so I kind of miss playing a good all-rounder card guesser. Let's do it. Boom. Wonder Wand. Nightmare Unicorn. Ooh, this is one of the beasts, but it's the bad one. Is it Chaos Summoning Beast? Please be Chaos Summoning Beast. Yeah, it is. Okay, Pog. I think this is Metaverse. Yo, what kind of start is this? We have 100 points in 40 seconds. Okay, we cannot choke. This has to be. Hey, we cannot choke. This one looks hella goofy. I don't know what this is. Yeah, I don't know what this is. Fluffle. Fluffle. Bear. Nope. Oh, it's a Fluffle though. Okay, it's not. It's the rabbit. Oh my god, it's not bear. Okay, well. Oh, this is a Cyverse thingy. It's a frog. Whatever. I think. Yeah, text changer. Okay. We've kind of lost our initial pace, but we can still. It's still a good start. But now they're hitting me with stuff that I've never seen before. Spider. Lightsworn. Which one is this? Is this Minerva? Minerva isn't red in the background though. It's not Celestia. Okay, I need to zoom once more. I still don't know. It's one of the bad ones, I think. It's not Jane. Oh, it is Celestia. Damn it, you were right. It was Celestia. Damn. Well, we got it still. This one I have seen. This is Doom Dog, I think. Yeah. Oh, this is a Numeron gate. But which one? Which is it? 1, 2, or 3? C1? Nope. 3? Okay, more are saying 1. Acom. Okay, it is 1. This is like... Is this called Goblin King? It is called Goblin King, in fact. I'm pretty sure this is a World Legacy World Chalice card. But is it Guard Dragon? It is Guard Dragon, I think. Yeah. This is Bacon Saver. And I did not have to zoom that much to see that. Oh, it looks kind of familiar. Ascator. The Dawnwalker, yeah? Not the original one. This is Subterror. But it's not Guru, is it? Nemesis Defender. Alright, I would have not known that. Oh, this looks awfully familiar. It's a Dragoonity equip spell. Dragoonity Lance. Dragoonity Divine Lance. Yep. This one I cannot name. Oh, this is Curse of Darkness. What? Okay, I don't want to zoom. Which one? Chat, please. Which is it? Giraffe? Okay, I saw 2 people in a row say giraffe. It's not giraffe. I have to zoom. It's a bird. It's somewhat bird. It is some kind of bird. What is it? Kiwi? Yes, alright. Oh, it's like spell or trap reclamation or something. Trap reclamation? Spell reclamation. Yeah, that one. Is this Grand Maju? It is. I think this is Valkyrion. Please. Yes. This is an old card, and I do not know what it's called. The Dragon something, yeah. Does anyone know this? I don't. I don't know this one. XYZ? Okay. Import. It's not import. Alright, well, no. I'm skipping. This is Tyrus and Adrius. This is giving me heavy Orcust vibes. But I don't think it's one of the good Orcusts. Wait, no, it's Infernity. Infernoid, I mean. Which one? Oh god. Infernoid. Tondo? Yeah. Salamangrate Fowl. Oh, this looks familiar. This is an Exceeds. I think you are right. I think it is Shark Drake Weiss. Yeah. Shark Drake. This is Tin Can. No, it's Tin something. Tin Soldier? Archduke. Yeah. This is chat. We need to not choke this time. Everyone focus. This is important. We're so close. Okay, I've never seen this before. I don't know what this is. Do I skip or does anyone know? Do I skip or does anyone know? Wait, is this hex? Is this just a regular hex sealed? Oh, it is. Well, then I know what it is. Yeah. Then I have seen it. Oh no, it's an ancient warrior. Oh no, you know what we do with ancient warriors. You know what we do with ancient warriors. There's no way. I've seen it. I've seen it. Fairy Guardian. Yep. It is some Stardust. It's like a Stardust Majestic. I think Majestic is right. I think you're right. I think it is Majestic Star Dragon. Yeah. Oh, this is an old insect card. Oh, it's an old level 5 or 6 insect. It is the level 5 insect actually. Ultimate insect level 5. I think that's what it is. Yes. Now this one I do not know. Time Magic Hammer. This is a Performapal Trampolinx. I do believe that should be it. Yes. Oh, it's Tortoise! Ah, I could have gotten that before zooming. Oh man, I've seen it even. God damn it. This is a Dino monster. No, it's the Link. It's the Link Dragon. Yeah, okay. Cobra Jar. No. Cobra Electric Snake. Thank you, Tamaku. Appreciate you. Who is this? I've never seen this. I know already that I don't know this card. What is it? Does anyone know? What do we skip? Giga chat. Taunt? Okay, I genuinely no idea. I've seen this one before, but I don't know it. Please don't say Cyber Dragon. Please don't say Cyber Dragon. 3 of a kind. Okay. Oh, yeah. All right. Yep. Yeah. What is this? I'm just guessing it's something grenade. It's not smoke grenade. Ring of Destruction? Oh, the OCG one. I see you. Okay. This is Dasher. This is Jin. Not Releaser. This Demolisher Presider, I think. Yes. This is Shikinaga. Oh my god, how do I write Shikinaga? El Shadol. Shikinaga that way. Alright. It's not Construct. This is like one of the... Oh, it's a Duel Links card, I think. It used to be like somewhat solid in Duel Links. Yeah, okay. I have seen him. He's some kind of earth monster, but I don't know what he's called. Goblin of Greed. This is the barrel. Karakuri Barrel Shinkuro, yeah. This is Nimble Sunfish. This is Skyscraper 2, I believe. Oh? God, dude, what a round! This is DDM. This is Muka. Enraged. Oh god. This I think I have seen, but I can't name it. Hold on, let me focus on the last 90 seconds. I will answer you in a second. Give me. This is some Predal Plan shit. I don't know what it is. Okay, someone knows this in chat, please. I don't know what this is called. Someone, please. We can't lose this. Not Dark Effigy. Okay, I have to skip. It is an Ogdo card, I think. Yeah. Bro, 2 or 3 more guesses and we get 1,000. We can. Nope. Oh, it is the Tinkabito. Alright. 43 seconds. Oh, okay, we get some hard ones in the end. I've seen this before, but... Is this Super Buddy Force? Yeah, it is. Okay. I've never seen this. Okay, very, very tough last minute, but that's okay. Oh, that's okay. That was an insane first 14 minutes. Okay. That's alright. That's alright. 906. Write that down. Write that down. That is an absolute new PB. That was insane. The old PB, I don't think we even had 800 before. I think the old PB was 700 something. I was here. I'm pretty sure the old PB was 710 or something, so we almost beat it by 200. Chat, I'm gonna say it, 1,000 is possible. 1,000 is absolutely possible. Some of these days, we hit 4 digits. I promise. Some of these days we hit 4 digits, I promise. So okay, I was focused. So Tijantic, thank you for the 5 months, appreciate it. I got myself a black Edding. Yeah, I mean, I did have one. You could have just said you wanted black. I could have done it, but okay. Zodom, thank you for the prime as well. I appreciate you. And now, why not scream on the normal Mudora? Because I'm an idiot. That's why. Because I did not play... my top 4 match, I did not play like a back-to-back YCS champion. So I did not become a back-to-back YCS champion. It's my own fault. I was nervous. I was nervous and I forgot. And so I have to play better next time if I want to win a YCS back-to-back, you know? I guess, yeah. What's up, Waver? Welcome back. Thank you for the 6 months. I'm sorry for not playing any Edison with you. But somehow I just never find time on Saturday and Sunday. Well, which is, I guess it's a good thing, you know? What was the misplay game 1? I couldn't figure it out. I mean, we can rewatch it if you guys want to, but it was just, I forgot to use Scream on his normal summon, and then he made Dweller, and then everything I milled off of Scream was negated by Dweller, so it was terrible. It was terrible. Did you see my Rhoda poll? And this, I saw someone post a Pharaoh Aware Rhoda this morning, so yeah, congratulations. No problem, Neps. Thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Alright. So, yeah, my weekend was pretty busy, but, and this is why I don't have much planned for the day, but I guess we can just talk about the, the YCS and maybe look at some of the feature matches that I wasn't able to see because I was playing. And yeah, so before we start off, I want to say I am still very happy about top 4, of course. Of course, I would have liked to get another win, especially back-to-back would have been crazy. The thing is, the closer I got to the finals, the more like stressed out I got because like. Because the closer I got, the realer the possibility became. It was just like, it was getting more and more intense. And then in top 4, finally, in game 1, I ended up misplaying horribly because of it. And forgetting to activate Scream. And then I lost because of it. And so I didn't manage to get there. I did win the playoff for 3rd place against Ericos, but yeah, it's just like, yeah, it's yeah, I did not deserve to win this time around. I think I played well throughout the tournament, but I did not play well in top 4, and I lost because of it. I'll try to be better next time. And regardless, I'm still very happy with a 3rd place finish. I still think that's it still is a good story to tell, you know, winning a YCS. Thank you, Nizo. Appreciate it. It still is a crazy story to tell, right? Winning a YCS into 3rd place at the next YCS is still something to be proud of. I know that. But of course, in regards to what it could have been, you know, what it could have been, winning 2 YCSs back to back would have been a crazy thing to do. But I didn't get it, and that's okay. Yeah. Of course, the time loss in top 4 was frustrating because we all know if I have more time there, I win. But that's honestly, that is part of the game. And that's okay. It is okay. I need like, it's not like I need 10 or 20 more seconds because of what he has, right? I need like 2 minutes, probably. Maybe 1 minute, maybe 2, but like I need some time, for sure. More than 2? I don't think it's more than 2. No, I don't need 10. I do not need 10 because I drew instant fusion. Like I killed that turn. 100%. Not in 2? Yeah, but like all I need to do is like a 900 damage, right? If I have 2 minutes, I do 900 damage. Like I do believe that. He's gonna think 2 minutes on every shuffler. He had 1 shuffler, the Saliak, and the Havness. That's it. He has Saliak, Havness, and the shuffler, but he doesn't. It's not. I think 2 minutes. I get it, but it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant because there wasn't a minute, there wasn't 2 minutes, there wasn't 10 minutes. It was over. So yeah. It's all right. I have rewatched it since. In the moment, I will say this. In the moment, I felt like he did check the graveyard a little bit too much on the previous turn, and that's why I asked the head judge to review the footage and check whether a time extension was warranted or not. And the head judge did, and the head judge came to the conclusion that there was no time extension necessary, and that's what it is. It's fine. So I did have no hard feelings towards my opponent or to anyone else afterwards. It's all right. Yeah, I honestly I was genuinely sad about the amount of people. Because I saw that under his deck profile and all that kind of stuff, people were saying like, oh, Josh got robbed, he shouldn't have won, and all that type of stuff. I didn't feel like that was necessary. I don't think they should have done that. I think my opponent was genuinely a nice guy, and he did play better than I did. I do appreciate all of you rooting for me, but not at the cost of my opponent. Right? It's not his fault that the time was over. And 1 extra graveyard check or 2 extra graveyard checks, even if he doesn't do that and I have like 10 or 15 more seconds, he still wins. He still wins if I have 15 more seconds. He wins if I have an extra minute. It doesn't matter. He played better than I did, especially in game 1. And that's why I believe he did deserve to win this YCS more than I did, and that's okay. And you guys don't have to. You guys don't. I appreciate you rooting for me, but you don't have to blame my opponent for it. What was your draw on the last round? It was not last round. It was round 10, I believe. It was against Flunder. It was against Flunder in round 10 because game 1 I go first and he has Shifter. And then I make Baguska. And so he can't play and activates Mystic Mine. And then we play for like, you know, then we play. The game 1 was like 35 minutes or something. Was time relevant for you before top 4? I mean, I had some games go into time, but only very few. Like, I went into time against Simon in top 64, but that game was not decided by any timeout card. I do think that was a game I was going to win anyways. I went into time in top 8, but that was also a game I was going to win anyways. And then I think in Swiss I went into time once, and then the one time I drew. So like 4 times I went into timeout, but I believe that only like once or twice I used Dogwood, for example, or any other, or my opponents also never used like a timeout card or whatever. But yeah, for the most part, it didn't matter. Do you think Konami needs to change the time rules? I'm not sure about it. I've said this before a couple times. I think it's very hard to design a good solution for timeout, because at the end of the day, people always go like, oh, I would have won, or he would have won if he had like 2 more minutes, so he should have won in time. The whole thing about time rules is that like time rules are supposed to declare someone the winner before the game is over, right? And so you cannot possibly make a time rule that will always declare the person the winner that would have won the game if it was played normally, right? I do think it is not perfect right now, but I still do think that it is incredibly hard to make a solution that is as close to, you know, a good solution as possible. Will they change it at some point? I don't know. I feel like the feedback on it recently has gotten, like, I feel like the voices have gotten louder and louder that want it to be changed. But I honestly don't know exactly what they should do. I also think that in current Yu-Gi-Oh!, I think one of the bigger issues is just also, I feel like it hasn't happened as much before tier limits. I don't know if this is if this is my like a wrong perception, but I feel like this has gotten significantly more common since tier limits, because tier limits is like an exceptionally slow deck, as well as Runics. Runic and tier limit are 2 decks that for like they take a long time. I feel like Mystic Mine does that. I felt like Sprite was okay. I felt like the Sprite combos are quite linear and relatively fast. I didn't have like, for example, at Euros, before Runic Sprite, when I just played pure Sprite, I don't remember going into time more than once, maybe. They are better in time. I do agree, Herman. They are good. Sprite has the easiest access to timeout cards, but Sprite doesn't get 2 timeout as often. I feel like Sky Striker was also a good example. I feel like they've just been designing some decks that are just like designed to be too slow. But on the other hand, I do like those designs, right? I like decks that are designed to go for a long time. I don't know. Honestly, the more I thought about it, I feel like a good solution. The only thing that I had as if Konami asked me right now, what would you do to the time rules if you wanted to change them? I think the best solution out of all the ones that I've thought about so far is that I believe that life points shouldn't be the factor that decides who wins the match in Yu-Gi-Oh! I think we can all agree that life points are not the strongest indicator about like who is ahead right now. if that makes sense, right? If I have 7,000 life points and they have 8,000 life points, that doesn't mean they're winning right now. I think life points are a very poor indicator, right? I believe that we could do it like Magic or Pokemon, where people that matches that aren't finished are simply treated as a draw, right? Because that would mean, like, if I have 7,000 life points and they have 8,000 life points, then we just call it a draw in Swiss. Because there's no reason to declare a winner, right? And then you didn't have to do... You could just say... And then on top of that, I think the best solution would be to say, you get to play until the end of the turn. Only this turn, right? Because that would mean that if I am in a very winning situation and I have my turn, if I can OTK on this turn, I win. If I cannot finish the game, then I don't win. Kodo, thank you for the two months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. And I think that would be a good solution. What I think would be a worse solution, or like what I think is not a solution, is to just change the time rules in Top Cut. Or like give top 4 more time. Of course I would have won if we had more time in top 4. The problem is I do believe that I think the entire YCS should be played under the same rules. I think you should have... I don't see a reason why the top 4 should be longer than the previous rounds, because, like, if you acknowledge that 45 minutes isn't enough, then why only change it for the top 4, right? If you think there's a problem with time rules, why only change them for the last 2 matches of the tournament? In my opinion. What happened to the video? I'm re-uploading it because I wasn't happy with it, because I recorded it when I was super tired, so I'm gonna make a new one later today. It's gonna be up later. Alright, let me head over to YouTube and we can rewind a little bit of YCS Dortmund. I have seen some of it already, but I still think that would be cool. Ano Belza, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Thank you. It was nice meeting you at Dortmund. It was also nice meeting all of you. I really appreciated all of you saying hi. It was very nice. A lot of people told me who they were in chat, and it was nice to see some faces to all the names in chat. I did appreciate that. So thank you guys for coming up. Finally signed my Lone Fire Blossoms. True. Madolche best deck. Believe it or not, Madolche is a deck that I was considering to play on Thursday night. I spent Thursday night I spent labbing and testing Madolche. And I ended up deciding not to bring it, but Herman did really well with it. He got, what was it, Herman? Top 32? Or was it 16 even? Mr. Giva, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. Top 32 and then lost to Flu. Well, okay. Alright, so... And then, I guess before we go into the coverage, we can also talk about a little bit why... Because, I mean, you guys know I've been telling you guys on stream that I didn't want to play tier limits. Like, a couple of weeks ago, I said I'm going to try everything I can to not play Ishizu mirrors all day. There are 2 major things that happened there were two major things that happened leading up to this YCS that changed my mind. But I also really want to emphasize that I did always tell you guys the truth when I said I wasn't sure whether I was going to play tier or not, because I genuinely decided that on Friday morning. If Herman is still here, he can confirm I was considering switching to Medolce still on Thursday. I was trying stuff. I tried a lot of different stuff before this YCS because it was the one thing that the biggest thing that changed. The biggest thing that changed was my perception of the Tierlement mirror match changed a lot during testing, because the more I watched from like YCS Pasadena and the more I played myself, the more I just started to like the Ishizu mirror match. The mirror match actually wasn't bad. The mirror match actually wasn't bad, and the more I started seeing that, the less I felt the need to bring something else, right? I was just like, maybe I can just play this and it will be okay, right? Do you sell any playmat? I want to buy it with your signature on it. I mean, not right now, but like I guess you can message me on Discord for that. Because I didn't get rid of any of my top cut playmats yet or whatever. So yeah, I thought the mirror match was actually good, right? The mirror was good. I thought that the better player won the mirror match a lot of the time. And that is why I wasn't super scared of bringing Tierlements. But then again, one step further, even if the mirror isn't bad, if a lot of people are playing Tierlements, I thought to myself, maybe I can counter it, right? Maybe I can find something that exploits Tierlement, right? Maybe it's possible to do that, right? I mean, it's very unfortunate to not play against a single tier until round 7. I'm gonna say, I did also play 2 Flanders in the first couple rounds. The way I handled this YCS, you will see this in my deck profile more later. I don't want to spoil it, because I want you guys to click the YouTube video, of course. But my approach this time around was, my main deck was supposed to be mainly against the Tierlement mirror match. And then my side deck, I decided to almost include nothing for the mirror match. I only sided 2 cards for the mirror match, going first or second. I changed almost nothing about my deck against tier, and that meant I had huge amount of options in the side deck against like Flunder and other decks, right? And even if I lose game 1 in those matchups, if you side so much against Flunder, you can probably 2-0 them after siding, right? Or Sprite or whatever, right? And that's why I thought it was okay. And then against Flunder, I mean, if you go first, you can still easily win game 1. It's not like you auto-lose. Did they really not upload the round 12 feature match? There seems to not be a round 12 feature match here between those two. I don't know what's up with it. Please look at Dinkabui's list. We will look at all of the deck lists that are interesting. Yeah, we're not going to watch 1,000 Ishizu lists, but we're going to look at some that are interesting. What prizes do you get for 3rd place? 3rd place is the super rare prize card, the playmat, a Nintendo Switch, a Switch case, and I think the Switch games as well. Once again, I have like multiple copies of these. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to give those away at some point to like people on my Discord or like subs or some stuff, because I genuinely don't need it. Well, yeah. Samir versus Gabriel was a great match. We can rewatch some of it. So Or we start with the deck profiles. I think deck profiles are also interesting. Let me actually... Do not ask what the YCS Dortmund round 12 was. Okay. Let me use my own spreadsheet command real quick. Hog you. YCS Dortmund. We have top 64, 47 tier limits, 73%. 73% is crazy, to be quite frankly. I think we will talk about what this means for the format moving forward, because I see a lot of people calling for an emergency ban list of some sorts or whatever. And I don't know how realistic it is. Do you know any of the unfilled in the decks? Who's unfilled? Kostadin Kazabov, I think, is Ishizu tier. I know he played against Jesse at some point. Yeah, any of the other ones I don't have. The other ones I don't know. I think this is tier though. I remember him facing Jesse in like round 5 or 6 or 7 or something, and I think on Jesse's Twitter you can see the matchups and it's all tier limits, so I think this one's tier. How to find this spreadsheet? Just put exclamation mark spreadsheet in the description. Oh! This gets redeemed so infrequently now that okay. There you go. Plunder Player 7, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate you. Welcome back. Channel Points remix greater than sub goal remix. It does hit different. It does hit different. I will say that much. Leak the Joshua Pepe D. That is in the works. I am sorry for all the subs that I haven't been providing like unique sub badges and more emotes so far. I've been hella busy recently with YCS prep and everything. With no further YCSs being announced yet for the rest of the year, I will have more time for that type of stuff. So, you know, sub badges, freaking starting soon screen, which I still don't have. More emotes, all that type of stuff is in the works. Keep in mind, I am still relatively new to this streaming thing, although I have grown, you know, in an incredible pace, which I thank you all a lot for. But just cut me some more slack. I will do all that stuff. It is all in the plannings, and yeah, you'll get your sub badges and all the good stuff recently, or like soon. Madge unsubbed. No! Anyways, I want to watch some deck profiles from the YCS. Of course, I do not want to watch, like, Ishizu tier over and over and over again. So, we will just not do that. I want to watch Federico's deck, because he got top 16 with Draco Slayer. But a lot of people in chat were calling for me to start with Dinka Bui, who played... Dinka Bui played Ishizu Runic. Where is it? And he lost in top 64, yeah. He played Ishizu Runic. Well, Naturia Ishizu Runic. Which... I'm gonna say one thing. When I looked at the Naturia cards on stream, I feel like these cards have so much potential. The Naturia cards have so much potential, and I promise you, I think at some point these cards will have the potential to win a YCS. The only reason why like the Naturia cards didn't come out of the Darkwing Blast booster set and just immediately taking the metagame by storm is because the Ishizu stuff and the Tearlament stuff that's going on right now is just so powerful, right? But these Naturia cards are very, very strong, right? You're handsome. Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Thank you for the sub. Anyways, we'll let Dinkabui show off his Naturia runic deck.
Alright, familiar face. Dinkabui, you ended up top 64 this time. But you ended up 3rd place after Swiss, right?
I went 11-1 in Swiss and lost at top 64.
Right, with, I think, a special deck. So,
kind
Naturia, Runic.
Runic,
Ishizu.
Yeah.
Okay,
We need a reprint for the Naturia Trap. Wasn't the Naturia Trap just reprinted? Isn't it a common in the newest OTS? Yeah. So, like, you just got a reprint.
I think the deck was really, really good into tier. I played against 9 tiers in total, and I won against all of them except for the last one in the
It's $5. Buyout happened. I mean, I guess that's unfortunate, but like, I mean, give it some time, right? Give it some time. There are currently no major tournaments announced except for YCS Costa Rica, and the OTS pack is still being giving out, right? People are getting those cards still, so I guess they're gonna be fine, right?
top cut, which was kind of sad. I got pretty unlucky with my opening hands that game. But overall, I was very happy about the deck and deck choice.
Okay, cool, let's see.
Yeah.
YCS Las Vegas, that's like in March.
Naturia package, the free cricket.
The new ones.
Yeah, the new ones, they are insane. And the one brick. I just played this one brick. The one brick. I opted not to play the vein or the stink bug.
Okay.
Because I think this one is totally enough. One thing I did not like about the other version with the Verniserves and the stink bug was you needed to play more bricks.
Yeah.
But with the runic stuff, you can protect your monsters with, for example, like the flashing fire or the slumber. So you don't really need the stink bug in this deck. So I think these 7 just were really good.
Right.
And of course, the 3 traps and 2 reborn spells.
Okay.
The trap is ridiculous in this deck, by the way. Because, like, when I was playing Naturia without runics, like, drawing the trap was just awful. In this one, dude, Hugin discard 3? That's a good hand.
Then the Ishizu cards, 3 Kaldo, 3 Mudora, and 3 Kelbeck.
Right.
No Agido. I also did not main deck the Orange Light because I don't play that many fairies. Usually we don't want to mill 5 if we don't know what we're up against. But Kelbeck has a very nice hand effect, which can be pretty good against key elements if they don't play around it, which happened a couple of times in the tournament. And some more hand traps. The best ones versus tier, like the Bastards, 3 Magnamut, 2 Jerusalem, and 1 Ceremonial. Yeah.
I did not, except against Flunder, this entire weekend, I don't think I went first a single time without getting Bestialed. This is how insanely popular these cards were. literally everywhere, Bestials flying left and right. And then against Flunder, I got shifted, yeah. Yeah, I got shifted by Flunder. Bestials are insanely popular, which is fair enough. Bestials are so damn good against T-Elements. It's crazy. Also, a funny story. You guys remember the pack opening, right? You guys remember the pack opening that we don't talk about anymore. I have been... The universe has come around full turn and apologized to me because I pulled a Magnamut in my entry packs. And then another funny story which we can talk about in a second. I was a bounty duelist. And I also pulled a Magnamut in my bounty duelist packs. But we'll talk about the bounty thing in a second. Let's finish the profile first.
Right.
Then the runic package, 2 fountain, 3 tip, 3
No, what pack opening? That's the only reasonable response.
Flashing fires, 3 slumbers and 1 hammer. The reason why I played the runic engine.
3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Okay, this is the ratio from that I also played at YCS Utrecht, right? Did I play a 17th? Did I play? Oh no, I played one Dispelling. It was one more.
This deck is the runic engine itself gives the deck a much higher ceiling and makes the end board better, makes the grind game better. You can out floodgates. You have an insane matchup against any kind of.
How many times did this guy resolve Fountain? I will say this much. I was considering a runic deck with Ishizu cards because the way it works, if you play Mudora or Keldo, you might have the possibility to shuffle away their Mudora or Keldo before you go for your Ishizu plays, right? Of course, that was one of the biggest concern with Runics, that you won't be able to draw cards off a Fountain. But I think if you pair it specifically with Mudora or Keldo, you might be able to do it. Like, for example, you can go Runic Spell, Summon Hugin, pitch Mudora or Keldo, and then immediately shuffle all of their shufflers into the deck. And then you might be able to pull off some Runic draws, right? And you could actually get into your grind game. This is why the pairing of Runic with Ishizu makes sense in this meta, and is probably the only way to even play the Runic cards. Probably the only way to play the Runic cards is if you pair them with Mudora or Keldo to disrupt your opponent's Mudora or Keldo. I think that could work.
They might
it did work,
against the Ishizu part. If you play against Ishizus, they can just shuffle back your targets from Fountain, which is kind of annoying. But you can play around these two because you also play them, so you can just shuffle back into the deck before you commit into your own stuff.
Right.
Yeah. One more advantage is if you open like Tip, it's like the best card in the deck, because if you activate Tip and you banish one card from the top of your opponent's deck, you know what you're up against.
Okay.
So if you hit, for example, a Flunder card or a Sprite card, you know you're not up against here, so you can mill 5 without fearing them going plus, which is pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah. This was the main deck, 45. 45 actually, yeah.
So, this is the one issue I have with this deck, I think, because you just said it's 45 cards. I don't really see, I think this deck has some problems. It's not a bad deck, I think, from looking at it. I haven't played this specific version. I don't think it's bad. My problem with it is it really works best. It really works best if you draw hands that are pretty specifically like 2 Runics and one of the good Naturia cards, with the good Naturia cards being 3 Camellia, 3 Mole Cricket, and 3 Trees, right? Which is 9 cards. And I think in 45 cards, with 9 Naturias, there's going to be too many hands where you don't have the Naturias. Of course, you can go Ishizu mill 5 and see if you get there. The problem is, I don't think you can do that in this particular metagame. Going first blind, unless you see what they play after using like Runic Tip, I don't think you can commit to a mill 5, especially against Ishizu tier. That's probably not a winning play unless you get really lucky. So I think all of the hands that don't draw like 2 Runics plus a Nateria aren't that great. And you would have to work out the math, but just from looking at it, I don't expect the math on that being too great. In 45 cards, 16 Runics, and 9 Naturias, I don't think that's reflecting on... Like, I don't think you're gonna draw one... I don't think you're gonna draw 1 Naturia and 2 Runics consistently enough for my liking.
There was no way we're playing 40 in this deck. I was at 50 at some point, but I cut down some cards to make the deck more consistent.
Do you ever do exact math on ratios when building, by the way? I do, yeah. That comes up a lot.
Because you always want to open like 1 Naturia starter plus 2 Runics. It's the optimal hand, to be honest, like 2 Runic cards.
Okay, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah, alright. Thank you, Dinkabui, for confirming what I just said. You want 2 Runics and the Naturia card, but like the ratios you're putting into your deck, they don't really reflect that. Because like I said, I haven't done the maths on this, but I don't think that is the average hand. Or like, the chance of not drawing that are way too high. Because, I mean, 9 copies in 45. The chance... I don't know exactly what the chance is to always open a Naturia card, but, like, I don't think it's high enough.
This card in your opening hand in the normal Naturia variant is pretty bad because it's kind of a brick, but in this deck it's insane because you just activate a Runic spell, summon Hugin, discard this one and go plus infinite, which is crazy. Also, you can also discard like the Ishizu cards with Hugin, which is also pretty good. Yeah.
You do have some hands, once again, with the Runic cards, yes, Brago, where you don't need to draw a Naturia, you can draw into it. Very much possible. Yeah. 9 out of 45 is 1 on average. Yeah, it's 1 on average, but it's like... It's about 70% to open a Naturia, if what Amalum is saying in chat is correct, which sounds about right. 70% to open a Naturia, which doesn't even include the Runic cards that you want with it. 70% sounds like a lot. On the other hand, 30% to not open any Naturia plays also sounds a lot, right? That's a decent chance. That's almost 1 out of 3 games that you don't have a Naturia card in your hand. Which, if you play a best of 3, that's 1 game out of 3 games in a best of 3 match that you're gonna struggle to find Naturia cards. So I'm not sure, you know. Pitching Kelbeck off Hugin can mill Sacred Tree. Yeah, but if you have to if you have to go Hugin, pitch Kelbeck, mill 5, you're probably not winning the Ishizu matchup. Right? You're probably not winning the Ishizu matchup.
One token, then the extra deck, 2 Hugin, 1 dog, Power Dragon, Stars Charge. Yeah, you often make one of them, depends on the hand, in your opening combo to draw through your deck.
It's 39% to open the hand he described. Like any 2 different Runics and a Naturia card is 39%. That's what I felt like. I felt like that sounded like a copium kind of thing.
Draw more Runic cards and so on. Net piece. This one I don't...
Of course you get a bonus boost in percentage by just the Runic cards, right? If you draw 2 Runics, you still get like 2 or 3 more cards to draw into Naturias. So there's like a boost to it. Kelbeck and Quick, I honestly don't consider Kelbeck and Quick something that's working. Herman, I think in this metagame, if like 20% of your hands rely on mill 5 into Ishizu tier, it's not a winning. I don't think it's a winning strategy ever to rely on mill 5. Like in my deck, for example, in Ishizu tier, you mill 5 like almost never blind. I had to mill 5 on my first turn one time. One time I milled 5 on my first turn. Never ever else I milled 5 on turn 1.
Summon that often first turn. Only if my hand is very, very broken. Because usually I rather go for a Synchrotron than Natria.
I'm not saying the consistency is awful. I'm just saying it doesn't look like it's enough, if that makes sense. Because like in Runic Sprite, we had the same issue, right? Of like we want to draw a decent number of Runic cards and we need to pair it with a normal summon or Sprite, right? And in 40 card Runic Sprite, we played 17 Runics, which is one more than this plays in 45. And instead of 9 Naturias, we had 3 blue, 3 jet, 3 starter. On top of that, we had red and carrot, which technically worked. And we had 2 more Iperia and Capshell, which also worked. So that's 15 cards instead of 9, in 40 instead of 45. And we still had games where we weren't like drawing the right combinations or the right opening hands, right? In 40. So even though this is probably not completely inconsistent, for my liking, it's not consistent enough. I can already tell you that from looking at the list.
If I have the option to go for one of them, which are Baron and Shengying.
Right.
Shengying is pretty cool because this guy can protect your small monsters from being attacked over by opponent's monsters, because it reduces all the attack points of the opponent monsters. And combined with runic cards, which are banish cards, or the Bestials, or the Ishizu cards, you can trigger this card whenever you want to in both turns. It's kind of crazy. One Lugaris, if your hand is pretty bad, you go for this. Abyss Dweller for the tier matchup, of course. This one if you get shifted.
I guess Keldo plus any other Earth Fairy gets you to Tugaris in like hands that don't have Runics or Naturias. That's another good thing.
Beatrice and 3 Link monsters. And the cool part about also about the Runic stuff.
Like obviously it's consistent enough to top a YCS. Because I mean, you know, Exhibit A. But it does it doesn't give me vibes of a deck that could have won the YCS, because I felt like at some point you're just too prone to at least bricking sometimes. Like 1 out of 3 games.
If you play against Flunder and you activate like one runic spell and to summon a runic monster, the shifter you just summon the left.
Every deck playing Beatrice, we take it as a BA top. Unironically, I think this might be the first time that I topped with a BA card. Was it the first time I topped with a BA card? May have been. Well, I mean, yeah, technically she's not a BA card. I know. But no, I think I've topped with Farfa before. I think I've used Farfa in Necros as a Jin out with Armageddon Knight. I'm pretty sure that happened. Yeah, no, that happened. I topped with Farfa before.
Before.
Or Dante for cherries, that might have also happened.
Any level 4 can go
I
into
take it back.
Alright.
Without any problems, which is pretty nice in this version. And the side deck, Gamma, 1 driver, another Bisquill, the 7th one, and now the weird part, Orange Lights and Agido. Agido's really good. Having this card in your deck against Bright, Flunder is like really good, but you don't want to use this one against tier, so I opted.
This is literally one of the other reasons why I couldn't bring myself to play something that isn't tier elements. If you play Ishizu tier and you play against someone that doesn't play a graveyard focused deck, these cards are completely absurd. If you cannot punish your opponent for milling 5 blind, it's so goddamn broken for the opponent. If they can always go mill 5 without fear, it's not okay. You cannot do that, I think. I genuinely believe you should not do that in this metagame. It's like, that, hands down, that was the biggest reason why I didn't want to not play Ishizu tier, is because I could not allow my Ishizu tier opponents to not mill 5. Especially after like a while, like let's say I get to top 64 and people in the venue at some point know what I'm playing, right? If I play Sprite and they know I play Sprite, they literally just mill 5 every time, and I cannot beat that power level. You can draw as many Bystials as you want. If you allow them to mill 10 on the first turn, they are beating you almost every single time. The deck is not okay if it mills 5 with Agido and Kelbeck.
To decide these in for all the other non-tier matchups, combined with Orange Light. Then for time, these 2 cards and 3 Lightning Storms. I'm honest, I would have changed 1 Lightning Storm for the 3rd Agido, which makes the siding patterns better. Yep.
Do you have a very specific end board or a very common combo? Like if people never played Naturia, like what's the main end board you would like to?
There's no real main end board.
What do you think about Wynn's YCS win? I think he deserved it.
Really depends on your hand, on your draws, but I can show you like the standard thing. If you have like 2 runic cards, let's say this is your hand, like 2 runic cards and 1 Naturia.
Did you see any branded decks doing well? I didn't see many branded decks at all, honestly. I don't think anyone topped with it. And I don't even remember many people playing it in general. The only person I saw all weekend playing branded was Waver. I don't think I saw anyone else playing branded.
Right.
You just activate the first runic card, go for Hugin, discard 1 card to search the fountain.
Did you get Kelbeck back from the future match? I did,
the 3 triggers to search you any Naturia card. In this case, the More Cricket, this is our hand.
Yep.
Then we can normal summon this guy, check him out for Camellia, trigger this effect, send another tree to get the monster reborn.
Yep, not once per turn.
Not once per turn, yeah. And we synchro these 2 for...
Yeah, it wasn't Starlight Redoor, so you had to give back the Kelbeck, otherwise you could have kept
Dragon.
it. You're right.
Use fountain, activate the 2nd one. If you opened like a tip or hard drew the fountain,
I did not see or play against
you could
any
just
rig.
recycle the first one with
We can talk about my matchups in a second.
but
Let me finish this profile first, and then we can talk about my matchups. I forgot to talk about my matchups completely.
Baron or Shengying. Let's say we go into Baron, we draw another card. And what I often do is just pass on a very small board and keep a lot of resources, because we basically upgrade every deck with Fountain and Naturia cards. We just set this card, and we have. It depends on your hand how much you can extend.
Because it also has grave effects, right?
Yes, the cricket.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And on the opponent's turn, we can use the blessing, summon the Camellia, and then we also get the sunflower from our graveyard back. Yeah. Which is like the main combo. So you have Baron, this a bunch of draws, and yeah.
Yeah, really, really cool. Okay. Any shoutouts? Any last words?
Yeah, shoutouts to my locals, Vivian Berlin, Timo. Shoutouts to 100%. Shoutouts to the guys I tested with, so Archie.
Yeah, it's an interesting deck. What you weren't allowed to go in battle phase because the game was over. I think it's a cool deck. I don't think it was better than Ishizu tier. I love Runic still. I love Runic. I think if the Ishizu cards ever leave the metagame, which, you know, Copium, they will at some point. I think Runic is gonna come back. I think Runic will be back. I don't know if they hit it on a ban list with regards to the success it had in the TCG. Of course, the Runic cards haven't done much in the OCG at all, have they? For some reason. for some reason, the runic cards weren't very popular in the OCG, I believe. At least I didn't see much of them. And so, of course, it is not represented at all on the OCG ban list. But for us in the TCG, of course, it did very well at YCS Utrecht. It is still popping up here and there now, even though the Ishizu cards heavily, you know, weakened it. But I can definitely see, I don't know, we're gonna have to make some, I'm gonna have to make my mind up about what I think about a potential upcoming ban list of like when it could happen, when it should happen, what should happen. I think that's gonna make for a very interesting discussion. Maybe we do that tomorrow. Maybe we do like a long ban list discussion, because now I think now I can really talk about this type of stuff, because I have now experienced the watcher side of things, right? Because we have watched YCS Pasadena together. So I can talk about it from a viewer perspective. I can also talk about I can also now talk about it from a player perspective, because I have entered a YCS with it now. And I think that's a good baseline for a discussion for the ban list. I think we might do that tomorrow. I was gonna do it today, but the more I think about it, the more I want it to be like well structured and all that type of stuff. So yeah. Anyways, before we go into more deck profiles, I completely forgot to talk about some stuff. So first of all, I was a bounty duelist for the first time in my life, because we haven't had bounty duelists in Europe for a long time, I think. Like, I don't remember when they started doing this. Like maybe at Euros was the first time. Maybe it was even Utrecht where it was the first time. And then I mean also shouts out for the Konami guys for snapping a picture where I look better than I do in real life. That's crazy. That's a good picture. Thank you for that. And so yeah, the way it works is I got this cool badge, and everyone who beat me got a token that they could exchange for some booster packs, right? They could exchange it for some booster packs, and that was kind of cool. I did see Jesse's picture, yes, but I'm not a fan of making fun of people on the internet, so we're just not gonna do that, alright? I think that is not necessary at all, so let's just not do that, alright? I was very happy to do this. So he made fun of him himself. Yeah, that's his decision though. He can do that. And so I did play as a bounty duelist, which was cool. The coolest thing about it is also okay, so there's a cool thing about it, a not so cool thing about it, and then another cool thing about it. The first cool thing is, if I won, I got to keep the tokens, and I got to turn them in myself for the packs at the end, which was cool. On the next step, it was like, I told some of the people on Saturday, like Waver, for example, who came up to me asking me a couple times if I can play Edison, and I was like, I don't have time right now because the next round is about to start. We can play Edison tomorrow. And I told Waver, I was like, tomorrow, if I lose at some point, if I'm out of the tournament, I'm going to keep my tokens, and I'm going to tell my Twitch Discord to come and find me, challenge me in Edison, and if they win, they get a token and they can get the packs. Which I planned on doing that on Sunday, right? I planned on doing that on Sunday. I was like, I'm just gonna sit down. I let some of my Twitch viewers come up to me and play Edison, and if they win, they can get the packs. And then, of course, luckily or like unfortunately for all of the people that wanted, I don't think that's allowed. Why? I can just get my packs and get the packs to my viewers. Why would that not be okay? If I get the packs and then I give them to people, Why would that not be alright? Why can I not give away the packs? I don't see why, because if I turn in the tokens, and I get myself the packs that are now my packs, why can't I give the packs away? Anyways, it didn't happen anyways. None of it happened anyways, because I didn't have time, unfortunately. Goose XI, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. Because that's what I planned on doing, right? That's what I planned on doing, is maybe give some of the packs to my viewers when we play in Edison. But I didn't have time to play Edison on Sunday. And then I had to go get the packs myself. You got wrecked. Thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. How many packs did I get? It was like I had to give 2 tokens away to the people I lost to in Swiss. Then I gave 1 token to Chef Blanks. Thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. We hit the sub goal. We're gonna start the thing in a second. So I gave a bounty token to the 2 people I lost to. And then I gave a token to Vincenzo, even though he wasn't supposed to get one, because it ends after Swiss. They gave me enough tokens for Swiss rounds. It was not supposed to be in Top Cut, but I gave one to Vincenzo anyways. And then I got to keep the rest, which was like 8 packs. I had 8 tokens left at the end. And then that was 16 packs. And in these 16 packs, I pulled a Magnamut. I pulled a Fenrir. And I pulled a Unicorn. So that was good, at least. Yeah, 1 token was 2 boosters. You got one from Herman? Yeah, but I kept the one from Herman. I have it somewhere. Where's the one that I got from... I beat Herman in round 11, and I got his token. And I didn't turn that one in. Ariland, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate you. Thank you. Alright, no, we've hit the sub goal. Yeah. You know what that means. Before we talk about my matchups, that means some Pepe Ding is gonna happen. Some serious Pepe Ding. KD2E, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. Alright. With some very pog PPDs out of the way, let's talk about my matchups. We will watch some more of the deck profiles, but I did forget to talk about my matchups, which, in case you aren't doing that yet, you can also just follow me on Twitter, because I try to keep you guys up to date with all of it. I think the command is... Nope, not that one. Socials? Yeah. The Twitter link is in the description. Not in the description, in chat. Because I do always post live updates. So if you wanted to follow, you know, all of it was here already, but we can also talk about it right now. Yeah. Anyways. Alright, day 1. I don't remember everything, like everything, but we can talk about it briefly. Round 1, I beat Ishizu tier despite losing the dice roll, which, by the way, the dice roll didn't feel that important to me throughout the whole weekend. Not that often. Yeah, I that's one of the good things about this format. I think the dice roll wasn't that important overall. Anyways, round 1 I beat Ishizu tier. Round 2 I beat Sword Soul. Which was, I think Sword Soul, I mean that was the only, spoiler alert, that was the only rogue deck that I faced. Besides Sword Soul, I think if I don't misremember anything, I think the rest of this against the rest of this is only Flander and Ishizu tier. Literally. I think it was only one rogue and the rest was Flander and Ishizu tier. But yeah. So round 1 Ishizu tier, round 2 Sword Soul, round 3 Flander, round 4 Ishizu tier, round 5 Flander, round 6 Ishizu tier, round 7 Ishizu tier, round 8 Ishizu tier, round 9 Ishizu tier. That was day 1. So day 1 was 2 Flander, 1 Sword Soul, and 6 Ishizu tier mirror matches. 8-1 record, which I lost round 8 to the Ishizu tier mirror match, to the guy that ended up also beating Jesse in Swiss and ended up going 12-0. So he had a pretty good day. Day 2, I started off day 2 8-1 at 15th place. Yeah, and then round 10, I drew against Flander because I went first game 1. I started playing. They had Shifter. So I made Baguska. They activated Mystic Mine. And then we passed back and forth until my Baguska didn't have any more materials left. Then they started playing. And then I started breaking their board and everything. And the game ended up being like, because of like Shifter into Baguska into Mine into starting to play on like turn 5 basically, going back and forth. Game 1 was like 35 minutes, and then I won game 2 like 20 seconds before a time or something stupid like that, or like a minute before time, and we ended up side decking and shuffling, and then time was called and it was a draw. We couldn't even start game 3. And then round 11. Oh wait, no, it was not just Rogue. What was I saying? Round 11, I played against Herman. I played against Medolce in round 11, yeah. I did draw pretty well against Herman. I also think that was the one matchup where winning the dice roll might have mattered, because like against Medolce, when I tested Medolce, which I did test Medolce. I considered Medolce for this tournament. It is a good deck right now. Although after trying it for a day, I didn't feel like it was better than Ishizu tier, but it was still good. Because it's also a solid rogue option that a lot of people don't know how to play against. I don't know how many people... Alex Cinemorpher, thank you for the 2 gift subs. I appreciate you. Enjoy your subs, guys. I don't know how many people lost to Herman because they misplayed. That's something that maybe Herman can tell you more about. Is like how much it mattered that people didn't know the cards. I knew the cards, but in our match that didn't matter. It wasn't an advantage for me because literally my hand was just insane going first and game 1 and game 2. But the reason I did not decide to play Medolce was because I thought the deck was too weak going second against what's it called? Against tier. I think going first it was really good against tier. Going second it wasn't strong enough against tier, and that's why I decided not to play it. But I think overall it was still a good deck. What's the reasoning for Medolce? Synergy with Ishizu? It's just really good into tier. The Ishizu engine is strong into tier. Not Ishizu. The Medolce engine is strong into tier because the Glass Souffle shuffles monsters from the graveyard into the deck. It pairs well with Vernusylphs and Ishizu cards, which are like 2 of the better engines in the format right now. So that's basically it. And it's got some decent board breaking capabilities with Tiramisu. But yeah. After I beat Herman, I was basically locked up for top cut. And then round 12, I lost against Ishizu tier. Game 1 they went first, and I didn't have a hand trap, and I got Dwellered, so that was bad. And then game 2 was like, I should have won game 2 because I played them down to no cards in hand and only like a Kaleido Heart on the board, I think, nothing else. And I made like a Redoer, and I was gonna go in his draw phase. I was gonna go Redoer into detach Sharon, into make Kaleido Heart shuffle his Kaleido Heart, and I would have had a Shuffler in the grave to beat his stuff. But to my Redoer effect in the draw phase, they top decked Havness and milled like a Graveyard Shuffler on their own. So I couldn't fuse, and I lost on the spot. So, well, that was it. But it didn't matter because I still made top cut. And then in top cut, I played literally only Ishizu Tier Mirrors. Top 64, Ishizu Tier Mirror. Top 32, Ishizu Tier Mirror. Top 16, Ishizu Tier Mirror. Top 8, Ishizu Tier Mirror. Top 4, Ishizu Tier Mirror on stream. Lost that one. And then the game for third place, also an Ishizu Tier Mirror. So literally, my day 2 top cut was 6 Ishizu Tier Mirrors. Last round of Swiss was an Ishizu Tier Mirror, so 7 Ishizu Tier Mirrors. And then Herman and another Flunder. So, yeah. Well, there's that. What was the price for third versus the one for fourth? I think the only difference was the price card. You play against Mateo round 12? No, I played against I don't remember his name, but it was Mateo. I mean, honestly, it's not surprising. Ishizu Tier was the best deck, I think. So, of course, most people are going to play it. We're gonna talk about it tomorrow, whether it would be good to get an emergency ban list or a ban list relatively soon. I will say one thing before we talk about it. Like, I mean, I can already say one thing. I don't think we're gonna wait for a ban list as long as we did last time. I think that would be crazy with the number that Ishizu Tier is getting right now. Quite frankly, I think that would be madness. Are you planning on going to Frankfurt? I am going to Frankfurt, yes. I will be going to Frankfurt. What do you think they'd hit, if anything? We'll talk about that tomorrow. I have to make my mind up about it, and I want to make it an in-depth discussion. I haven't really thought about it yet. Frankfurt is a regional. The 18th of December, I think. Anyways, that's it for my small little tournament report, I guess. The deck list, like I said, will be out later today. And so what was there? What else is there that's like interesting? Ishizu Tier, Runic Mine. We're not looking at Runic Mine. Mine Burn, Runic Mine. Oh my god. Plunder. Man, it's really crazy how it's just like here. It's like tier, and then, you know, the not so fun decks. Chef Blanks, thank you for converting your Prime to a tier 1. I appreciate you. Thank you. Like the rogue decks are really something. I mean, Medolce is kind of cool, but like Runic Mine, Mine Burn, Flunder is like kind of disgusting. That those are the options, right? But the one very interesting deck that I do want to see is the Draco Slayer deck from Federico Micozzi. Who got top 16 and ended up losing to Flunder, of all things.
Federico, back on the channel, you ended up top 16 this time with something spicy, not expecting that one, so Draco Slayer, Pendulums, right? Anything you want to say before you go to the deck list?
I got a few things to say, because surely this choice is really weird, let's say, in a format like this, where Ishizu Tier is surely the best deck of the format. but I didn't really enjoy playing the deck, and I didn't really enjoy playing the mirror match, which is not something that a competitive player should say, because like the point is to win the event, to go well at the event. So not playing it is kind of a childish, let's say, reason. But at the same time, I just wanted to enjoy myself while playing. I guess it's been a while since I do not like enjoy playing a deck that I bring to the event. So for this time I chose to play something spicy that I guess nobody would expect it. But I think it has a really good matchup, and yeah, the tournament speaks for itself. So yeah, let's go straight into the new cards.
The new cards.
Yeah, these are the new cards that came out in Darkling Glass, and it's insane. Like this is the middle one is basically the worst one, because when it's the popped, you can special summon one Dragon Slayer from the deck, and that's basically what it does. It's pretty good like as an extender, but it needs something to go with. The best one is this one for sure. This card is just insane. Every time I have it in my hand, like the game is so easy, especially because when you have another Dragon Slayer as a scale, you can search any Dragon Slayer card, and then you can pop any cards, any of the two scales. But many times you just add and you don't pop. So it's a 3+1, and you need this interaction with a card that I will show you later, which is insane. So just, to scale, just keep adding every single turn, and yeah. And this is the extender of the deck. This card is so good. It's literally summon at the scale. And yeah, the other effect is good with the fusion, because I will show you later a little combo, I guess. But so I wanted to maximize to see this, because it's your best card deck. And for this I play Trimboom because
here they are.
The best normal summon of the deck for sure by far. I only play another good normal summon because this is the only one you really want to see every single time. Going first, going second, this card is insane. It doesn't get Soliak, it doesn't get Dragostapelia. They will try to negate it with something, and then they will realize that you cannot do pretty much everything other than like counter or something like that. And since this one is the second best one, I play 2 Dino Charge. So this card, I tried it even at 3 copies because it's just really good. You always want to search this one. And the second effect that it brings you back from the extra deck, one of these, it just keeps adding the scales into your hand and monsters to depend on something with. And this one I saw many lists playing Rota, playing the Equip spell that searches. I decided to not play anything for, I guess let's say consistency, because I'm already over 40 cards. And I mean, you just draw it or add it with your best card deck, which is this one. So yeah, that was for the new Dragon Slayers. So then real dice, this card is insane. Like you can discard it and add either one of these twos. And the fact that this card is not once per turn is just unbelievable. I mean, if you draw 3, you can just discard 3 and add 3 pieces. And the other really good effect as a scale is you can pop it as a scale, target one Synchro, Fusion or Xyz, and special summon back, and it needs to be Dragon, which goes in combo with, of course, the best extra deck card of your deck, which is Ignister. Like you keep recycling.
Stick for the 2 months.
It's not once per turn, this one either, so yeah. So that searches the 3 and 2 copies of this one.
Oh god, shows the super rare first and then hits me with the 2 gold rares behind. Oh.
See, mainly playing just one. Many times I just need to search the other one with the Luster. And it came out a few times because you just summon it at the end of the combo to make Hieratic Seal with your Ignister. But it's just a low scale, and the deck needs low scale, which is a really important thing. Yeah, these are the Dragon Slayers. Then the performer
Yadas in the first half.
1 Monkey, 1 Joker, and Why Does That Synchron. So these cards are for the combos, which I'll show you later, a cool interaction. And Joker is just, the 4th normal summon I was talking to you about. It can search this card too, so it just either this one that searches this one, or this one that searches any Luster in the deck. These are really just...
Joker is not limited anymore, is it? It's just like, you chose to play 1, but you can play 3 of this, right? Yeah, it's a 3.
A really good normal summon. I just played 1 because I didn't want to play too many cards since I'm playing 43 at the moment, but there's a reason that I play 43, so I will just explain it later. So for the last Pendulums, I played 1 Eccentric, which has been really useful because you search it in the end phase with the Xyz, the Dragon Slayer Xyz. You just search it and it's an auto mine, so you combo off and they cannot win with their mines. So it's just a free win con. And this card, oh my god, this card has been insane all weekend. You special summon it off Hieratic Seal, and they cannot go into extra deck, so it's a kind of a scythe. But the lock with this card is that you summon it with this one on the board. So when you summon these 2, it cannot be destroyed by battle or by card effect because of this one. Because when you summon off Hieratic Seal, this is a 0/0, so you can just get in order by everything. But this way they need to get clear first things, unless they drop it or whatever, but nobody's playing those cards in the main deck. So yeah. This has been for sure the card of the weekend for me. Every time I summon it I won the duel, no matter what, like every single time. So for non-pendulum cards, we go straight into the Theory Shizu, Theory Shizu formats. I felt like playing just 3 Magnum with this one. So I wanted to have the option to search this one with Magnets, but the really cool thing about this one is that if you need, you can actually search your Dragon Scale. So, which is a really cool interaction. I did a bunch of times this weekend, and if you just need it, you're just gonna search the Ritual, especially if you're against like Tirishizu, so you just need to search another interaction.
It's a low Bestial count, but it still is, you know, 4 very powerful hand traps at least. I still don't know how good this deck is going second, by the way.
I say the most underrated card. Free Fenrir. This card has been amazing, especially in this deck, because it's a free special summon and a free card in hand to discard with Maiden, which is the best, you know, pendulum. Exactly, because when it's special summon, it can search your field spell, and then you have to discard one card. So you just discard the Fenrir, you just add it because you don't need it anymore. And yeah, these were the Monster Priests. Like, I don't know if it's really standard this, but I just wanted to play this because you know, you gotta have something to play against the Tirishizus. And yeah, when you go first, it's pretty much FTK because I'm always, and I repeat, always looking, searching for Necro Valley. When I go first, just set up Necro Valley and let's just gain against every Tirishizu player. This one plus a bunch of negations. They just cannot play, that's just it. Iris, you need it because it's just a really good card when you draw it. Because when you draw Necro Valley, you just search Iris, and you can actually do a really good full combo. So it's just really good because it searches you this one and it brings back the Igniser and everything. But you know, the main focus of the deck is searching this card when you go first. I always search this card no matter what. And then, well, Konami did not ban them.
Yeah, of course.
3 mana. So I was playing just one at the beginning because you can search it.
Yeah.
But I realized that going second, you need something to win with, and especially Tirishizus are a really strong deck.
So the answer is it's not good enough going second, right? That's basically the answer. The deck doesn't win going second, so that's why we play Mystic Mine, which is fair enough, but you know.
Second performance by far, and I've won a bunch of games taking out my opponent with just Mystic Mine, or just you know, forcing everything and then active Mystic Mine. So gaining those 3-4 turns where you can actually go with Maiden and just another scale. You keep adding cards into your hand, and they just under Mystic Mine. You're not popping everything, so you keep adding, you know, the last turn, and then pendulum summoning, active Necro Valley or Iris, and just win from there. Because
that is true. I guess that is a cool interaction that you don't have to like. You don't have to immediately play under Mystic Mine, but you gain more advantage than your opponent every turn. So even if you might suspect that they have an out at some point, you can just wait until you have literally everything to guarantee an OTK and then out your own Mystic Mine, I guess.
With this card, it's just amazing, and mine was insane. So to maximize this card, this I repeat, this is a good card, but these are the main. It's Turbo Necro Valley going first and Turbo Mystic Mine going second. So it's terraforming set rotation. Just want to have the best field spell available every single time. And last 2 cards I played are 2 CCT. So these are just generic good ones. I was playing 3, and I cut the 3rd one for the 2nd Dino Charge because I felt like it was needed. And when you go first against tier, you know, the Avnis don't really hurt you at all, but Herald, everyone that plays Herald really hurts you. So in order to draw or to see the hand of the opponent, it was really good. And even going second, forcing like Baron, forcing everything, it was really insane. So it's 43 cards, and actually I'm playing a little bit more because of Mystic Mine, because I just want to be sure that if they don't have the out, I just win by deck out. And sometimes when they start and they can change the shuffle back, they will have, it happens like none, like never, but it can actually happen that your opponent have more cards than in your deck. So I just want to make sure that I bring more cards than 40 just to make sure. So yeah, that was the main deck, 43 cards. So for the extra deck, the reason why this deck exists, I guess, this searches Monkey Board, and since Monkey Board is negated, it's at a scale 1, and then you can pendulum something off from that. And it's just really good. The first effect is not hard, it's not once per turn. Like if they negate it with Herald, you can make the second one still looking for a pendulum in the deck. And even going second, a really good interaction is the second effect, which says if pendulum summoning where it points to 2 monsters with different levels, I can pop 2 cards on the field, which is like it came up just once because they're all 4, only Bumbugus are 3. But when it happens, it's really good because you get a free destruction. So as a link to, I play Seal. You just need for the combo, it brings Sloth. And against a few matchup like like Flanders, you can bring Magnamots and searches in the end phase too, whatever you need. So this card was amazing all the weekend. I chose as a link to big card, so I'm not playing Masquerena. Reasons why I've never really summoned it, and every time I summoned it, it wasn't good because I always had like Masquerena Seal, and when you tribute, you summon Sloth, and your Masquerena is dead. It's completely dead. So I just wanted to leave my pieces on the field, not making Masquerena. Because one really cool thing is that nobody's playing, like I see many lists not playing Super Polys anymore, which was like a really huge, like, cause this is Water, and I'm gonna explain why I play this card, and this is Water too. So you just wanna have all your attributes different to play at the best against, and sometimes you just summon Baron and get rid of it, send it to the graveyard, so your ending board usually looks like this. So this is basically the best, like not the best board you can make, but surely it's just game winning game one. And with this, you summon slot. So you have the protection, you have the
What's the
protection, you
combo
have
with
the cavalry,
Zealand?
and that's just
Player
FTK.
Link 4?
So as the last Link 2, I play Celine for the combos, just
Okay,
a really
no.
generic Link 3, just special summoning from the hand, and it's really, really good. Zealand. This card has been amazing because it just resets all your Ignister Dragon Slayer stuff.
Yeah.
So you just special summon them, then you make Celantis, you special summon back, and you can use their effect again. And that's really, really important actually, because you always have Celine up here, then you make Zealantis, and Zealantis goes onto monster, and then you can make a seal. Because otherwise this wouldn't work, and you really, really need Zealantis. It was amazing. Like, this extract was fine, just those 3 slots that I will show you later, but yeah, so these are for the links. Synchros. This guy's insane. Like the reason why this deck is really, really powerful is on the X deck. I don't think I have to explain anything about this card. Just really, really good. You can summon it back with the Old Ice Revolution and just keep summoning, keep shuffling back cards. And then there's him, which is a level 8
Train!
that basically you make with Old Ice Synchron. Old Ice Synchron. Oh, I did not explain actually Old Ice Synchron what it does. So basically the combo is that you search Monkey Bird and you added this one. Then you make Celine because you have another scale and probably a Fist Spell. So you just special summon this from the hand. You don't want to discard it with Maiden when you search the Fist Spell because like the real power of the deck is that Beasted does not do anything against this.
Yeah, thank you for the
completely
prime.
useless because nobody's light or dark. Only Revolution.
Congrats
is
on
not
top
really
64.
important. So you want to special summon it off in the end from the hand. You special summon Monkey Bird. You go into the train, and the train says when it's secret summoning, you special summon one level 4 lower pendulum summon from the extra deck. So you summon this one back. This goes banished. This goes to the graveyard, and you summon the Baron. So you have a free Baron. Like this card is Baron alone. That's why.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that was really cool. And oh yeah, so Synchro, you're playing all of these. You need this
Train
combo and
actually
this combo
good?
to it. So yeah, basically that's it. And Fusion, just this one. You just the fact that tributes the monsters when you Fusion summon it, it lets you trigger the Dino Mist. Because it says when it gets tributed, you can add back one Dragon Slayer. So you just have always a really good interaction because you add back this one. And nobody knows, I don't know why, the first effect, because you can actually discard it from the hand and your Dragon Slayers on the field becomes untargetable. So it's really good going against a board where full of, Predaplants,
It is
Soya,
a cool deck.
they cannot pop it.
I
So
do think it's cool.
that's for it, the fusion, and of course the interaction with slots, which is the main thing about it. And then if you rank 4, this one you just need it for the combo and searches the Mystic Mine.
I don't like the amount of gold rares.
Baguska when you get shifted, and yeah, you just summon Baguska against the
other
rogue
than that-
matchups, and it wins by itself because you just take one turn, and then you just ship it, switch it in attack mode, and then play from there.
I want to learn how this
And
works.
then
I'm
there
pretty
are
sure you had a
these
feature
slots.
match. I'm down to watch
Like,
the feature
this
match
is all
after
must, in my
this.
opinion.
I
summon
want to
every
see
single
how this
one.
works too.
I
Because
never
I'm
saw
like,
these 3 cards. So these 3 could have been Masquerena, Apollousa, and Unicorn in order to play with Masquerena. But I decided to go with like Dweller, Zeus. I never summoned Dweller. Like in this tournament, I never summoned, and I went against, if I'm not wrong, 11 Fury Jesus, and I just lost against one of them because of my own misplays. I lost in top 16 against Flounder, which is a friend of mine too, so best of luck. But I never summoned it. I was like, okay, maybe I need this one because you play really low. Only this one is dark, and the other good target is this one. So I play in Beasted, and if I summon Dark and take his Beasted, I can add my own in the end phase, but never came up. Also in the mirror, not the mirror for sure, in the tier against tier, you summon back a Lador, and you try to do some stuff, but never came up. It never came up and never came up. Like I guess this combo is pretty
I
good.
mean, if you
under
make
Mystic Mine.
Necro Valley,
Because
right?
you just
Yeah,
summon
why
it,
would you
it's
go
back,
Dweller
attack,
if you have
and
Necro Valley?
clear the board. But these 3 could be really anything. I did not miss anything in my extra deck, so I don't really know what to play. But I guess I just stick for them. Maybe going to Masquerena Palooza, just change a bit the extra deck. But that was the extra deck. And for the side deck, so when I go first, this card.
You know, I would have beaten your ass without this card.
3 different Solons?
This card is so
Oh my
underrated,
god.
honestly. And the fact that you can search it outside with a Ariadne, you can just add it back with Beyond the Pendulum. So you just add Ariadne, make your board, and then either Sky Iris pop this one, or Ignister pop this one, shuffle one of your backs to the extra into the deck, and make it trigger. So you have a full judgment. And the really cool thing that I really love about this deck is that especially outside, people tend to have like Sphere Mode, Lava Golem, so your Baron is not working, your combos is not working, and evenly, it's a free negate, especially against Droplet too, because sometimes you can just non-negate. Judgment has always been there, and it was amazing all the way, so this for sure. I play 2 Rulers and 2 Zombie Ward. So Zombie Ward is just the other spell that you want to search against Thunderies. I was thinking about playing 1 and 1 Secret Village, but Secret Village is just against Runic, just against Sprite. So like Necromali is good alone against Sprite, especially because it's attached with 900 V-set right now.
Well,
and
field
their
spells
V-set
in
does not do anything
2022
against
are
that,
built
so-
different. You can literally
Rulers,
decide like
this
an
was literally
auto-win
a last
field
10
spell
seconds
in
switch
almost every match.
before the deadline of the decklist. Basically 10
ridiculous
seconds, I had 2
how good
listed
field
in
spells are right
the
now.
side, like a second Druid and the Saronir. I decided to play this for Flanders, Pride, and it's good even against the tier, because you just want to force the counter trap, and then if they don't, you just go for this. That was the plan, I guess, but never came up, and I just did it. I guess I was against a Beasted Dragon, where, you know, a huge board, just a crawler, and that was it. So,
I think one possible solution could be we can have the old rules of field spells, where you can out opponents' field spells with your field spells. I think that would maybe help some of the problems we have with field spells right now.
Yeah, you know why? You just gotta play them. I actually never sold one, and not even this one. That's the truth. I would still play them again.
Yeah, there's cards now that don't work with it anymore. Yeah, the Valence card, for example, or like set rotation, or cards like that wouldn't work with that type of rule. But you could like change those, I guess. But like, I guess it's a lot of work too.
Sure, you know, it's a deck that it's a combo deck. You take a lot of time to play, and you just want to have the option to go for it if you go first, and you want to always have it if you go second, because everybody sadly is playing this card in the side deck. And the last card, I guess the best card of the weekend for the side deck that nobody was expecting, Pendulum, is Shifter.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So when you go second, you know, it's just Shifter. Against tier, it's just Shifter, you win by itself. They can only go into Baguska, which is really powerful against you, but it's only Baguska, it's not their incredible good board. And the fact that you can play with these two, like the interaction of Mystic Mind, so you can just not pop and keep searching cards and go into Pendulum Summoning, and you can actually go for game or just make Dweller or summoning this one, searching Necro Valley. So the plan was Shifter your turn, on my turn I search Necro Valley, and go into Necro Valley, so you're under Necro Valley in your turn. Yeah, Shifter has been insane. Nothing much I can say. Just wins against tier by itself. And yeah, that was the deck.
Any last words? Any shout-outs?
Yeah. I think it was a really good meta call. next time we get a really good meta call. And yeah, just as I told you at the beginning, I didn't want to play tier Jesus, so I really thought that this deck could have a good matchup against it, and it really does. As I told you before, I just lost against a single one for my own.
I want to see the feature match now. Which round was it? I think it was day 1. Oh yeah, Federico against Christopher Nielsen. I really want to see the feature match of this deck. Appreciate it, Red Eyes Toon Jinzo.
And here they are, as mentioned, Federico really focusing on these Necro Valley combos, while Christopher is playing a quite standard build, but he's maxing out on Ishizu. I think he's the first player we see with 12 in the main deck, which makes his orange Herald of the Orange Light much better. But let's see now, the pressure is on Federico. He needs to put up his Pendulum combos going, and they both know what each other is playing, which again helps out significantly. So let's see, Federico opened up a decent hand. He starts things off with the main.
Okay, we're going first. That's a good thing with Pendulum every time. And now we have
allows you to search right away for another one. And
the good skill and the red guy, which I think you'd rather have the other two, or like you'd rather have the other one instead of the red, but it's alright.
Not all of the players could be familiar with this deck.
Absolutely not, and he knows it really well, because he lost in the finals to Dinka Bowie playing Prankids, and he lost in top 8 at Euros this year to Rika by Marcus.
This
so
is better. You'd rather have this than
less
blue.
known can really push the advantage. And now, as Christopher will get some explaining from the effects, Federico.
Oh, because you just pop it with the maiden, and then you special
Here
summon.
We see one of the only older ones.
You get the tuner out.
So great opening here.
Right away.
And the deck, by the way, is actually quite complicated. There are a lot of different combos that are possible. Okay, this is a really good hand, because this is an extender.
I mean, we have all 3 of them.
Through Draco, inspired by, we could say, so the Ignis Maiden, of course, and Dynamite, but they...
and we have Necro Valley already.
Extender, and here we could see the Necro Valley, if possible. I think it is really what we should be going for. Necro Valley, just a strong card against this matchup, and here we see it, Necro Valley being added by Federico, and already Christopher is in big trouble, because he's playing only one out pretty much in the main deck, which is the single copy of Heartbeat. And even in the side deck, that's his only out to Mystic Mine, which, by the way, Federico is maining 3 copies.
Just in case.
Yeah. And here you see another part of the engine, Federico giving up on one of his Bestials. They are extremely good in this deck, because you can add the Luster Pendulum as it is a Dragon Monster. So it's not just the Druid Swarm that you get, but even an extender. So it's actually pretty nice. And here, of course, we're going to see one of the best cards.
So you don't have to play around Halfness at this point anymore, because like you already know they don't have Halfness, because they would have done it on the Majesty search.
Especially, I think, like in this current format, you can also abuse of the fact that most of the players are usually going for Abyss Dweller as a first turn card, and then basically, you know, with Pendulums, it's completely
so no reason to
there are 2 reasons why
activate the Necro Valley already.
One, that most of the cards are not light or dark, and dark in general, so you cannot really eat them. And the other one is also that you can just set up the Necro Valley, and then they are shut off from that as well. So,
and I also think it's important mentioning that, as you said, as this case, Christopher plays only, one copy of Heartbeat, because like most of the current players don't even play, cards such as Twin Twisters.
Absolutely.
Like
but here we see an interaction from Christopher, which is the Kelbeck, at least the only other form of interruption he plays alongside the orange. So he gets it. It is kind of annoying, but let's see if Federico is shut down significantly by this. I would be surprised if he didn't take into consideration. And yeah, as you can see here, not going to be too impactful. He can go right away for another copy of Ignister, and then the Beyond.
So this was normal summon?
Such a strong card. It's obviously not quite Electromite, but we can say it's almost as good.
And the deck still, does a lot of things, especially because like with the new Pendulums cards, the deck is insane, honestly.
Yeah, and as mentioned, the Ignister comes back because it's not once per turn. So another reason why you can use it with the new Odd Dice card that is...
What was illegal?
Federico, it's that you can just get it back and not a...
What was illegal? You can target once per turn. You can special summon a Draco Slayer monster from your deck in defense, but that cannot be used. Oh, right. That was why you couldn't like chain Ignisters into Ignisters, cause like yeah, that was the thing back in 2016 or 15 when these came out. That was like the Ignister said you can't use it for synchro, and I think the fusion one said you can't use it for another fusion. They were like, you were supposed to use all the different ones instead of chaining one into another.
Single effect is once per turn, so that's huge. How many cards are this powerful and not once per turn in Yu-Gi-Oh? And here we see the Beyond, no response from Christopher. We get to see another 1200 life points paid by Federico. And this is important to keep in mind if we ever go next to the time. We know a lot of decks that of course have cards like Scattershot or Red Resonator, but in this case for Federico, he really wants to play as fast as possible because as you saw, usually you pay 1700 going first every single time, so it's tough to set up and play when time is close by. So yeah, they're just setting up the situation.
Okay, so they are catching it, I think.
Out of the blue. And as we can see here, Federico will be able to add a card. He has a lot of options. The cool thing about Beyond is that if you get the monkey board, which is what we are seeing here,
but not yet.
The scale effect is actually negated by Beyond, which means that it doesn't matter if you have a performable, it will be scale 1. So you can pendulum summon, and then it goes back to its effect, which means you even gain the effect to add the Joker or the Odd Dice, which is a really nice combo that we might see here, that Federico came up with, which I think was really brilliant, which essentially involves going for Celine, and then you special summon the Odd Dice Synchron from the end, because it's a spellcaster. And then with the effect you can get from the monkey board from the scale, and I think that's really strong.
I'm still waiting for the fix.
And yeah, now as expected, we get.
Already look at the new Cyberstorm Axis cards. I saw that there's a new Firewall. I saw that there's a new Firewall Link monster, but I haven't read the effect yet, so we can talk about it. Okay, now I think they're fixing it.
Yeah, just clarifying his plays to the judges, and yeah, he's gonna be able to continue right away with Majester Paladin,
still
which
not
is such a great card. Not only does it get you a special summon, but it gets to add a card. And usually, what you do in the end phase, you get the Eccentric, and the Eccentric is an out to Mystic Mine, which I think is really, really good here by Federico.
I mean, the Kelbeck really didn't hurt at all, especially because like he had the other luster. And then with the Negro Valley, he was really putting pressure on Christopher. And now, as you mentioned, we get to see the Odd Dice Synchron.
What are we having for dinner today? Nothing crazy, it's just leftovers from yesterday. It's just a vegan version of a traditional German dish. It's called Maultaschen.
And Negro Valley finally coming down from Federico. This is a lot for the Christopher to deal with, but he's gonna chain, I think, Magna. Yeah. And here is the combo I was talking about. When you get to the Celine, you're now able to special summon.
Yeah, it's a form of dumplings.
You get
yeah,
the
yeah.
performable you get with the monkey.
That's there. Thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. According to Leo.org, it's pasta squares filled with meat and spinach. Well, yeah, we are doing it without the meat though, because yeah, I am vegan. Yeah, so but that is pretty much it. Yeah.
And yeah, and while they clarify once again the situation, I would say to go back to us real quick. So once again, just going through some of the plays, they want to make sure, as we mentioned, the deck is not the most straightforward one. You may tend to forget some effects or activations. In this case, they want to go through the Ignister.
She is vegan as well, yeah.
A monster that was later synchro summoned with. I honestly don't think it would matter too much because even if that was the case, and I do not recall it at the moment.
Yeah, we only slay opponents in card games.
So basically, the main difference is that
That's
there is one
that's the
monster in the actual
philosophy.
deck, which, as we know, unfortunately,
Right.
or maybe luckily for everyone, pendulums are not able to be special summoned, if not under a link monster or in the extra monster zone. So it doesn't really matter if there is one more or not. So at this point, I feel like they will be able to check things out. But as I was saying, right now the combo is pretty much looking like the ideal one, which I'm really looking forward to because, as you would expect, maybe a field with, I don't know, Appaloosa or a Dweller, we will get to see, if we get the chance to, one of the other new cards to combo through, which is the Zealantis.
Yeah.
And I'm really
She
curious
plays
to
this
see the reaction.
weekend?
It
She
reminds me
doesn't
a lot
play.
of,
She was there
Return
with
from the
me,
Different
but
Dimension
she didn't
card,
play, no.
that, again, throws us back to 10 years ago, especially in Dragon Ruler format. But that would be
You still play
really
local
way to,
sometimes?
basically go into the combo, 'cause the
I
ideal
go to
ending order
Frankfurt
is,
sometimes,
Baron,
but
and then
rarely.
you have the
It's
Necrovalli
kind of
down.
far for me.
And this is essentially the play you go for with the Hieratic Seal. Because then you essentially can tribute the Hieratic Sphere, you get the one copy of Amorphage
Master Rule
from the deck,
6.
so
Do
shut
you
down
really
your
think we
opponent
get a
from
new
the deck.
Master Rule
And yeah, with
soon?
Necrovalli alone, we already know that just
Is that a
Necrovalli
thing?
is
I
enough
never know
for
when we
the
get
deck.
when we're
It is
supposed to
as
get
easy
one.
as that. So,
But I think Federico's strategy is very powerful because most of the players basically relied on
No,
the
GC doesn't have locals
And
anymore.
by putting
no.
up this strategy, basically either like they don't really know how to play against pendulums, I would say, and then the Necrovalli, I think it's super annoying, honestly. Because like if you don't play any out in your main deck, basically you're forced to go into game 2, and then even going into game 2, it's not really easy to face, you know, pendulums in this format because like they have so many plays, and I really like that Federico is smashing them with bestials as well.
absolutely.
Why not? You know, there's
Yeah,
also
because the thing is, essentially, all you need to go is to get to the Beyond. And while Electromite might be a slightly weaker,
The third
like,
pendulum
you know,
scale,
to it,
finally.
thing is
Like
that
the
you don't
guy
need to
holding
spend.
up
So if you play
the
Fenrir, for example, which is a key card in Federico's deck, you're able to
thing, the
But
science.
it seems like
the
we've now
science
gone back to
meme.
the point where the discussion was, so we can jump right back to the table for our Duelist 2 and this game 1. So essentially, we just went back a couple of plays, which was, as I mentioned, the reason is that once the Kelbeck resolves and put back the Ignister, you cannot synchro summon with the monster that was summoned from the Ignister. So this is the only restriction that this card has, which means that in this spot, Federico went for another Ignister, while he's probably going to be forced to go into the Beyond, I would say.
Yeah.
As mentioned, maybe it doesn't change all that much, but of course, let's be glad that we could catch it. So as mentioned, here is what's going to happen. Yeah, as we were saying, Beyond comes down, and the play will pretty much look the same as before. Yeah.
yeah, he's going to pass through the. I mean, it doesn't really change much.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't.
Alright, so the game state has been rewinded. Which
And yeah,
was
here it's
easily
pretty much the same
possible
as
because it
what
was
we
all
were witnessing before. As
on
mentioned, the only difference
stream.
is literally one more pendulum in the extra deck. So the situation will be once again the same as before. In the end phase, we get to add one pendulum from deck, which sometimes will be the Arcifin Eccentric. But now the idea is all to get to the one copy of Performable Odd Ice. So
And here we will soon see the Necrovalli being activated.
yeah, once again, I think we're gonna get his opponent to chain the one Bestial. This is what happened.
Then Federico gets to activate the Draco Slayer.
Yep.
Blaster comes back. We are pretty much
It's
back.
as I mentioned, it's exactly the same thing. The only difference is one pendulum in the extra deck, which doesn't make any difference because you cannot summon it. So now we get to see the combo I was talking about. You go for Celine, you get 3 because you have a field spell plus 2 scale, so you can summon the one you will now add with the monkey board, and then the Odd Ice Synchron special summons the monkey board, negates its effect, and you can go into one of the really cool cards in the extra deck from Federico, which is Tilting Entrainment, which is already a pun by itself, I guess. And yeah. As expected, this is the Tilting Entrainment. Maybe I know the combo a little too well for my personal admittance, but yeah, this is what Federico was explaining to me, and this is how he accesses consistently Baron, which honestly, you gotta give kudos to him. It's not that easy to come up with.
Yeah, very good stuff. Because now with the Baron on the field and the Necrovalli, this is getting very difficult.
Oh, do we make Zealantis now?
We will really need to find a way to deal with the Baron.
We make Zealantis, right?
Summoning the Zeus.
With
which
the
is, I
Celine.
think the only way to get rid of the Necrovalli apart from...
We pop with Baron, and then we...
Still Federico now activates the Ignister.
Ooh.
Yep.
To shuffle back.
Thinking about which one he wants to put back.
No, that is a Giga Chat situation.
And here
Yeah.
comes the Zealantis. Yeah.
And yeah, here is the Zealantis. We haven't really seen this combo yet in action, but it is exactly why the reason. So I think Christopher, yeah, pretty much okay with whatever is going on at the moment. And here you can see the Zealantis combo go through really interesting stuff. Essentially, what we were saying is whenever the Zelantis is summoned, it is basically a return. What it does is it banishes all monsters on the field, and then special summon as many as possible.
And now Seal.
So it resets the Ignister, and it gets rid of
nice.
So really, really strong.
Nice tier strategy.
He also puts up the Hieratic Seal, just another sort of interruption. Impressive stuff from Federico, yeah.
Okay, wait, what are we talking about now? Oh, I guess we're talking which end phase surge resolves first. Not that it matters that much.
First, and then with the Necrovalli, but also there's the Hieratic Seal.
Yeah, and not only that, there is another card in the deck from Federico, which is the main target from this Hieratic Seal, which is the Amorphage Sloth. So here is the Sloth, which essentially shuts down the extra deck.
I mean, but this Sloth is unprotected, right? This Sloth can just be run over.
Now, action is on Chris and
Delantis protects? Wait, what does Delantis? How does Delantis protect?
Board by Federico.
What's that part?
But of course,
yeah. Christopher picks up his cards. He knows this is an upfield battle, and it is Federico winning super convincingly this game one, and just one game away from
Delantis,
being
but there's no callings.
What a start already. I mean, we quickly had, just to fix a minor misstep while doing...
I don't think Zelantis would pop there.
With the deck,
I don't think there's a way Zelantis protects
even if we didn't catch it, because it was basically an extra monster in the Pendulum Zone, where, in the actual zone where...
Okay, I mean, impressive stuff.
And this is why Federico decided to play this deck. Of course, now, the difference will be, what do you do if you lose the die roll? But the answer to that comes in a lot of different things. So first of all, Federico is maining both 3 copies of Kashtira Fenrir and 4 copies of the Bestial Monsters. Alongside them...
So I will say one thing, going first with Ishizu tier, if your opponent has Kelbeck and a Magnamune, I think the game is closer than this one. Because like that's one of the nice things about a deck like this that's just immune to Bestials, right? Immune to Bestials, that's a big deal in this metagame.
He has some important tools, which are the Mystic Minds, Talent, so that's already plenty, I think, in the main deck. And in the side deck, there are some spies waiting for his opponent, which is Dimension Shifter.
Very spicy, Dimension Shifter. Yeah, never seen before. Insane tech card.
Here they are, so hands are getting ready. Let's see if Federico will pick up maybe the Shifter, and we could have a very quick one, or if Christopher will be able to set up a convincing field going first. I see 2 traps, and I might see the Dirk only, you know? I think I've seen it. So we see the start with the Mudora discarding the Kelbeck. Let's see these 5 mils. Of course, Federico contemplating.
Shifter?
And he has the Shifter! Wow. What an opening by Federico with Shifter in Pendulums. Wow.
Oh my god, the mill would have been so busted.
The Heartbeat, which is the only out to Mystic Mine in the deck for Christopher, is sent away. What an opening by Federico.
Oh my god, and banished the only mine out. Oh my god, poor Christopher. Oh my god, no.
Which he now sets 1 card, 2 cards, and...
Oh my god, Christopher, no, not even Baguska. Oh god.
Federico picking up his cards, obviously quite comfortable with the situation.
Wow.
What would the other... Oh, and he has the...
Oh god.
What a
Oh.
start by Federico. That's
Oh, stop. He's already dead.
My poopy laughed at all. I mean...
Oh.
I feel sorry for Christopher. Yesterday, while I had the chance to interview him, he was telling me, please, I don't want to play against like Nick or something.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you just shouldn't speak anymore at this point, man. I mean, you jinx everyone and everything. That's just unbelievable. And by the way, there is still a friendly bet going on. Basically, it's Alberto against Ishizu tier to find out how strong his powers are. But yeah, now we see Luster Pendulum coming down, and Ignis from Federico. Solid start. Here we see a little interaction which some may not be familiar with. As Pendulums,
yeah, they get banished.
Deck, you might think they would ignore the Shifter, but that's not the case, unfortunately. Maybe it would have been a little too strong of an interaction. But like these, they are already good enough. And the Fenrir is so strong because it deals with the Derken. And now we get to see again the effect being used. He gets
and we get Necro Valley for follow-up
from the Italian player.
Wow.
This is a little unfair from Federico.
And with the Heartbeat gone from Christopher's side, he must not be happy. Yeah, he gets rid of the Fenrir, but also here at this point, there's really not much that Christopher can do.
No, I mean, because this is also a simplified game state, we can say, and in this case, it's tough because Fenrir, I think it's a card that might not be the best at the moment against some matchups, but the more simplified the game state is, the more Kashtira cards are amazing, and Fenrir is probably the best. The problem is, as you mentioned, the Necro Valley is there, and most of all, Artbeat is gone.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the only out that Christopher is playing in main or side deck. So honestly, I'm really worried if you're a fan of Christopher. And yeah, that seems like it's a little bit too much for Christopher to fight back with. But the game is honestly not over yet. We have seen some out-of-the-blue comebacks in the past. And you never know, really. Maybe there are some side decks options. And as mentioned, we are pretty sure there were 2 traps. But and this could actually get punished now by the trap face down from Christopher. Because if it is there, this actually could be not the best news from Federico. But let's see if...
Wait. No, wait. There can be only one. Psychic, Dragon, Spellcaster, Warrior. What is this machine? There's literally 5 different types. There can be only one. Literally does nothing. It's literally dead. Oh my god.
Come down. Christopher really thinking about it. I think the right one is the Derken, right?
No,
and the handshake comes down. Maybe we were wrong all along, and it was. But he picks up his cards, and it is Federico winning the match 2-0. Congratulations to both.
My god, there can be only one against 5 different types. Oh my god, how? Oh my god. I mean, that was cool to watch, but like, at the end of the day, that doesn't mean that like the Pendulum deck is insane. Because, quite frankly, any deck can win going first these days. Or, like, most decks can. And any deck can win going second with, like, Shifter, Fenrir, plus a couple combo pieces, right? If you know what I mean. But it's still cool to see that some people can still find success with a deck like this.
Back to us for the
especially considering, you know, this was round 8, and he did end up making it all the way to the top 16, I believe.
And first I summon Dynamite, but there is a restriction in Ignister which says the monster you summon off it, you cannot use it as a synchro material. So the fact that he shuffled back my Ignister with Calback from his hand, I proceeded to normal summon the Luster Pendulum and go again in Ignister. But of course, it couldn't be used as a synchro material. So it didn't matter at the end because I just went to Beyond anyway and do the same combo once again. So yeah, that was just a little mistake we did there. Luckily, the judges were really careful to the game and be sure to spot the mistake instantly. So
it seemed like they fixed it quite easily. They just sort of rewound the game state a little bit and then they carried on.
Yeah, exactly. That's what happened.
Okay, and then let's talk about game 2 because that was quite intense. So it was Shifter. Then the Majesty Pegasus helped you get into Necro Valley, which locked them out, and then it was building that huge field and an OTK. So were you pretty confident that you had the win secured there?
So like when you see Shifter post side, you know, you're just happy. But at the same time, like there are spots where you can actually drop it on draw phase or standby phase to play around talent. But I'd rather keep in my hand because sometimes they don't have, like Herald and Gamma are the most heavy cards right now to go against Shifter. And I'd rather take the risk to talent than just be sure to resolve Shifter, especially against Gamma. And when he started with Keldo discarding Kelbeck, I knew that 2 fairies were gone. So if he had Herald anyway, he must have had another fairy in the hand. And when he puts the monster on the field, he cannot Gamma anymore. So that spot where Shifter is just insane, it's just game winning. But at the same time, like Pendulum has this strategy with Maiden, the Majesty, that you can just search and not pop anything. So you just get free pluses and then go into Maiden, search Necro Valley. Then I drew Fenrir 2, which was like game winning by itself. So yeah, I got lucky, but that's what the deck does basically. So
it's heart of the cards, that's what it is. And congratulations again because that was an amazing win after that little hit.
That was cool. I like that. Jimmy Chamba, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate you. Thank you. For the 6 months as well. Thank you. Okay, that was a cool feature. Any other feature matches that we should definitely check out? Because, like, I see a Dragon Maid here. I see a Dragon Maid. Is that cool? Round 10, Maid Day 2. We have Dinka Boy feature match. I'm down. I want to see the deck. We've already seen the deck profile for the Interia deck, so I want to see that. Round 3. What is so cool about round 3? Isn't it just Dragon Link against Ishizu tier? It doesn't sound that great. I know Eugen had a feature match with Medolce. There was a couple Medolces actually. Oh, top 32 was Medolce. Okay, I want to see that. Okay, I'm down. Let's just sit down and go through some of the feature matches. I think that's fun. I know some of you have probably seen them already, but surely there's a couple people here who were also at the YCS and haven't had a chance to check out the feature matches yet. So
And here they are. So as mentioned, the plan for Dinka is to set up the one and only Naturia Beast. Let's see what he will open up with. So many different engines, so if you don't know what to stop, it's gonna be tough. And the Bestials are also not that great against this specific matchup. And already we see one of the first Naturia cards in his deck.
Oh my god, immediately
he's playing multiple of them, and this is the Mole Cricket. Very interesting one. It has a quick effect, as we can see here on the screen. You can tribute it and special summon a Naturia from the deck, which is what we are gonna see probably right away.
And also here, you could be wondering what is he playing. You know?
Absolutely, like I guess this is a shock.
Oh, the Runic cards too? Where have you been?
One of his Runic Fusion monsters. And yeah, he can get to the fountain through the Yugin. We have seen this plenty of times already at YCS Utrecht. And the discard is actually quite nice because Saronir can send a card back, even if discarded from the end. So let's see.
Okay, not using
he goes for the quick
Saronir
effect of the Mole Cricket, special summoning a Naturia from the deck, and it is the Camellia. Of course, we are going to see a lot of reading in this match, as you could expect. Camellia is essentially a foolish burial. It sends one from the deck to the graveyard, and not only monsters, it can send also the Naturia trap card, which is what we are going to see right here.
And I think this is very powerful, especially because like in this format...
Did you see what happened in the top 4? I will probably do that one last.
Yeah. Very nice addition. And,
or maybe before finals.
I think we would have never thought about this deck, honestly.
No way. This is what you won't expect from Dinka, and here he gets the Blessing, which is essentially a instant synchro summon whenever he feels like it. Pretty good. Indeed. So, proceeds to continue his actual plays, and he goes for the Coral Dragon, which pretty much guarantees him a draw, if he feels like it.
Indeed, Dinka is explaining it to him.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not something you don't often see.
And here we see the Fountain. Again, we'll be able to draw 2 cards with it, and he gets to summon the GG from the extra deck.
Come on!
So, the Jerry coming down. Really solid opening, drawing 2 cards. And what an inventive way of building your deck, really. We have not seen the Runic cards being played in a combo deck.
Especially because like you basically find another way of playing Runic cards besides Sprites, you know, that we have seen.
This can be the Baron. And yeah, Baron coming down, drawing a card from the Coral Dragon. Solid setup. He already has the quick spell, the Naturia Blessing, which he tries and go for the Naturia Beast later on. Let's see.
Okay, weird champ judge.
And I think Naturia Beast is actually really strong against this specific matchup. So let's see if he will be able to go for the Beast later on.
Baron pass.
But play is back to Romain, who now will try to go for some of his branded plays, but of course has no idea what's going on right now. So he'll play it as carefully as he can, maneuvering through a really solid start by Dinka.
Yeah, with this setup, with the Baron also having a couple of quick spells makes a difference.
And we see the Terraforming coming down from Romain, probably getting to the Perle Rhino. Yeah. Let's see if Dinka is able to push for a Synchro Summon here with the Blessing.
Yeah, because this is, I think, the main goal of the deck.
Yeah, he's considering his options. As mentioned, he has the Naturia Blessing face down, but instead he goes for the tip. He will be able to banish the top card of the deck from his opponent, and this is what's going on right now. He gets the Destruction, I think. Yeah, so banishes the top card of the deck.
Bro. Do not banish Tragedy.
Yep. Let's see what he banishes off the top.
Okay,
oh, it's actually one of the one-offs on the deck. So now we're going to see Romain. Kind of an unfortunate pick here with the Retribution.
Yeah, this is unfortunate, especially because like this is only the only copy.
Why would you still play into it?
Here comes the Destruction on the Battle Rhino.
Great stuff. Here we see even more cards being banished, and it's another one of banished by Dinka. Huge hits from the Runic cards, which now gets him 2 more draws. And again, you should not forget how strong the Runic engine is.
This is very strong, because now, okay, he's going for the Shireen. Is he going to chain the
Blessing, you think?
Yeah.
He does. So Naturia Blessing coming down from Dinka. Of course, his opponent is going to read
Revive
it.
Camellia, I think.
He will special summon a Naturia from the graveyard, and then let's see what he does. He does go for the Camellia. Again, Foolish Burial effects available.
Wait, why wouldn't we Foolish?
Being kneeled by Romain.
Zoracket, thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate you. Which outer sleeves are you using? I forgot the name too. I think they're Dragon Shields. Yeah. Oh, we chained this to the Sharon effect. I just didn't see the Sharon activate.
Very unfortunate once again. It seems like the luck, both in the mills and in the top card banished, is on Dinka's side.
Because now gets to search for the Imp plus the Alpine.
Yeah, because the strong thing is most of these Naturia cards have a couple of effects. One, when they are summoned, and another one when your opponent summons a monster. So if you're able to bring them to the field during your opponent's turn, for example, the Camellia is an additional effect which allows you to special summon another one from the grave. So they are really annoying, and here we get to see, as mentioned, the Mole Cricket coming down, which again is a quick effect, and again, an additional effect when your opponent summons. So you can see just Dinka trying his best to catch people off guard this week.
Can you... I assume you can, but can you trigger 2 trigger effects on the same card? Because he just triggered the on summon effect and the when the opponent... I think you can, but I've just... Can someone name an example where this has been like a thing before? I don't remember this ever being a thing where you would have a card that has an on summon trigger and a different trigger. Branded regained works the same way. Like if something is banished and summoned at the same time, you can trigger the revive and the draw. Okay. No, Nat Beast is not the same. Nat Beast isn't even... It's not the same. But okay, yeah, alright. Apparently you can.
I mean, in this format, like Naturia Beast, honestly...
It's really good. Yeah. It's really, really good. Of course, there are some decks that are able to play with just monsters, and Ishizu Tyranid among them is for sure an option, but spell cards...
Where is your deck profile? Exclamation mark deck list. I'll
now we get
upload
to see
it
a second
later.
copy of the Blessing, I believe, added to the end of
It's
Dinka.
gonna be tonight.
Just some nice available resources for next turn in case we get to it, and then we see one of the best
Wait,
Naturia
Branded
monsters in the deck,
Regained
which
says
is the
you
Sunflower,
cannot
essentially
activate both on the
negation
same chain. Okay, well then this doesn't
effects.
work. Then that's a bad example.
And this is very good. Basically, it's another sort of interruption.
Yeah. And it's level 2, so you can get it back with Sprite Alpha if you have the option. It's a really nice card.
So why is this Sharon in defense position? Can anyone
Essentially,
tell
the
me
battle phase,
that?
which now will be a huge regret from Romain having summoned the Shireen in defense.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, you get to activate the Albion from the graveyard, sending a card back. I think he's sending the Ice Spirits, maybe, but definitely considering it. And I think Dinka, any runic cards he has picked up are obviously going to be
Playing around
Baron
Empen.
and not use negation yet. So a lot of really interesting options. And now the Albion gets sent to the bottom of the deck, face down. Okay. Can Romain push through? He activates the patchwork. He could negate, and he does negate with the Baron. A second copy of Perlerano is useless at the moment, so this does not look good for the French player. But now he's able to actually go for the
I mean, that's just
Albats,
get
but the
negated.
negation is there from Sunflower. So Sunflower activates and will negate the Albats. This is absolutely brutal. If he would have played the Shireen in attack mode, this would have been much better. But instead, with
Wait,
the Camellia, he's able to...
if he just goes Sharon in attack position, attack over the Sunflower or the Camellia, and then normals Albas, he can actually win the game, depending on the runic cards in hand.
Mill cards from the top instead of tributing his own monsters.
He can
which is so
genuinely
huge,
just win
essentially
this
you get to keep
game,
your cards,
but
and
now he
eats
can't
even
anymore.
one of the Mudoras. This is
Even
so
mills
much.
the
Wow.
Mudora from Sunflower.
This is very strong. Yeah, I mean,
This is over as it gets. The Camellia is the reason why it did not tribute a card. What a strong card it is. Yeah, and this is, of course, over. There are no more plays available from Romain. He has already activated a Perlerino this turn, and he cannot activate the second copy, which I think will be game over.
what I really like about the Sunflower is this: it's not once per turn. So basically, you keep doing it as long as you can.
Yeah, that's why you have to attack over it. And when you don't, you are in big, big trouble. So, I mean, you can't blame Romain for having played it in defense, but you don't know what you're up against. And yeah, as mentioned now, there are no more plays available. The only concern is, of course, runic cards don't allow you to enter the battle phase, but, I mean, this is already a dominating position by Dinka. I don't think his opponent is interested in playing this game much longer. And we actually get to see the Baron back. I mean, he knows the last card in the hand is the Perlerino, so he has nothing to worry about. He gets the Coral back.
Can Coral Dragon draw again?
So has the Calback,
With
Yeah, this, I think, is enough. His opponent picks up the cards, and it
when
is
it's
Dinka in
revived,
the
or
Naturia
does it
deck
have to
that
be
makes game
synchro
one.
summoned? Asking for a friend.
What I
You
mentioned
cannot draw
already,
again,
a
okay.
huge start. At the beginning, we saw when the
That would have been a nice
that Dinka was
interaction.
quite mad about his 5, but his opponent 4 was just low enough to allow him to start, and I think this paid off. Let's find out who the winner of Game 2 will be. And here they are again, Romain going first, trying to set up his combos.
All right, let's see.
Of course, you want to open the Branded Fusion, and the opening is a good way to start things off. I don't think Dinka is playing Entrop or like really traditional. Oh, and the actual opening with the Implay is the best that you can do in any Despia deck. So great start by Romain in this game too.
Yeah, this is very good stuff from him.
Yeah, you can really overextend when you open like this. You can end up with basically both Stapelia, Mirror Jade, or like the setup with Branded in Red and Chimera. You can do so much with this. So good. Yeah. And as mentioned, the Bestial cards are really good, but against the Despia version, they lose a lot of value. So maybe not as good as Dinka would have hoped for. And yeah, here we see the patchwork being activated. Again, one engine that we shouldn't.
The video a little bit
so
quieter.
Back,
Is
YCS
it
was
too
playing,
loud?
again, a similar deck, 60 cards in this case, and it was really destroying people left and right with it. So
Oh yeah,
It's very powerful
I guess it was.
as well, so you have a lot of fusion summons online.
And again, we might see here no response from Dinka. He has a couple of interesting targets, and did he actually discard it from the end?
Yeah, he did.
Wow.
Ooh,
Okay.
wait.
Interesting play here. Maybe he sided out the second copy. Yeah. Wow, so a little bit of an unfortunate draw here by Romain, but I guess the rest of his hand was that good. He's not going to be that mad about it. So now the Rebellion again comes down. Albion will activate from the field to...
If you have a Bestial here, this... Oh my god, this plays super hard into a Bestial on
Let's see if this will be enough to
Albaz.
shut his opponent out of a play.
This plays giga hard into a Bestial on
Romain is
Albaz.
considering his options. And he chains his own copy, of
Yeah,
Saronir.
Is weird.
Which Dinka is asking about because he went for Branded Fusion. But he cannot obviously use the Bestial since his opponent does not control monsters, so they're not quick effects. But here you see another of the strategies of this deck, which is just there, trying to use your
illegal
Masquerade
activation of the
to get rid
Bestial
of
as
the life
well.
opponent. And if you end up on double Masquerade, for a lot of these decks, this gets quite complicated.
Yeah, especially because like Dinka is using runic cards and he needs access to most of them.
The Masquerade should not be in
actually,
defense
but,
again. I don't know why he keeps summoning everything in defense. That should not be in defense, because the Magnamut is right there staring at it.
So yeah, now the play is back to Romain, who is setting up the Albion in the graveyard. He could get some of these very interesting tech cards like the Retribution, which we have seen being milled in game 1. We really haven't seen this card before, I would say, in the past, but Rebellion can set up the Beast. Instead, he goes for the Spell card. Really interesting choice with the Regained.
Yeah, we also saw this card being played in the previous round. I mean, it's an alternative. I think inside this kind of deck is useful, especially because like, you have multiple options, and with Branded Ice Spears as well, you have the Retribution, a lot of good cards.
Yeah. And now he gets to go for, I think is it the Retribution?
Yeah.
So as expected, he went for the Retribution, so very good setup here by Romain. But Dinka, on his other hand, knows that there is a Saronir in the end from Romain and will do his best to play around it. So, still a close one, but let's see.
Wait, where's the Retribution? Why is it not set? Is it in hand?
I think, yeah, they are debating whether the timing of the effects will
No,
be.
okay,
But yeah,
just
now the
wants
Retribution is spaced out. Translation is provided to Dinka. I can bring it up for you guys once again on the screen, but it's essentially an interruption that is really, really useful and basically returns to the actual like one fusion monster. So, not only that, he gets back the Branded Fusion for next turn. So it's a pretty decent
He can't use Retribution. He can use Retribution by
for,
returning the Masquerade from the field.
Also, Dinka reading cards, this is not something we quite see often.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Usually it's opponents who is the one forced to
Are you
read
gonna go over your deck
cards
on
out,
stream, or is
sometimes
everything
you
to be
have
said
surprise
just
them,
on
and,
YouTube?
the
I
Retribution is a
will...
good way to do it.
The YouTube video is going to be up later. I don't want to spoil it on stream because I want you guys to watch the video, of course. I will maybe talk about some of the decisions more tomorrow, if people have any more questions.
While they fix the life points from Masquerade, now we get to see still in the end phase another Bestial from Dinka. Just trying
It
to
needs a fusion that mentions Albaz. Doesn't it only need to be a fusion with Albaz in Grave? Or could, maybe it's worded weirdly.
And advance, but right away we see, as expected, one of the face downs from the French player, which I think could be the Beast.
Yeah.
Let's check. I mean, when you set the other card, usually you have the Branded Beast already, and this is huge.
This is very powerful because I don't think Dinka was expecting this to come. With this kind of setup, having the Beast alongside with the Retribution. And indeed he's asking for the text of the card because it's very powerful, you know, while controlling a Beastal monster, basically.
Yeah. The only thing I'm surprised about is the Branded Regained not activated in the previous turn.
Yeah.
How did it feel to give into the
Telements?
Telements? Not that bad actually. I think the mirror is just solid. I tried really hard to find some kind of hard counter or anything, but it was just like I didn't feel like it was possible, so I was okay with it. I mean, it's not like I've always been trying to play Rogue like all the time. I try to find the best deck, and I think this time around it was just here. So
you gotta be careful with it, because now the play would have been to get rid of the Masquerade.
as long as I go out of the tournament thinking I did play the best deck I could have, I'm okay. And I don't think I could have found something, or maybe with like infinite time, I could have found something. Could have found something that was like insane, but I think it was just fine. I'm more upset with how I played rather than what I played.
But if Dinka
especially in top 4, or like mainly in top 4.
Like with the Kelbeck here, if he goes to mill then...
Yep. Now he gets to the Kelbeck. Of course, you really don't want to mill Romain, because as you can see, having a little smile, he's the one playing Telement cards in his deck. And yeah, it's really Dinka who is dictating the pace of this game 2. And his opponent turned from the combo deck.
Okay, now we're reading Kelbeck.
Trying to stay in this game as much as possible. And I think Dinka is doing a really, really good job at that. And now, yeah, he will go into Link Summon and will force out the Druid Worm. So he goes for one of the charmers that we really don't get to see that often, which is the Usa. Of course, really useful when you're playing against another Ishitsu deck.
It's very good also because Nadurian monsters are all Earth, so makes sense. And here, Dinka also has the Maul. And now he gets... It's not easy because like basically Romain is either forced to activate the Retribution. I think he really needs to, because otherwise, where does he activate it?
Well, he can't.
Yeah, as mentioned before, Naturia Mall Cricket, one of the best cards in the deck from Dinka, because you tribute it and then special summon one. But if your opponent controls a monster with the highest attack on the field, you summon two from the deck.
But yeah, now he can for sure. Yeah.
And here you can see that effect being activated.
Did you play any against any Medolce in Swiss? I played against Herman in round 11, yeah. What's the worst, best deck you ever settled on for a YCS?
Yeah, he does not have any fusion. He's just forced.
In terms of the worst format, it was probably
Dinka extra deck, which is as
like something along, like some kind of spiral format.
Huge card with all the banishing going on. It does so much banishing both from the field.
No, Goki was fine.
This is huge, honestly.
Yeah, what a unique set of cards from Dinka, really.
I didn't play against any
monsters. Very powerful because like this, we only think about you know Swarsel in general when Changing gets summoned. This is not the case at all. Now Roman, let's see if he can stop Dinka here.
Sold my Sunflower for $8. Wait, which like dual terminal Sunflower?
Stop the Changing right away with the Beast, I believe. But I think they're discussing what to do. I'll try to bring it up once again for you guys on screen. Branded Beast, one of the best cards you set off the Bestial Rebellion, essentially allows you to just tribute and pop one.
Wait, he just tried to Beast pop Cengiz? Oh god. Oh lord.
Get destroyed because indeed he activates his effect to prevent the destruction.
Yeah, which is great because now you get to resolve both. So unfortunately, a little bit of fall in the calculations from Roman, who, as mentioned, tried to destroy it, but you can just banish one from the graveyard and then that triggers its own effect. So really strong play by Dinka, who is now just a bunch of life points away from swiping his opponent remaining life. And with Keldo and Mudora set up, he can just shuffle back the Masquerade and shuffle back all of the remaining branded cards in the graveyard by Roman. Great show off from Dinka, really. Well played. Does he have other options as Link Choose, or do you think the Charmer was actually the best one? Let's check his actual deck.
He's only playing the Charmer, actually.
So only the Earth Charmer, let's say Ausa. Yeah, interesting, yeah. I guess he doesn't have that much space in the actual deck since he's playing pretty much everything. But yeah, those are shuffled back in the deck. Yeah, let's not get things mixed up. Masquerade will get banished, and this is actually beautiful executed by Dinka. Since Bestial was summoned, he gets to use the second effect of the Camellia, summoning one back from the graveyard, and this is getting out of hand real quick. We might see the Naturia Beast here. And we do, for the first time, finally, we get to see one of the key cards from Dinka Bui, which is Naturia Beast. My god, when was the last time we have seen that card being summoned? It has been a while for sure.
Honestly, showcasing us how to play the deck.
He's just trying to OTK here, sending back the Saronir. I think his opponent might have seen the writings on the wall. He will try his best, goes to the battle phase, attack, and there is the fist bump. It is Dinka who takes it 2-0.
I mean,
what a match. Let's go back to the post discussion.
Kind of cool.
Wow, I'm honestly shocked by how well Dinka once again proved to be playing.
But at the same time, like, the opponent just didn't know what's going on. Like, you need to at least prepare somewhat for Rogue. At least a little bit, if you're trying to do well at a 2,500 people YCS, with some effort. I wanna, because I seriously considered bringing Medolce to this YCS. I want to see one Medolce versus Ishizu tier feature match. Now, people are saying that the top 32 one was a pretty bad showcase of Medolce because they just drew really badly. How good was Eugen's? How good was Eugen's feature match? Okay, so the first two answers after I just asked that was, the first one was pretty bad, the second one was pretty good. So I guess we're just gonna find out.
And here we have them. And we've heard it's Malte Imdal and Eugenheid. Don't get irritated by the names. They're going to get fixed.
You misplayed quite hard. I mean, then, you know, I'm even more down.
And we saw that Malte won the die roll, and he's on the...
Also, Romain looking kind of different this round.
It's not too bad to be mistaken with Dinka Bui for sure. But yeah, he's playing a quite reasonably big package of these Shizu cards. Yeah. But he only really maxed out on the shufflers, and he definitely cut down on the millers quite a bit. He's only running one Kelbeck and a total of 0 yugiohs, but he's already starting to discard one of the Keldos, which he's maxing out on by activating the effect of Shiren, and he hit a Merly in the process. And I think
a crime, and that's actually not a good hit, and for our immediate Ruiz Wurm activated to banish the Merly from the GY.
Yep, it's not only about Earth monsters in Eugen's Medolce deck. He's bringing a couple of Dark monsters. The Bestial's really making his Teal'c matchup even better, and look, Malte is shaking his head. I'm afraid there's not coming much more, but there is further Rhino.
I honestly think that sometimes it might be correct if they go for a play like this, where they have only one Tearlament in the graveyard. I think it could be good to keep your Bestial for later, especially if it's your only one. I don't know if he has more, but when you already know from based off their graveyard that they're gonna have to fuse from field or hand, that's good for you. Because like the chance that they just pass after Sheeran are basically zero. Like literally almost any card in their deck continues playing here. So they are basically guaranteed to get to Kid Kalos anyways, right? If you don't have a second Bestial. So you might as well just let them resolve the effect that requires them to fuse from hand or grave and then try to hit something else later, I think.
Could eventually pop the Druisworm, however, Druisworm can then send a special...
Don't they have a way to get crime after I don't Bestial? I mean, you still Bestial on their turn, just like later.
Necessarily want to send, to be honest.
Absolutely not, no. And Eugen is playing quite a few really strong going second cards because he's not only bringing the Bestials, which are really good versus the matchup he's just facing Ishizu Killaments, but he's also bringing in cards such as Herald of Orange Light, which in this deck is even better because you played Herald of the Orange Light in Medolce before because they're all fairies, and now you can even add some Ishizu cards, and you have so many cards you can discard with Orange Light. Basically, every monster works well together with the Orange Light besides the Bestials, of course.
It's a deck full of dragons and fairies. This is really cool, actually. So let me show you some of my favorite fairy artworks because we are about to see them very soon.
Yeah, but let's focus on what Malte is doing first of all. He's going to send Halfness to the graveyard with the Rhino Heart, and he uses that Halfness and with Shiren on board to go into Kid Kalos, and Kid Kalos is about to resolve its effect, apparently. Yeah, he gets to resolve it here. Malte is calmly going through his deck.
Is it ever a good idea to Bestial the Kid Kalos? It could be, but the situation would have to be very specific.
I should probably be featured at some point. Yeah, he was very direct about it.
Like, I think, for example, a scenario where it could be good to, like, let's say they go Kid Kalos, send itself to the graveyard to summon something, right? And then they mill 5, and they activate a fusion effect in the grave, but the only 2 monsters that they can use for a fusion summon are Kid Kalos and the tier name in grave, right? At that point, you could consider, instead of going Bestial on the tier limit name, you could Bestial the Kid Kalos, because then they have to fuse something from their hand or field, and Kid Kalos is gone for the rest of the game. That could be a consideration.
Resolving the effect of Kid Kalos.
I haven't done it, though, in this YCS.
Little cup that we're having, I'm doing a tribute gesture to one of Eugene Heights' featured matches, and those who know will know.
Sure, and look,
this time I read Ravine, by the way.
This is an interesting trend that I've seen beginning from this event by looking through a couple of decklists of the players. A lot of the Ishizu Tillman players have started to pick back up the Ghost Spell. That card fall out of popularity quite a bit. Yeah, but a bunch of players are actually bringing Ghost Spell, and I do kind of understand why. Because, of course, you could use it on Tillman's effects in the graveyard, that's nice, but you could also use it to prevent Bestials from benching your own Tillman cards, and I think that's even more handy in this matchup.
Ghost Spell has kind of, instead of being an interruptive hand trap, become a protective one. Because we have seen also in Mathmech, one of my favorite decks, that you want to protect your trap card from DD Crow or Cold by the Grave.
Absolutely.
And this is the case here again, I think.
Yeah, totally. So it is kind of a Cold by the Grave, right? So it looks like Ghost Spell is a... and it could also negate Cold by the Grave, by the way. So Ghost Spell really fits all...
Oh, we are detaching Elf instead of Merlin.
We are detaching Elf indeed.
I think that Malte is going to go for... Okay,
yeah,
so
he's playing
one Jet, one Smash, Sprite cards.
And of course, the Gigantic in the extra deck. And we don't
I actually like this a little bit. I like this... I like Gigantic Jet Smashers. I don't think it's a bad idea, because even if you mill the Smasher, you can shuffle it back into the deck. I think with the Ishizu cards, this type of stuff now makes more sense in tournaments.
What do you think the chances are? But
and we even recycle the Elf here. We only play 1 maybe.
It's always tough when you're a big name, everybody knows you, and you're going to that kind of tournament.
Yeah, that's okay.
People start to realize when you're playing a very, very interesting deck.
Oh, he shuffled back the Elf. Okay, no,
yeah, he did.
That makes a lot of sense. You can actually cut on spaces in the extra.
Yeah, I like it a lot, to be honest. I like it a lot. So maybe he knows that he's facing that matchup. And the end board is like, for an Ishizu tier deck, it's not that impressive. We see Elf, we see Rokalos, and I really want to see some Earth Fairies now on the side of Eugen, to be honest.
If you think that you don't need Abyss Dweller, then it's fine to just end on this board, set 1 card, and maybe hope for the best, actually. But he never got rid of the Druisworm.
So this board for Medolce, depending on, you know, hand traps,
is technically he started it off with the Vernisilf engine, Malte has to read it, and all the Vernisilfs basically do the same. They discard themselves, and they have to discard 1 more Vernisilf card or any monster, and then they will resolve their second effect. And he started all off with 1 of the Vernisilfs. He's only playing 1 of Vernisilf of the Awakening Forest, as you can see on the screen.
And he has the one of which mostly means...
Okay, so this is the Foolish Burial one.
Yep. I call them duckies and...
This was one of the misplays?
Yeah, I mean, I forgot...
okay, explain... I mean, I don't know the hand yet, so I can't judge this yet.
He gets 2 monsters in the graveyard now, but
of course, Malte is supposed to chain a Mudora or Keldo here. Or you can just negate it with Rule Kalos, honestly.
First of all, the Vernisilf of the Awakening Forest has to resolve. I think it's the one from the deck. Yes. And, I mean... Okay, so Keldo is being activated already. Targeting the Angeli. It makes sense because
yeah, but you know what
he can mill 1 now.
Yes, true. And you know what's kind of annoying? Eugen, by resolving his Vernisilfs now, is actually locking himself into only resolving Earth effects. So that Druisworm he has on board is actually not going to be able to use its Scent effect this turn if it gets away from board this turn.
That is indeed true.
What? You still send? You don't get a you can revive the bear though, right? Why would you not shuffle the bear?
So of course special summon from the graveyard,
and it can just special summon itself, and he gets the Keldo into the UI.
Should have shuffled the bear in for sure.
Oh look, he doesn't even special summon out the Angeli. He wants to special summon out
will shuffle back
the Awakening Forest. Oh yeah, makes sense of course.
Oh, and we're going for a Link to which one could that be? Dark.
It will be Dark. That is one of the most popular Link monsters in every extra deck. Even if you do not play Dark monsters yourself, you will sometimes have a way into getting Dark monsters.
Okay. Oing. We just went illegal activate Druid Worm, illegally target Rule Kalos, and opponents saw nothing wrong with it either. Hold on. I'm gonna stop you right there. we don't do that.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking. Also, maybe he doesn't realize, and then Dark is not that good anymore because he can also not use the effect of Dark on the field. So he gets rid of 2 monsters on board. He cannot trigger the Druid Swarm. He cannot use the effect of Dark on board. So maybe Eugenheit here actually forgot about the restriction.
We're just ignoring all kinds of things here.
The Roll Colors as well. Roll Color is going to be able to.
You know, minus times minus equals plus, I guess.
The elf effect open to special summon early.
Yeah, it looks like.
So it's like can't activate and can't target, so I guess it's fine.
And let's not forget about Sprite Smasher still being set there in his back row.
But we also do not want to forget about the Caldo and the GY of Eugen.
That is indeed true, yeah. And now we go with Madolche Zalong being activated on the side of Eugen. And Malta once
yeah, that's the Madolche player of
additional normal summon for Madolche monsters. He hasn't even used his regular normal summon yet, but he still wants to have another one. And of course, if another Madolche card you control on your graveyard is added to your hand or shuffled into your deck, you can set one Madolche spell trap card directly from your deck. So, as we know, that's happening quite a bit, and actually quite funny, that would have triggered on the Madolche Angelic shuffle back, I'm quite sure. So maybe he should have started things off with that, and then he could have already got the trap set.
Would have been neat.
Yeah, for sure. So, he's considering his options. And is that the hand of Eugen? It looks really big. A lot of cards.
It's the GY actually of Malta.
Oh yeah, true, yeah, there's no GY on Malta's side, so definitely is a GY of Malta. Both of them are running a couple of Ishizu cards. On Eugen's side, it's not that many, though. When we look through his list, he's playing double Caldo and only one Mudora, and that's already it. Not playing any of the mill cards. And we see he's milling one... Oh, no, okay. I thought that's his graveyard again, but no, it is Malta's graveyard. I think we're resolving Caldo, trying to shuffle back the Mudora here. And also 2 level 2s, which could potentially get reborn by the elf.
And this might be a chain to the activation of elf.
That could also very well be the case for real, yeah. But now we are trading our Mudora. But to be fair, there's not that much stuff you would actually want to shuffle back here. Probably are actually going to reset some resources on your side.
You really do not want to reset your Druid Swarm.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, okay, it is live right now because there's a Druid Swarm in his opponent's graveyard.
I mean, you also just, like,
absolutely not, no.
trigger your opponent's field spell for them right now.
He's certainly going to put back the Burner Sylph. Oh, and now he's also chaining with Smashers right now.
I mean, he basically wants to get rid of the Salon. Now this looks like all of the...
Wait, we haven't even used Elf!
Should be banished, no?
But it's so tough for Eugen that he actually has that dog that is useless right
Where's
now.
Elf? Why is Elf in the graveyard? What okay, why didn't we use Elf?
Because his link package in his deck is quite small and he's much rather focusing on Exceed monsters as Madolches usually do.
I think he probably just wanted to get rid of the Vocals anyways. But I mean, this one sticked.
He used it? Oh, he used it and he changed the thingy. Okay, I see.
Because Melee was shuffled back.
Yep, doesn't look like it though. Doesn't look like we're resolving that. Nope.
Okay, fine, cool.
I mean, so technically we can play now.
To follow that here in the commentary booth, then
oh no, he's actually going
look at it, look at it. He has not forgotten. He doesn't forget Malta.
Technically we can play now, but the problem is Rule Kalos is very good against
that's it. For Eugen, he's passing on an empty board and
wait,
is
okay, we don't even have a play. All right then.
So Malta has to show something now because otherwise he will still just be able
to
trigger Vocals and
then
not generated any follow-up. He's going for the Druid Swarm.
Do you think he top decked it to the Druid Swarm? He just shuffled back?
It's not a quick effect. Oh my god.
So that's quite has damage already.
Oh, no, he has Magna now as well. This one actually goes through because now he can go for Beatrice or the Wallow. I think he's
is this both end phase or is this?
One of my favorite cards.
Okay, this was his turn. All right. He didn't use him as a quick effect. All right.
You
already drew. I missed the part where he drew already.
Eugen has actually scooped it up. 1-0 for Malta Imdal here in our round 5 feature match. So maybe the champion again gets his lossy on the feature match area. Right now, of course, try to already make assumptions based on the assumptions others are making, and let's see what kind of assumptions we have here in game 2. Players are ready, so let's get back over to the table. And as you were saying, we did not see a board from Eugen yet, but it is on him now to actually produce a board because he will be going
Will Eugen manage?
Let's hope we actually
Will Eugen manage an illegal activation this game? Is my first question.
Going to see maybe Glass Souffle or Pudding Sass being on the end board for Eugenheit.
Penning Sorcerer is one of the best starters that the deck has. It's basically just a special summon and then an add. I think he's also running triple copies of this.
No, he's only running. Oh no, it's one Pudding Sass but triple Penning Sorcerer. You're absolutely right about
this deck is a literal treat.
Yep, a lot of treats. How many treats does Eugen get here though? He has to really consider his options. It can't be that easy. And again, he starts with a 1-off.
And this time he starts versus 8 element.
Legal!
In the GY. Mudora also one of his list, by the way.
Yeah, he starts with 2 1-offs, Venusaur, the Awakening Forest, and the Mudora. And wow, we have the Gamma being chained by Malta Imdal. And for a second I thought that driver is coming from his hand, but he's shuffling his deck, so I assume it came from the deck. And that could be an early stoppage here for Eugen. We gotta see whether they can recover from the
driver in hand and special summon the Gamma.
That, by the way, was an awful negate. That is one of the worst. Like that is not even a combo or anything. Like the bear plus discard Mudora. It's not a good negate with Gamma. You should never negate that. But I guess that is one of the things where you don't know how the deck works, so you make plays like that. Which is normal, but like that was one of the advantages of playing Madolche. But negating the foolish Venusaur is actually not very good.
Venusaur of the Misting Seedlings, discarding Angelia, and now this time
the duck, though, is broken.
With the effect of Venusaur of the Misting Seedlings.
And Misting Seedlings, exactly. Also
the duck is hella broken.
Yeah. And contrarian to Venusaur of the Flourishing Hills, the Misting Seedlings, very new from Dark and Glass by the way, can actually search you any Earth Fairy. So you could search out a Caldo if you like, you could search out any of the Madolche level 4 monsters, and you could do so many different things. And there is a Hoot Cake hitting the board already.
Hoot Cake!
For you guys.
Summon petting.
Malta maybe
Petting
a little bit
effect.
I will just throw the gun on the first thing I see,
Pudding
and I'm afraid it's
sets.
enough, but
Yes.
Eugen looks like he's very happily still going for a big play.
I mean, it was a +1, right?
I am mad, by the way. I'm mad how close to each other these two look. Petting Cessor and Pudding Cess. When I was testing this deck, you're supposed to go like Angeli or Hootcake, summon the Petting, and then Petting summons Pudding. At least 2 times, I summoned the Pudding first and then looked through my deck for like 2 minutes to find it before realizing that it was on my board. Dude, they look the freaking same.
You always take those +1 trades, I will agree with you. It seems like a pretty good activation indeed for the Gamma, but maybe Eugen also wanted that. He was like, hey, I'm going to give you an option. You can go +1 right here. You'd rather do it, and then I have my stuff that I really want to resolve afterwards. Because, honestly, he didn't discard the Angeli at first, so I kind of think that was the case. So we resolved the Hootcake. We have now special summoned out the Madolche Exceed monster, the Madolche teacher, Glass Souffle, and we're instantly putting another Exceed monster on
There's
top of it.
chocolate.
Madolche Pudding says, Chocolat a la mode. There she is. 2,500 attack points. Pure power.
That is true, and it has Pudding Cess as material.
It does. And we
This
also
thing is
see-
basically...
I think he's just explaining, yes, we have to
This thing is cracked. It just summons like multiple things from the deck.
Jelly is being shuffled back into the deck. Petting Cessor.
So now you summon the first Messenger Gelato, you get the field spell if you didn't hard draw it.
This is where we're going for.
That's how it is. Messenger Gelato.
You get the field spell if you didn't hard draw it, you activate the field spell, that shuffles the petting from the grave into the deck, that triggers Chocolate a la mode again, because Chocolate a la mode is not once per turn to summon from the deck. Like whenever a Madolche is shuffled into the main deck, you can summon, as long as you have the level 5 as material. I did try this deck. I was close to bringing it actually. I got myself all the cards on Thursday. I was thinking about it, yeah.
That's great because those Madolche cards actually got
So this summons a second Messenger Gelato if he didn't draw it. But he did draw it. Oh, he sided in the Butler. Okay, the Butler is something I told him to side deck. This is actually my Butler. I borrowed it to him. Actually, he still has it. He stole it. My bad. I'm mad. He stole my Butler-esque. You can side this card because it says when it's normal summoned and you have a Beast Madolche, I think. No, any other face-up Madolche, you can search a field spell, any field spell. So going first, you can search Necro Valley or Zombie World or whatever.
It's coming onto the field right here, right now.
And this one adds a field spell card to the hand when it gets summoned, so I think that you can just add a Necro Valley or something.
Yes, that's what he's also siding. He's siding Necro Valley and Butler So that's his side-decking plan for the Telemans matchup, I would assume. And luckily...
So this is not a normal summon, of course. But because you have so many Vernusylphs to start you off from playing, you don't actually have to... You don't normal summon in your combo very often. So you can just go summon the Butler from your deck. You make a Glass Souffle, you add it back to your hand from the graveyard, and then you normal summon it.
What a coincidence.
Yes, what a coincidence. Who could have foreseen that? Oh, and he's not done yet. Another Vernusylph effect.
Oh, it's
okay, this is the Rhoda
Flourishing Hills.
Vernusylph.
Yeah, they all first. But Flourishing Hills, and this is searching for one Vernusylph. And then, of course, again, special summoning back from the graveyard, as they all do.
You guys see what I mean with the fairy.
Yeah, absolutely. And we search for another...
He should be winning this game. Honestly, if he loses this, I'd be very surprised.
Yes, I'm pretty sure as well. But it is fodder for a rank 4 Exceed summon if you want to. That could be an easy Dweller now as well. That's really good.
Okay, linking off these into Sistar.
An option versus Bride of the restacks, and Abyss Dweller being the obvious choice versus Tealman stack. But has he searched for Necro Valley? I didn't see him pick up Necro Valley yet. Maybe he drew it, maybe he doesn't even play it. Because
I think you want to make the Glass Souffle first.
Internal Madolche Chateau being up there.
He's going for another Glass Souffle.
Yep. Making itself unaffected, and now shuffling back. But I mean, so far it's only the Madolche monsters on the board, which is okay. Now we're searching again. Butler Rusk now probably going to search out the Necro Valley. We're thinking about it. Here we have it. Necro Valley, such a strong weapon versus the.
And Malta is laughing.
He's nodding.
He's
like,
was wondering what is this going to end in, and now he knows. Of course, it's got to be the Necro Valley card that absolutely shuts down the entire deck. However, he has probably sided.
So what this deck ends on normally is a little different because you normally don't go for the Butler Rusk combo. Normally the Butler Rusk is a second Messenger Gelato, which adds any spell or trap for Madolche, and normally you get Saloon or a Ticket. And you set up Promenade, which is an Omni Negate trap. So your normal end board for Madolche, like let's say game 1 situation, you go first. Your normal end board is you set up in terms of interruptions. You have like the Sistar, which isn't like really an interruption, but you have the Madolche field spell, you have the Teacher, and you have the Omni Negate trap at minimum, and then some bonus stuff with a lot of follow up. And so Glass Souffle is like quick effect. You can detach a monster from it or a material from it, and you make a Madolche unaffected by monster effect for the rest of the turn. And then when a Madolche is sent to the graveyard, you can return 2 cards from either grave to the deck and non-targeting, right? And so the way it works is, let's say your opponent goes for a normal summon of Merly or whatever, or normal summon of Rhinoheart. You chain Glass Souffle, detaching a Madolche from it, right? Then their Rhinoheart resolves, sends a tier name, their tier name triggers in the grave, and then Glass Souffle triggers as Chainlink 2 because you detached the Madolche. And then you can shuffle in their tier element from the graveyard. And on top of that, Glass Souffle is broken because you can add any monsters from your graveyard to your hand under Chateau, right? Because Chateau says any monster that would be returned to the deck by a Madolche effect, Madolche monster effect, can be added to your hand instead. So if you have something like a Magnemute in your graveyard, or an Herald of Orange Light, or an Effect Veiler, or an Ash Blossom, you can just go Glass Souffle, attempt to shuffle it into the deck, and then Chateau add it back to your hand. So you can loop hand traps like crazy with this deck. Like if you open any sort of hand traps, you can add them back with Glass Souffle at any point, which is really nice. It has a very strong grind game. It's not the perfect deck because I think, like you saw in game 1, its board breaking capabilities aren't the greatest. Like going second, I don't think is that great. Herman's list was a little different. He didn't even play the level 5 to go into the chocolate a la mode plays, but I think it's better if you play the level 5, but I mean, Herman topped and I didn't play the deck, so whatever.
I don't think there's a way for you to prevent him from lightning stoning away this neck.
Yeah, we can look at Herman's deck in a second.
He has to first of all draw it. I trust in Malte, he can absolutely do this. So we are looking at his stuff again. Yep, he's double checking. And I think Malte wouldn't waste any time here when he wouldn't have an answer to Necro Valley. If he has no answer, he's probably just going
I remember Madolche being talked about as a going second deck. It used to be, I think. It used to be because, I mean, Tiramisu is a freaking broken card going second, right? Because what Tiramisu does is, like, it's a non-targeting shuffle 2 cards into the deck for your opponent. And it's not hard ones per turn. Like, you can make multiple Tiramisus relatively easily. The problem is still the tier element board is still better than yours. You can't resolve it.
Go into game 3. So I am also, as you are, quite optimistic for him that he has an answer to it.
Does he play any other answers to it?
Let me check. You talked about the lightning storms coming in from the side deck, but besides that, I mean, maybe with further Rhino. I mean, no, further
This board is weak to Zeus. It is hella weak to Zeus.
Could get to Sprite Smash at some point, but actually does work. But wait, can you even activate? You would have to banish from hand, right?
Oh, I thought he was going to add Mystic Mine with the Terraform.
Oh, that would have been quite decent, honestly.
I think that Sprite Smashers can banish from hand as cost.
Yeah, it can. But on the other hand, you only run Jet and Smashers, so it would be quite hard to pull it off. Yeah, for sure. That would be quite a hard task. So Further Rhino is up there now, both of them having a field spell, and Further Rhino probably being the most popular field spell in the whole tournament. But right now it seems unequally matched right there, because that Necro Valley is really doing a whole lot more for Eugen than his Further Rhino is doing for Malte.
That is true. And now, did he already search something? Because I couldn't really see what. No.
I think. Yeah, okay. He's confirming. We searched the Rhino art.
Good card.
It is indeed.
Not solving his problems right here, gotta be honest.
He still keeps on going. He's still. So, Lightning Storm now, out of the question. There's not going to be a Lightning Storm anymore.
Oh, yeah, he wants to go for a Zeus line.
Oh, that's honestly, yeah, we didn't even consider that, but that's a pretty easy way to actually clear the whole board.
Yeah, you just go for Babushka and then attack, and then you have the Zeus line. Perfect.
It seems like a really, really good plan. And that's probably what Malte is thinking here. That line is really obvious, but Eugen has to be aware of that. That can't be the first time he gets faced with a Zeus, so there has to be a backup plan in some way. And yep, Malte does exactly what you were talking about. He goes for the rank 4. He goes for Dweller. I mean, at the end of the day...
By the way, I still think it's better to activate the Rhino Heart. I don't know why you wouldn't. Because you just want... I think you want tier elements in the grave to fuse with efficiently. Unless you want to keep all of them in your deck because you have like a Sharon in main phase 2 or something.
Where's the Madolche? I don't think that any card really does something against Dweller except for Caldo. Oh, it would be actually really strong here. To be honest, to activate it first of all.
Eugen has to be aware of this. I mean, Eugen, I think, was aware of this in terms of, like, he told me beforehand that Zeus is a big problem for this deck, which is why you need to be, like, concerned about having follow-up in your hand at all times. Because, like, committing to a Zeus line here takes away your normal summon, takes away your Caldo special summon. It does take a decent amount of resources to commit to a Zeus play. And so you're definitely getting another turn, right? And so if you have proper follow-up, you might be fine still. And Eugen, honestly, even though he didn't top, he didn't end up doing terribly. He ended up being, I think at some point he was 6-1 on day 1, and then he ended up losing the last 2 rounds. I don't remember what he lost to, but he didn't do terribly.
The and the opponent's GY. You know what I would have liked for going to Zeus? Maybe just go for the Rhino Heart and then go battle phase. Because there's an Exceed monster in defense position on the side of Eugen, so you could have actually gotten a scenario where you have an Exceed monster battling without even summoning one yourself.
We're not watching every round. I just want to watch the ones where the matchup sounds interesting.
Because now you can actually deal damage, right? No. Okay, I thought you could go walk over. But
and now there's Zeus, and is there an answer? Because, of course, Eugen is chaining the Glass Play effect. So
it's a good for a fun deck, is what you're saying.
But that doesn't make...
From my current standpoint, I would say so, yes. I think if people know what this deck does, it's a solid tier 2.5-ish thing. Like, I think the deck is fine. I don't think it was a better choice than just playing straight up tier limits. But it wasn't an unviable option. I do believe that. I do believe it wasn't terrible. It's a strong rogue pick, essentially. That I also didn't have it on my radar until like last week.
Yep, indeed. This looks like it could very, very, very well work out for Malte. I mean, we were already going like, does he have another option than Lightning Storm? Not really. And then by seeing him summon another level 4 monster, we were like, okay, yeah, Zeus could be a really good line. And now we are actually in the process of resolving Zeus, and Necrobelly is leaving the board, making play for Malte.
You do keep the chocolate a la mode here because Glass Souffle makes it unaffected by monsters. So you do have hella follow-up.
Probably going to deal with the Medora instantly. And also
it's hard to play. I think once you nail the combos, it's actually not like insanely hard to play. No, I don't think so.
Also going to chain his Medora here, but that has no real good target. I mean, he himself can actually get the Necrobelly back into rotation, but let's just.
I mean, it's like initially the combos are a little complicated, but once you know all your effects, I think it's not that hard.
Yeah, I would have thought that against Zeus, it's actually going to be the Orange Light. I would have thought maybe there's an Orange Light in his hands just to protect all of that. But besides that, not really.
Running Knights. Orange Light, yeah. Promenade.
But he's not running Knights.
Alright, he recycles Butler Rusk and
Necrobelly wants to have that option back in his deck.
And triggers the chocolate a la mode on the opponent's turn.
Under the restrictions of Necrobelly. One of the most powerful field spell cards there are.
Yeah. And now he used the chocolate a la mode.
Heading Cessor also triggers.
I mean, it bought a turn, right? Necrobelly just made Malte use his battle phase. He took 300 damage, and for next turn he can now get some more resources and set up.
So as you can see, we have some follow-up.
He gets one turn, it's fine, and then afterwards he just goes for the OTK.
Hoot Cake is level 2 because of the petting.
This deck sometimes was even a going second deck because he could actually end games in one turn so easily. So I think Eugen, contrarian to, for example, Axo Sisters that we saw earlier, would be very much able to end games quickly. So I could see that. Oh, but there's Instant Fusion on the side of Malte.
Malte having the Instant Fusion, going to summon out AK Colossus for free, looking into the camera and smiling.
That's a nasty draw.
Get the gas going again here. I think, was it only 2 cards left in hand, and one of them being Instant Fusion.
Like I said, we've already normal summoned. We've already used Keldo as an extender, discarding Kelbeck, but we just hard through instant. That is kind of nasty.
Yep. Already in the GY, so scratch that. But I mean, milling 8 is going to do a lot.
Indeed, indeed. So, Malte considering it. What are we going to see here? How big is his combo going to look like?
Because targeting itself,
alright, we're already milled.
Classic mill 8 coming up here. Free for the Merlee. That's already
right. Oh god, alright, we're already set up. Oh my god. Oh my god.
In this mill 8, he's going to activate.
Holy!
There's no interruption in the GY of Eugen, and he's just now free to pop off.
And look how happy Malte looks. He came up with that. He figured out that the Zeus line is most certainly the way to go here, and he actually profits heavily off it.
Yeah. Maybe also
holy shit, we even milked the Jet and not the Smashers. We can just grab it back.
Because most likely he is going to.
Is this a 2-0?
Yeah, that's what you also has 2 cards in hand, by the way. Oh, he searched for Prime. Okay, never mind, I stand corrected.
So, let's see how that chain...
I mean, he probably had to side out all the Bestials. There were probably no more cards that he wanted to side out.
Yeah, I mean, he's like a big action. In general, that is a trend here in this tournament. People are really focusing on Bestials. Those cards from Darkwing Blast, almost everybody runs them in the lane deck, absolutely. And he's playing triple Druid's Womb, double Magna Moot, and 1 Saronir. So one more of the team Druid's Womb over Magna Moot. Because you don't want to give your opponent the chance to reborn your Magna Moots, and therefore you don't triple Druid's Womb and only double Magna Moot.
I mean, it just makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
That was an insane mill. I mean, like, you're expected to hit like 1 or 2 names, but hitting the Jet on top, plus the Scream for a follow-up trap? Oh my
this makes sense. There are already monsters on board that you want to basically negate.
Alright, we make a Dragos Tapelia since we've already used Kick Colors. Should have definitely made, I think, Rule Colors. Rule Colors is really strong against Medolce.
Yeah, that's really cool. You can actually go after 2 monsters instead of 1. So definitely has a play there by him.
Well, I mean, Dragos Tapelia is also good.
After that mill 8, he had a bunch of stuff to do, and he now looks through his extra deck. He could actually just link away. Oh, we're going for Kick Colors again here. Interesting.
Very interesting. I wonder what that is all about. Maybe he wants to desperately go into another Rule Colors. Okay.
This looks like we're going for...
Go to Sprint? No, Dark.
Yeah, oh, it's Elf.
Oh, he mills Jet.
Oh, you're so right. He did mill Sprite Jet, so his little package is actually alive, so he can special out the Sprite Jet with Elf to get the Smashers from his deck. So he now has Dragos Tapelia on board, which is an interruption. He has Smashers on board, which is another interruption, and he has Sprite Elf, which will be able to special summon back the Merlee from his graveyard as well. So going second through a Necrobelly, Malte Imdal actually put up a fantastic board here.
And now we are going, of course, for the gigantic Sprite.
Oh, he's checking. Is there gigantic in there already? But of course it's not. We would have noticed, right? We would have noticed if we would have been locked into only ranked link twos.
And he, of course, now
why
detaches
do we keep detaching the
but it just makes sense because you want to shuffle it back.
Yes, indeed, it does.
We shuffle it in right now?
So, Malte, again, he still has that Keldo in his
But he
graveyard.
hasn't.
He's
Has he
instantly
not
putting
used
the Strike Elf back
Keldo
in the extra
yet?
deck. He also wants to recycle the Zeus, just in case Eugen gets a chance to set up Necro Valley again. He wants to have that option
How
once
did
more.
the Keldo get banished, though?
As well, maybe?
I think he used it.
Elf shuffle back if he goes into Elf again right here, because what does it do now? Like, why did he go into the route? Like,
Didn't he use it?
You mean the Gigantic, right? Yeah, Gigantic didn't really do too much here.
I mean, just
How are there 2 Keldos
I
banished
mean,
already?
Venom really
If he hasn't used it.
He is, first of all, negating the Hood Cake, I think, with the Dragon's Apelia, as we were talking about earlier. Also, he searched Crime in between, so it's not just the board I was talking about, it's Crime on top of all of that. So this is really a fantastic endboard. But I think,
keep in mind, it looks like he has no cards.
That's what I was about to say, indeed. So Crime, not like just yet.
Chat,
but
was
we
the
know
Keldo
what
used twice? I think it was.
Even on your opponent's turn.
So there are a lot of ways for everything in the opponent's turn.
Indeed, indeed. So Eugen draws for turn, not looking too comfortable anymore. He looked happier when he had Necro Valley on board, not gonna lie. But is there a way he can figure this out?
Gigantic Strike patiently waiting the graveyard of Malte, waiting to be shuffled back and being summoned again. You can actually recycle the Smashes Engine every single turn if you want. It is absolutely not every single turn. You have to banish something for cost. But
I'm pretty sure the Keldo was used twice.
What is his way to deal with that now? I mean, he could always just instantly go into something such as Baguska, I think, because that could potentially buy him.
Not that it matters that much.
Long time he gets there.
That's true. Okay, so Elf is being activated. I think Eugen threatened to go to the battle phase already. That's why he put his monsters in the text as well. Now Merly is going to be activated. Well, he is hitting 3 cards that we cannot determine. I think the first one might have been Rhinoheart.
Yes, Reinhardt and both shufflers. And I honestly
There
love
is a
that.
card in hand though for Malte.
Oh, you're right, there is. I honestly love that from Eugen. I think that's what maybe everybody should do. When there's a Sprite Elf on your opponent's side of the field and you have monsters on board, just announce battle phase, and he will most likely respond with Sprite Elf. So you already get one of the interruptions from your opponent out, and then you can still stay in main phase 1 because your opponent did something when you announced that you want to enter battle phase, and therefore you can just keep on playing now, as he does. He normally summons the Angeli. Very well done by Eugen.
And he cannot use the Prio, so because it doesn't exist anymore, so he can actually use Dragon's Apelia to negate it.
Yep, and Malte is thinking about it. Maybe he's going for it. I mean, it's so strong what Malte has set up there going second for that board, right? There's still Crime, there's still Smashers, there's the Dragon's Apelia. This is just really, really strong stuff. And it's a really good showcase of how good the Ishizu Tillman's deck is.
So we are going for the rank 4. Is this going to be the Baguska? No, it's the Tiramisu, and this is the OG boss monster of Medolce.
Absolutely. The Queen herself is being summoned, and this is pretty cool because you can actually shuffle back 2 cards on the field. But you need to, the thing is, you need to shuffle back Medolce cards from your graveyard for that, right?
Appreciate it,
So
Groggy. Thank you so much.
Let me double check on the effects.
Necro Valley.
Well, we just... Okay, Tiramisu here.
Okay, yeah, sure, fair enough.
Crime, I don't think can be activated. I don't think we have cards in hand.
You could respond with Keldo or something, and I think Tiramisu so
I'm not sure why we don't like use the Angeli or the Hood Cake first to create some of those interruptions.
You can.
And now, maybe Eugen also wants to go for Zeus at some point. The thing with Zeus is, though, that is one that is 100% getting crimed, right? There's a small chance still, but Malte does not have a Telemans card or a monster card in general in his hands.
I mean, he can just attack over the Kid Killers of the Valley, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. And then
Isn't
there's
it
no
level 1?
on the board anymore. But first of all, we
The
go
Hood
for
Cake
the
is level
second
1, yeah.
Chocolat
Oh, wait,
box.
no, it's negated right now. Yeah, you're right, you're right.
There she is. Right next to each other, they're sitting there now. One is no materials left, but the other one does have 2.
Did he use any effects that lock him out of monsters like Zeus or lock him into Medolce cards?
I don't believe so, honestly.
Because this sounds like a convenient way to win this game, to just basically, okay, adding back Chateau now. Not targeting Chateau, maybe shuffling back Chateau.
That could definitely be the case. But one thing that Eugen has to keep in mind is that the clock also is not really in his favor anymore. 3 minutes and 28 seconds left.
Yeah, he gets too old. I thought he was going to win. I mean, to be fair, I think that was something...
Not really going in Eugen's favor, no.
But he's ahead in life points.
Yes, for now he is, but there's...
Something he should have considered more, the possibility of getting...
For this game, he looks fine.
The possibility of getting...
And there is Smashes, which is a card that is actually really the first.
It is.
So Jet is being banished, and we are probably going to get rid
Zeus
of Elf first.
after the Battlerusk play. I'm not sure if that was ideal, the setup you have there.
Oh, that looked like a pass to me. They are talking. But Eugen made some hand gestures which look like pass, but no! He has another banner.
Called by the Grave.
Wow! There is a call by the Grave. Who's there?
It's the Grave. I got a call earlier. If you guys have seen the introduction video, it was actually the Grave. So
it's the Grave I called earlier.
He didn't even need to scram. Like, he activated all the other cards that he had in his back row, except for the one that he showed Eugen earlier.
Yeah, but there's Gaia Chatter, so he's still going into Zeus as you were anticipating. But does he have a monster in hand to just negate it with the crime? That's a question. He has Hood Cake now, though.
Yeah, Hood Cake is still negated. He can banish a card from the GY as cost still. But
it's not going to resolve. Nope. Oh, but he's chaining Zeus, and there's the crime bow, and his multiple Torah in hand. So this is now actually probably sealing the deal for Malte. Play is going over for him, but the clock is something to be really concerned about right now. He normals him early, draws on the top.
Does he hit anything? I don't think he needs anything. There's Chiron. You can now just freely go for a Garura or a Wool Colors. At this point, you probably just go for Wool Colors. This is
there was no Rhinoheart. Where was Rhinoheart? We're missing Rhinoheart, my friends.
Wrong card. And we know that he meant to go for Wool Colors. It is. He just grabbed the wrong one. I think that should still correct it. This is still not a legal summon at this point, but when you're going so close to time, then...
Yeah, I think they're double check. Yeah, look.
Oh, that was right.
Not illegal. Yeah, it's the wrong. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we figured that out. Great. Now we go into battle phase. So Malte is securing advantage in life points right here, right now. So he feels a lot safer and brings himself a lot closer to a 2-0 victory here over our former European champion, Eugen Haidt.
And this board is still impressive. Eugen has no cards in hand. I think no cards on the field. And there's the Roll Colors and Dragon's Apelia. You can now consider going into Elf or
I mean,
shuffle it back first with the Modora that you just discarded for crime. But you don't really need that.
Honestly, you don't need to. The board you have right there is good enough. And there is the call for time.
It is the fist bump. And Eugen loses to Malte Imdal in the round 5 featured match. we have a winner.
Oh,
Indal still
rip.
undefeated, going strong, now even defeating the European champion, the former European champion, so definitely a showcase.
Eugen did win Euros during the best format of all time. True? Not true. Absolutely not true. Absolute false information being dropped right there. Alright. I do think it was a cool feature match, nonetheless. Alright, what else do we have? We have seen the Draco Slayer. There's a Pachycephalo. There's a Pachycephalo in this thumbnail. Why is there a Pachycephalosaurus in this thumbnail? I'm afraid to click this feature match. I am genuinely afraid to click it. Oh god. Oh no, I clicked it. Oh god. Oh no. It's a stun deck. Why is there no like 4x option for stun decks on YouTube? Alright, let's see.
And here we are, and did you see
Who
guys,
is it?
on
Alright,
top of
it's
Yuri
Yuri.
name, what kind of deck does he have there?
And Lucas.
Already against Scouted
I know
Deep
Yuri
Defense.
is in
This
chat
one's
a couple
okay,
times.
absolutely, yes. He's playing cards like
Or like from time to time.
No. Something quite different. A different approach for sure than that.
I also don't think I've ever seen Yuri on a deck that doesn't have like 20 trap cards.
Really, Organo Commandant rather than Fossil Dyna Pachycephalosaurus.
That's actually, Fossil Dyna is really, really cool. We have checked in some new cards like Astura Fenrir. We have Inspector Border as well, and we also have a card I'm not the biggest fan of, but it has found its way into many main decks offerings to the Doom.
Indeed, yeah. So some pretty interesting stuff. Very certainly a deck that wants to win the die roll because there are quite a few trap cards in his deck. He's running cards such as Solemn Judgment, so he would have certainly preferred to win the die roll here. That wasn't happening.
Okay, so how does this stun deck? How is this stun deck 8-2? Like, what's the plan? Surely we have to have a plan for going second against Tyrion. Surely, Chad, right? There's no way we don't have a plan for that.
Okay, you would be able to search for another Salik because
there's no way we don't have a plan for going second against Tyrion. There's no way.
Yeah, but usually people have been cutting on the Saliks.
Fossil Line effect, yeah, set Fossil Line.
Let's see what he's milling here. We are going for the mill 8 play. That is very commonly seen in the Ishizu Tillemans deck. The combination of Merly and Kit Kalos adds up to 8 cards being milled. And let's see what we're triggering.
I think he might not activate Kelbeck because he does not know what his opponent's playing. Oh, this hand is a bit odd of Yuri, as we have already seen. He is
Wait, there were no trap cards in that hand.
Yeah, fair enough. He's playing 2. To be fair,
Arsa Rag, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. Thank you. Welcome back.
To resolve and search it out from the deck, but that's not going to happen in that particular scenario.
There we are seeing the roll colors, and I gotta be honest with you.
Roll color is probably not going to do too much versus this deck, right?
No, he doesn't really play any card that special summons.
Yeah, that's not really his thing here in this tournament. Yuri Landsman solely relying on normal summoning big monsters and impactful monsters. I mean, there's one exception. You talked about it earlier, Kashira Fenrir being the one with special summon, but still, that is not something that could be stopped by roll colors.
I mean, he has Crime, and he has, I think, Kaldo and Modora already set up in the GY plus Palorino, so I think you don't get a better opening versus Gravekeeper Dyna Stun.
Indeed, so
can you rule Kalos Macro Cosmos? I would think so.
Probably going to go for Kelback. Yeah, we go for Kelback. So another card that's not
yeah, I think so.
This could
why wouldn't you?
Theoretically bounce one of the Fenrir's.
Yo, Ghost Rare Elf,
still,
true.
You could just summon it back, so it's also not the best. You would have to wait until your opponent summons another monster next to it. And look, I think he's probably going for Dweller here. He's scared of the mirror match. He's summoned another
we Dweller the stun deck.
I think this helped Yuri to even get to this standing right now.
Hog you.
Are expecting mirror matches all day long, and they are preparing for it in a certain way.
It's round 11. We're 8-2. Surely, it's a mirror match, right? Surely, guys, it's a mirror match.
Maybe his double Cosmic Cyclone. That could be the case because he's actually running triple in the main deck, so he just wants to go after both of them.
So you want to prime that, right? You really want to activate it.
Yes.
This Dweller will help me. Yes.
Actually discarding the Kelback.
I think you might want to activate it. Yes, of course.
When you see that your opponent is... Okay, yeah, I mean, you have Dweller on top of it, so what your opponent is milling, even if he's on Ishizu Tillemans, is not really mattering because he's not going to be able to trigger it, and there he sees the new Solemn Judgment, and that he has served offerings to the Doom.
Oh my god. Oh my god, look at the mills.
I'm really happy I won this dice roll.
Absolutely, yeah, that Solemn Judgment could have been quite cool going first.
And now you know you can just freely activate Agido as well.
Oh yeah, he milled the Agido
One off Agido.
Absolutely.
Yo, Dweller resolved, guys. Pog you. Yeah.
Another Fenrir being milled. As you can see, he's on triple Cosmic Cyclone now.
Yo, we've milled 2 Fenrirs. If they have one in hand, they can't search.
Half is milled for Lucas, so I think he can trigger that one as well. And now we first of all resolve the Sharon.
Yes, indeed. But I think Yuri's hand must be still okayish, right? Otherwise, I would have preferred him to just scoop, because you don't want to give your opponent the information that you're on that kind of a deck, when you don't think you would be able to win game number 1. So there must be some quite impactful cards in his hand still.
What he can do here is activate Necro Valley, have it popped, activate another Necro Valley if there is one, and then set Fossil Dyna Pachycephalosaur.
That could be the way.
Dyna Pachycephalo.
Yeah, that's the actual name of the card, you're right. So maybe double Necro Valley. I mean, there are multiple ways for him in his deck to get to Necro Valley, but I see offering. I think he doesn't have double Necro Valley, and he rather has double offerings to the Doom in his hand. So I don't know how this is going to...
Offerings to the Doom only destroys monsters, right?
Yes, indeed. And you have to skip your next draw phase for it.
But I think he has Commandant and Necro Valley. I think
he does have Necro Valley.
Answered with a Palorino pop via Modora.
You have to, otherwise
Modora
is just not working anymore. Yep, Lucas knows his things, he knows how to help his Necro
Oh
Valley.
wait, yeah, no, it doesn't matter.
Tries to get rid of the Necro Valley instantly, and I mean, that's going to be successful. That will be quite successful. But did you see
that there's also a Commandant in the hand of him? Because that would mean
don't know, yeah, that would mean
that he could get a second Necro Valley.
And then setting the also Dynamo
That could be huge. That would be a way to actually get into the game-winning position he wants to have. Yuri Landsman maybe
I wonder how
trap deck with that kind of stun deck is going to be able to pull this off. Surprising faces here on the screen, not really. But
why
we
would
see that
he-
he's now again reading up on the Pearl Rhino, and Pearl
Okay,
Rhino
why would-
is just going to pop the Necro
That
Valley.
was
And
weird,
what's
John.
next?
We have double offerings Splatoon and Ecclesia. Can you do something with the Ecclesia now?
Not really. I think I would have
Special summon it?
He wants to get rid of the Sprite Elf first of all.
Honestly, the Dweller is quite good here because once you get to like Nadir 7 or something, or send the monster from the X-ray to July, you can
Deserve is awful. Yeah. It actually is stopping at the Servant to really be the powerful card it really is. So that's actually tough for Yuri. Who would have thought that Abyss Dweller is putting in work versus stun? That's definitely not something to be expected.
What a good all-rounder card.
And that brings Yuri to pick up his cards. Lucas
Why do we play for a bit? Why don't we like show them what we're on? Like, there's no way you ever break this with like Cosmic Cyclone. Cosmic Cyclone and offerings to the Doom. We're never breaking that. Why would you even show them what we're playing? Like, it would have been, honestly, it would have been much better to just do something like Scoop immediately after they make Dweller, or like after they activate Dweller. You're just like, oh well, can't beat Dweller, and you're like, oh, go next, right? That way they keep like the Bestials and stuff.
Necro would be impactful like crazy, which is totally stop the whole deck. Probably could just instantly answer it. There was no way.
It's like, damn, that Dweller was nasty, and move on. I think that would have been the better play.
So that could actually. There we have them. Game number 2 lining up, and I just looked at the deck list of Lucas, and he has made the decision to play additional back removal. He is surrounding with double twin twisters, which could be very helpful in this matchup. But
Especially in this matchup because you can discard the Kelbeck and Taquito and you can just safely mill, and now the Grave
Oh my god, Gravekeeper's Commandant.
was discarded to search for Necro Valley, so
We are desperate.
additional attack points.
Yep, not only does it bring you to the best card in your deck, which is Necro Valley in this current format, but also when you are normal summoning.
Is there Royal Tribute? Please let there be Royal Tribute in this Pot of Prosperity. Please. Yuri, please.
So, and we are going for Prosperity after he just sees Necro Valley and Commandant again. There's Solemn Judgment, that could help. Very
No.
Oh, he doesn't even want Defender, he might actually have one already, he just wants to go for Judgment. This is a good pickup.
Judgment is great. So the Twin Twisters in the world of Lucas would be
Oh
worse.
my
This
lord.
is indeed stun.
Oh yeah, this is stunning to see here from Yuri Landsman. He's really piloting his stun deck to a really good start.
Oh my
And let's see what
god, they
Lucas
just
can
said
do
it's
that.
stunning
In
to
case
see.
you forgot what Inspector Border is doing, because it wasn't in the feature match area recently.
They said
This
it's
is just
stunning
allowing
to
you play
see,
only resolve
chat.
as many monster effects as different extra deck types are on the board. So if there's one Link monster, you could just use one effect per turn. So if there's a Link monster and a Synchro monster, it would add up to 2. But right now there's only non-extra monsters on the board, and therefore no monster effects can actually activate.
I would have loved to see normal summon Inspector Border activate cards.
Is Yuri in chat still? Yuri, is there Royal Tribute in your deck, please? I need to know.
Yep, indeed. I think part of Prosperity is just better. You just can target the card you want.
Did you Necro Valley Royal Tribute a tier player this weekend?
And Normal Summon Shiren is even bigger than Inspector Border because Pellerino has
His list was on Deck Doctor?
As well out with Shiren and the Pearl Rhino here. Oh, but he's not even going for the Antis. He goes for the good old Titanic.
There's
left.
no way we had it on Deck Doctor. Oh no.
on the field that allows him because with Inspector Border he could have also not used the Antis. He can just pop a card with this. And now he's attacking for 2000. So the big problem here is that Hafen is also
Giga Chad.
easily with 2100 attack points.
He tested it but ended up cutting
There's
it.
a dream now as well, so that's even more monsters.
Oh,
running
Pearl
for the
Rhino actually
Right,
outscored
because
her.
monsters normal special summon
Yeah.
reduces the attack points of your opponent's monsters by 500 as well. This deck has an out to everything.
There's
Oh,
Dark
Skin Rain and Dark Hole, he actually has hell outs.
It looks quite good here right now. What's this next? Let's crack
Crackdown.
down from your
Crackdown.
That guy is changing
He's
sides
cracked.
now. He's taking over the Rhino Heart and he's
Does he
punching
go for an
for
overlay now? He could actually go for a rank 4 exceeds.
Make it Dweller just for good
Inspector Border
measure.
effect is still quite powerful, and yep, he decides to put the Rhino Heart into
Oh,
this position.
later on Mirror Force.
4,000 life points.
Giving us back over, and
Oh,
very
you-
importantly, he has another backrow. Because we know the one backrow that has been sitting around there probably is Solemn Judgment, and he needs something else. And you could even consider to Judgment this normal
Yes,
summon now.
absolutely. Because
I'll do it again.
He still has, maybe he has Dimensional Prison set. We don't know it yet. I mean,
Dimensional Prison. Oh my god, if he Dimensional Prisoned that Rhino Heart, oh my, I would have left.
This game is so simple. Yuri is just trading trap card for every normal summon that Lucas has to offer, and he's probably going to go into the battle phase once more to punch for 2,000 again. And 2,000 plus 2,000 plus 2,000 is 6,000. So
You are
only
so good at math.
one more attack left to actually seal the deal here for Yuri.
Other said card. Yuri does not have anything.
Very good
Eye protection
gameplay.
and eye protection plus judgment.
Let's see, does Lucas have more
Very good gameplay.
The attempt of a normal summon?
You know what? I would have liked Lucas to set Rhino Heart at some point because you will find more monsters that can attack over Inspector Border, but you are
Yeah, right, set Rhino Heart was
some
also
basic
neat.
GBO stuff right now. You have to consider that if you have a monster with 2,100 defense points,
Because it's
you're likely
beefy.
not to lose against Inspector Border.
That's true, absolutely. So Lucas really, for the last time, maybe considering his options here in this game. Oh, he goes for
He
Instant
is halving his life points.
I mean, he goes down to 1,000 life points. But on the positive note, he's actually giving himself the option to activate a monster effect, because there will be a fusion monster on board, and Yuri is really
yeah, he
considering
can
to
use it
judgment
as
this,
an
I think. He doesn't want Lucas to use monster effects here.
He should have used this
But
way
it's not
earlier.
attack, so Yuri does not consider this monster a threat in this moment.
And I think that's fair. Oh, but there's still its heartbeat.
And this one is immediately judgment.
Boom.
And now he has Sully set.
Oh, for second afford, it's improve.
But he
It's
can't.
crime. It's
Oh, because he paid the life points.
But it's
It
double
was-
judgment.
On the crime, and we have a game 3 here.
Old man says no in this case. Double no from the old man, and Yuri Landsman equals the score. What a game we had here.
What a game indeed. We are getting the instant fusion off to activate heartbeat protected by Crime. But
I think you can win this earlier if you activate the instant
Yu-Gi-Oh!
fusion
Really shining
earlier.
once more. The stun deck with all the old cards, taking one game here from
But yeah, I mean, very cool gameplay
and all can still
here.
compete in this case, and now it will all come down to that final third game where again.
Yeah, he didn't activate Kit. He could have actually won, right? If he goes Kit, search and normal summon, I think he wins.
Oh, and he does, he does.
After this exchange. Right? Yeah, because you just go Kit, normal summon Sharon, mill 3, your Sharon is 23, the border is 1500, you attack the border, and you probably win the game.
Pretty sure that Lucas is going to focus on Baron now. You want to have negates.
After the double judgment.
Not really. We saw that Rel actually is kind of nice versus Servant, but still.
Pretty sure that's a win for tier.
And therefore, it's good. And also, you don't really need
Because
to
like, literally, I think this stun deck just loses to Scream Pearl Rhino. Because suddenly your monsters are just smaller than theirs. Like even Havness is just unbeatable because it's 2100. You can't beat it.
Playing 2 copies of Zombie World to win the 3-1 race matchup. This card is really out to the deck.
Yes.
Deck loses to normal summon
the players are
Havness.
again shuffled up, so please let's get into this game 3 of our round 11 feature match.
So I think Raigeki is going to play a major role in this game.
It is you, Yuri. I am very disappointed by the lack of Royal Tribute in these games though.
And yep, I think they're getting a sign that they're allowed to start. Nice little sportsmanship there. They are having a fist bump before this final game, maybe the last game for one of those guys in the tournament because they are playing a bubble match right here. We're starting it off with Kel Do discarding Agido, so we will be milling cards instantly. Just imagine milling triple Necro Belly on the opponent's side.
Yeah, I was gonna say this could be huge. Like actually, the milling factor is helpful because you can also.
Okay, do we have any like Neko Main King? Imagine Neko Main King here. Oh my god.
Okay, so it's really unlucky that he has another Patchy if he sets a monster. Sharon's going to
he milled Kelbeck as well, so we continue to mill.
I cited Royal Tribute before the YCS, but I cut it. Unfortunate turn of
Double Necro Belly in there. That's
the top end offering to the Doom.
no, Neko Main King.
Not to search with terraforming anymore now. That's crazy. So if he gets to Crime or Baron, he could just negate the terraforming. Oh no, it'd be Necro Belly. That would be quite
I honestly think.
He has the last Necro Belly.
I honestly think, unironically, Vonto, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I unironically think Neko Main King was a good side deck card in decks where the Ishizu people would just mill without fear, right? Of course, in the tier mirror, it's not good because you can never be sure that they will mill you. But if you play like Stun or Flunder or whatever, right, people would always try and mill 5 on the first turn, so the Neko Main King could have actually been kind of neat, right? It's worse that, yeah, you're right, Jordan, it's like some people don't play Agido anymore, and so they might, even if they would mill you, they sometimes just can't. But like, even if you play just Kelbeck, you have like a solid chance of drawing it, and if you go for the Kick Kalos mill 8, you have a very high chance of hitting the Kelbeck, right? But like, it does make a difference if they mill 5 or 10 statistically, because they don't play Agido, they don't go for 10 that often. But yeah, I mean, on the other hand, what else is a deck like this going to do going second, right? I mean, maybe we'll see something crazy. I don't actually know who wins this, but...
He's still good here. This might still be his win option in here.
Actually, I think I know who wins because Lucas was in top cut. So unless it's a draw in 25 minutes, I know who wins.
He already has that. He does not, as it seems, have access to Palorino, which would also be really good. You could search for a Scream and then pop your own Scream, or pop your own Kaleido Heart during your combo and then send Scream to get another trap card. So those would be really useful.
So what are we milling here now with the 8 cards we are about to mill? There's Skill Drain down, okay.
Heartbeat, also not great. Is not great.
That's only 7 cards. Could you please mill another card? Thank you, sir.
Does he play Diviner?
Yes, we saw him actually milling a couple of Diviners already. I think he's playing 2 of them.
So it's really unfortunate only one, though, that he did not mill it this time because he really wants to access this Baron.
Yep, you will need the tuner.
Yeah, I spoiled. My bad.
I think he's playing Diviner, but he's not playing any Herald of the Orange.
I was going to say the same thing. We have barely seen any Diviners this event.
Yeah. We saw them in the Dolce list, but that makes sense because you have so many more fairies. But here in the Steel and the Shizu deck, they are actually not running it that much anymore. Which is actually really interesting because when we look at the lists of YCS Pasadena last week, everybody basically was on it.
This is a more rogue-focused pick in the deck because you can actually answer a Dimension Shifter, but you don't want to prepare for rogue if you want to win the entire event.
Yep, and we already saw, I think Yuri has Raigeki plus Necro Belly.
How does Stun win going second? We'll see what cards they play.
Might be in trouble versus Yuri Landsman in his Stun deck.
So we are cutting the deck again. Having a hard time cutting the deck, but this happens from time to time.
SMH my head. I mean, I already told you, I thought SMH meant so much hate.
Kaleido Heart is a really sticky monster and it's also like big.
Indeed it is.
Which is
you could say it that way.
It is the game 3 of their bubble match here in round number 11, so definitely where the nerves are getting to you. If nerves aren't getting to you at this point, there's probably no time you're getting nervous.
Oh, he's having time to free. This is insane. If he picks up a trap card on the opponent's turn, he can actually shuffle back or put to the top of the deck the Necro Valley of Yuri. But also has Eevee Match, by the way.
Oh, he has Eevee Match as well. That's crazy. But the thing is, there's Raigeki. We know there's Raigeki, so first of all, that Raigeki is probably going to go down. And if there's no Crime, then we gotta see, is he hitting a trap? No, he is.
First of all, hitting the punishment. It is all going according to plan for Lucas now. So
I guess that is
we have in his hand. We have seen Raigeki. We have seen evenly match.
Good.
Is this enough?
The thing is, if he goes Raigeki and that baits out the Crime, then he can easily just go battle phase and resolve the evenly match, and that would be huge for him because that does out the entire board here in that case.
Honestly, I actually would go for even first, maybe.
Why do you think so? Because that 100% certainly outs Redoer. Do you focus on the Redoer more, maybe?
I mean, Redoer will return in the end phase either way. but you get rid of all the monsters. I think like Sully and Crime, like if there's a Sully Crime would be activated that way first, you don't really care about that, right? You want to get rid of all the monsters and then maybe it depends on your hand as well. Normal summon Putty.
Could be the case. We know there's only one more Putty left in deck, but he has Nadir Servant as well, another very powerful card. Is that going to be a card that Lucas needs to answer with Prime? He decides not to.
This Redoer could be a Dweller right now.
Yep, but it's not. It is Redoer, and that
I mean, it's very unreasonable to be like, he should have made a Dweller here. There is no shot.
Options, but he decides to go with Yentis. So I think he's either going after... Oh, he cannot go after Redoer because of Elf, so he has to go after one of the back rows, right?
That is a good
yes,
point,
he is going after one of the back rows.
Yentis, blind snipe back row, call by the
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. It did its job. And I mean, this is what Call by the Grave was for, right?
Yeah.
He has the out to Nico making, funnily
enough. He just
enough.
got rid of the back row, even though it was negated, but
it didn't evenly match in the battle phase. We are trying to
evenly matched.
And now, okay, we will not activate Necro Valley before we do the Raigeki.
Prime.
There is a time to go. We first
Discard Kelbeck, we're milling more. Gamba. Gamba.
Going to happen. There's no Necro Valley left in deck.
I haven't seen it. I'm just fully trusting you at this point.
I hope I didn't mistake it. We again mill double Cosmic Cyclone here, though.
And we have milled Scream.
Maybe the Servant just looked a lot like Necro Valley. Let's hope that's not the case. I'm really
double Fenrir mill again, so we never get to search Fenrir.
Yeah, there's Necro Valley. And offerings to the Doom as well, and that might be really good here. That might actually be really good because it could take care of more stuff that's about
I wanted to snipe the Crime with Entis. Yeah, I mean...
So we are actually using the effect of...
That would have been... If you hit the Crime there, you might actually end up winning.
Get your heartbeat back for the next turn, maybe, to get a Pellerino.
You might genuinely end up winning. I guess, I mean, no, wait, no, even if you hit it, they change Callby. Never mind. The Callby makes it impossible for you to hit. Even if you hit the 50-50, they can just Callby it. Yeah. Against any other back row, it would have been a 50-50.
But I also saw a purple card in the hand of Yuri, so he would actually, with his monster, have protection as well. I think it is Dogmatic Punishment.
So we are first of all going to Fusion Summon both. There's kit colors coming up. Okay, now I understand. When he is Fusion Summoning,
Adrian, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Search it right now. So that Caldo was absolutely necessary to have access to Heartbeat again, and there he searches it. So that would again then be an out to the Necro Valley. But Yuri so desperately right now tries to set up there.
Very well played, and now you can actually normal summon. I mean, you can just chain offering to the Doom. It's quick spell 2 times if you do. Maybe he's playing this card for exactly this scenario that is going to come up. By the way, I know the monster. It's going to be Ecclesia, of course.
Yeah, true, because we added it. We have to serve for sure.
We can also the Ecclesia.
We are starting it off with the Ecclesia here. Interesting. He doesn't go for the Raigeki first. He maybe wants to give Lucas a chance to use the Redoer first. He maybe wants to bait out the Redoer.
Oh, and he goes for the Fleur. This is actually a lot of
so Fleur is like the quick effect negate type of thing, so it's a good answer to Redoer.
Will be changed in just a second, but we will have offerings to the Doom answering the time thief Redoer effect, destroying it. Therefore, it cannot by effect detach the trap card to shuffle the Necro Valley into the deck or put it on top of the deck rather.
I mean, he could wait with the Redoer, so he actually has to activate the Raigeki now, and Lucas is thinking. I think he announced the Redoer that's going to happen for sure, and he's considering maybe more shufflers.
Oh, and he's summoning the Fleur to negate the Redoer.
That's even better than offerings to the
Doom. Wait, it doesn't even target.
That is actually really good. Lucas, it makes sense now that he wants to resolve the Ecclesia first, so now
everything is gone.
The whole board of Lucas gets wiped, and there's only 2 more monsters left on the board, and they are on the side of Yuri, and the crowd is absolutely loving it.
And he is also having a Dogmatica Punishment and 3 cards for Lucas. He has the Heartbeat. No, we are not doing this today. So 2 cards are being set. We know one is Dogmatica Punishment. Heartbeat can get rid of the Necro Valley. Is there a solid
do we win?
One is offerings to the Doomed. He has not activated this.
Nope.
Did I have imperfect information?
Being
Dogmatic Punishment.
Yes.
So this one could actually still go really bad for him. Also has
Dark Hole for Lucas.
Oh, it's Dark Hole? Okay, but the monsters
as well.
Oh my god.
And he will not have a response to the Hardness effect.
Did he search that or just had that? Oh, he added Heartbeat. Okay.
Hardness will resolve.
So how quickly can he summon again?
What can he summon though? He was not able to recover all of his fusions. He cannot recover the kit colors. As he has Garura already. He has to summon something weird.
Check the Palia maybe, right?
Oh, he can just of course. We have all of our extra deck cards every time, all the time in our deck.
Yep, Lucas definitely knows what he's doing. He also wants to get back the Purple Rhino. This is actually a pretty cool way to tell your opponent what you're targeting. You're not really moving your graveyard, but you're still showing what you're targeting very clearly. I like that a lot. Just pulling those cards up a little bit.
I don't think the Dark Hole mattered, to be fair. I don't think we care about the Ecclesia
I love that monsters were getting
Fleur-de-Lis. Does Fleur-de-Lis have any field effect that matters? I don't remember. I haven't played Dogma ever.
In a simple game state that we had last
because when I came back, it was already irrelevant.
There's so much gas that's coming from the Sheet of Tealman's deck. So many monsters that are supposed to be summoned. I don't know whether that's going to be super strong.
Do you like
only like an attack boost
you're surrendering your next draw phase?
Yeah, but when you have Inspector Border on board already, that helps.
Yeah, that is an advantageous game state at this point.
Yeah, but it's simple still. It's simple. But right here, there are so many effects to be resolved for the Tealman's players. So I think those simple trap cards, I mean, one of them being a fixed spell card, are maybe not the way to win it.
Do you chain Caldo? Okay, no, you don't. Could have chained the Caldo to the effect of Tickle Heartbeat again.
I like it actually. I think I would have done that. But he wants more monsters. Maybe even wants to see the deal right here. Maybe he already sees a line to go for game right now.
So the Kid is probably going to activate the effect tribute itself and summon back the Kaleido Heart if it is allowed to.
And yeah, the Kaleido Heart is definitely still in the graveyard. So that would be something you could do. Yeah, he's already targeting the... what means targeting? There's no targeting with Kid Colors, but it targets itself. Yeah, okay.
You probably have to offerings to the Doom this Kid Colors before it activates, because the Kaleido Heart is powerful. But I guess if you offering, you don't get a draw, so you lose for sure. Oh my god,
without anything in hand or on the field. And now Lucas is really popping off. It looks like he can be able to seal this deal.
I think he will struggle to actually go for game through that Dogmatica Punishment, but still then, what is Yuri supposed to top deck at that point? Like one card, this stun deck relies you on having like multiple cards that prevent you, your opponent from breaking that super powerful monster being Pachi or being the Inspector Border, but just a singular card being drawn from the top of the deck. For this deck, it's kind of tough to be like the heart of the cards moment, to be honest.
The only card I can imagine would be really helpful right now is Kashtira Fenrir, to be honest.
We already milled at least one of them, maybe even 2.
I think we milled 2, and now we have another normal sum. This is 7,500 attack points on board already. There's still Dogmatica Punishment. I know. However, Murley is activated, and I think we did not recover the Garura, so we might see a chain Kello because Garura is dealing a lot of damage.
That would be true, but on the other hand, we can also
Yeah,
just
if you have
failure, which
punishment,
would
you
be
have to use
enough
it
damage to take
now.
anyways, and therefore I
If
think
you have
it's-
punishment,
See,
you have
he's
to use it now. Otherwise, you just make Mud Dragon, and Mud Dragon makes everything untargetable except for Rule Kalos, and Rule Kalos just comes back.
also running Garura for different reasons. For different reasons, he values his card very much in his extra deck as well.
Not Rule
But,
Kalos,
let's see,
Kaleido Heart.
Lucas is going to be able to go for game.
You can only target Kaleido Heart because everything else is water.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going for his extra deck right now for a reason. He needs to activate the Dogmatica Punishment, and he looks what his best option to send would be.
He can send the Entis, however, Entis could only then, or Dogmatica Punishment could only then target the Rhino Heart, which is not optimal.
Absolutely not. So,
Also, each of the monsters that you remove can just come back.
Yeah, punishment, pop, Rhino.
yeah, that's what you really realize as well, I think. Like, every single one of those.
But they
is
can
not
just
really
make
going to
another
help when you
Kid
destroy the
Kalos
card
then.
effect, so let's not really avoid you
Oh, and he's going
And
for
that's
the Mud Dragon this way.
enough damage,
He's
isn't
two
it?
against the deck because now he
Yuri?
cannot target the water monsters on the field.
Like,
and
if you
target
pop the Rhino
monsters on the
here,
field,
they
it's
just
something
make a
like
Kid
this is
Kalos,
this
and
game, and Yuri
that's
actually surrenders the game. Lucas takes
83.
this game 2-1.
fantastic display of skill here from
So,
Lucas Radegger with his
I
Ishida
think
Tillman
there's
deck.
no
What a
way
grindy
out.
game. Stun decks want to get into that grind game situation, but he was successfully breaking the board. He didn't have enough to follow it up, though. He didn't have a strong monster on board that would really stop his opponent from playing.
Two strong monsters on board, but there was a Dark Hole and they both fell into it.
They are strong in terms of attack points, maybe, but you really in this deck need strong effects that really.
Well, I mean, unfortunate turn of events. Okay. Interesting. So we're gonna watch my top 4, even though it's gonna be painful because I played horribly. I guess we will talk about why I messed up and where.
Established player by now. We have heard from him for the first time in the remote duel tournaments, and he was really successful.
I mean, he made his name there because he won one of the invitations, if I remember correctly.
It's gonna be painful, but we're gonna have to go through it,
We have Marco
because that's what you're all waiting for, aren't
Two
you?
Italians, and then one German, Joshua, and one Greek player with Enrico's back. And as we said, Joshua starting things off here with Shiren effect, and he's trying to resolve half the but there's Druid Swarm instantly by Vincenzo, and his list is actually packed with Bystials. He's not just running a small pack, he's running triple Druid Swarm, triple Magnum, and triple Siren here, so his chances of seeing Bystials are very high.
So it is really good for Vincenzo that he has probably dodged a lot of Wonder Respace. This matchup would be unfavorable. And Joshua is milling 2 more Mudoras. He doesn't need that many Mudoras, and the one Tillman needed was Harvness, and that is one that was already activated this time. So no more fusion summons. But there's instant fusion is being activated. The Germans in these featured matches always seem to have instant fusion.
Indeed.
That was the second time in the entire YCS that I drew instant fusion.
1,000 life points for Kid Kalos. It's a pretty decent trade, and I think
I'll
Joshua
take
will
this
take
every
it.
day of the week,
Yep, there we have it. Where is he, Kid Kalos? But I mean, he's running 9 Bystials, speaking of Vincenzo. So there's a pretty good chance he just has another one, and whatever Kid Kalos might be sending here might get hit by that. On the other hand, he could also just search for something like Sully to go for the defensive route, maybe. But we are about to see Joshua is one more time going for his graveyard, and he's also holding his hands, holding his deck in his hands. So we are going to see which effect of Kid Kalos he's going to use. Is he going to send to the graveyard, or is he going to search? He's searching.
He's searching for Tillman Scream, and this might signal that he has Primeval Planet Perino.
Indeed, there's a neat combo where you pop your own Scream to then get another trap card to your hand. I like that a lot because he could have just searched for a trap card here, but if he has Pearl Rhino, he can just go the other way around, and he will get to a trap card anyways.
So Kid Kalos is activated, and Harmless is special summoned from the GY. We have milled this earlier with a Murley, I think. So
Okay, there's one Pearl Rhino. Oh, we hit Kelbeck, but I don't think we're using it here.
But we also hit the Shiren, and Shiren and Murley are not activated in this game already. So I think that you can actually use both of them because there are no shuffles in the GY of Vincenzo.
Nope, there's basically nothing in the graveyard of Vincenzo. So, absolutely. No reason also for Joshua to actually start milling here for both players.
So here I didn't use Scream because I forgot the first time. I'm actually just I'm just so nervous in this match. I play this so badly.
That just makes Vincenzo start his place, but he has another Magnum. As I was saying, he's really relying on those Bystials. And Joshua now...
Can I prevent the Magnum here?
He doesn't want that Magnum to hit the field, and it will stay in hand because Joshua is just chaining right there.
Yeah,
I prevent the Magnum because
in the end phase, and that
I don't
just
want him to
make
get the
plus
free
one for
level
Vincenzo, so you don't
6
want
on the
half
board,
your
and
damage
he's gonna
already.
have a
So if you're having
follow-up
free
on
Dora in your
anyways.
I guess it is safe to say that you can use one here.
Yep, absolutely. That is definitely not a waste. And carefully, both players keep on noticing on the sheet of paper there what kind of effects they have already used. Definitely in this mirror match, quite important because you don't want to miss out on anything. You don't want to use any effects twice. Oh, and look!
We are chain blocking the Sprite Sprint with Scream, so we can... Oh, we are not chain blocking it.
Maybe he went for...
I'm using Sprint as Chain Link 2 here because I know there's no Murley, no Havness, and I don't want to mill. I don't want to Scream mill Murley.
We are sending the Murley, of course. This is the last name that he has not activated yet. Let's see if Vincenzo has a Siren here as well.
We are about to see.
Salik milled, and one more monster card, which I think might be a Bystial.
Let's see. Joshua still is not done here.
Oh, and Vincenzo is tippy-tapping on the board. He is considering if he has something that he can activate here. And is this actually Siren here? Is this Siren? No, it's Kelbeck.
It is the Kelbeck. So Vincenzo going second, really starting with a very interactive hand in the opponent's turn. He has the double Bystial plus Kelbeck as interruptions for his opponent. Really, really strong stuff here for him, giving that Shiren back to the hand, robbing Joshua of one of the level 4 bodies he could potentially turn into a Dweller.
Exactly. Usually you would think you want to bounce the Link monster because it goes into the extra deck and isn't another resource in hand of Joshua, but you really want to deny him the Abyss Dweller, which is so important in the mirror match.
That's true. Vincenzo, of course, knows what he's doing here being in top 4. They have played mirror matches all day long, so they are definitely experts in that by now.
And still, there is a Murley, and Murley now does not want to go for a Mud Dragon here. He can just safely go into the Volcalos, which is a interruption on the opponent's turn.
Yep,
and I think he should still resolve Sully, right? So he can get a Harvness, or did he already fetch one?
Did he? Oh yeah, he did know the Sully, you're right. There is the Sully in the graveyard, but apparently he did not trigger it. So...
Or he already searched one. I mean, we can't really...
So it's a fine opener. Unironically, it's actually a fine opener here if I just don't forget to use the freaking Scream. If I just don't forget to use stream, I win, I
Interesting
think.
decision by Vincenzo that he went for the Druid Swarm first and went for the Magma Move after, because quite frankly, resolving the Magma Move on board probably is more important. And he just decided to go the other way around with it and went for the Druid Swarm first. But I mean, having Druid Swarm on the field on the other end is also pretty insane, because this can give you the chance to trigger its graveyard effect. Therefore, it's both options at least, I would say.
And I'm still interested as to why Joshua went for the Teal'c Scream Search with Kid Colors, because so far this card has not done too much.
Yeah, you're right. You were thinking that he might have Pearl Rhino, but by now I would be pretty safe in saying that he does not have Pearl Rhino. Maybe he thinks in the mirror match stream is just too good because it will also give you a save mill on your opponent's turn when he's summoning monsters, so you don't really need to rely on hitting with Hafnis or something, because you can just resolve the screen and mill cards anyways.
I did have a tier
So
card in
as
hand
Pierce
for
has drawn a card
Rhino.
already because he's on 4 cards in hand with Kevik and Ruiz, that makes 6, and now we are in his main phase when he normal summons Mudora, which is an odd play, and this opens up.
And I just say okay too quickly. It's so bad. It hurts me so much watching this, because that's exactly what I like keep complaining about when I watch feature matches. It's like people saying okay too quickly about things or not thinking about things, and if I just activate Scream here, the game is over immediately. You'll see what I would have milled in a second.
But he doesn't do it, and now Vincenzo, maybe before doing any other play, starts his turn off with an Abyss Dweller. That is what is happening, and that could shut down all the interruptions that Joshua potentially has in the graveyard. We know that he has multiple Mudoras, and those might just get shut down. But yeah, Joshua is pointing towards the Scream, and yes, he wants to mill 3 cards on the summon of Dweller, and he hits yugioh.
It would have had... The yugioh I wouldn't have triggered, but the Rhino Heart ends the game on the spot. The Rhino Heart ends the game on the spot, because he either has to Mudora my Rhino Heart, he can Mudora my Rhino Heart, or he can let it resolve and try to Bestial it, but I can negate the Bestial with Rule Kalos, right? And also, Rhino Heart plays through a Bestial, because I negate... I send a Tearlament from my hand to the grave, and then with Rhino Heart, I can send another Tearlament, so I have 2 different Tearlaments that can activate at 2 separate times. So, nah, the game is just over, I win. And it's so bad. It is so bad.
Before they have the option to activate a new chain.
Yeah, of course, it's also quick effects, so just unsummon the Dweller being chain link number 1. And look, Vincenzo just going for that.
Because now I just get destroyed in main phase 2, which, by the way, his hand is freaking broken here, but, like, still... it should have not been that far. He forgot about the Dweller attack boost, by the way, and the Scream attack loss. Anyone saying that was like a line he was planning to make Zeus in main phase 2 or whatever, it's not the case. He forgot.
Dweller into his strike, forgetting about the attack loss because of Tearlament Scream. This can't be real.
No, you just gave away the Abyss Dweller. This is huge for Joshua.
You gave away one of the most important resources in the mirror match. It's insane. You always want to have Abyss Dweller on the board, and you just gifted it to your opponent by running into the Sprite Sprint. This can't be made up. Joshua Schmidt.
So at this point, I'm like, okay, I messed up. I'm under Dweller here, which I shouldn't be. But he has normal summoned, and I have a Rule Kalos, and I know about the Magnamut in hand. So I can play this still. Maybe I can still win. But his hands and mills are still insane.
I was going to say that, is this the famous Joshua Schmidt aura where your opponent is just intimidated by you sitting down?
That must be the case. I mean, now we understand why he searched for Tearlament Scream, right?
It's funny because they said he misplayed by being intimidated, but I played far worse this game. Like the Scream,
Totally has foreseen that. That was absolutely
forgetting the Scream was a bigger problem here. Like, that was so bad.
So absolutely marvelous by him to go for the Scream there.
So Pearl Rhino is now going to search. I mean, Vincenzo still is in a pretty decent spot, right? He gave away his Abyss Dweller, which is a valuable resource. However, this turn, the Abyss Dweller is still active.
It is. And he, now, contrary to Joshua, has Pearl Rhino on board.
So here, of course, I'm not negating Sharon, because if I negate Sharon, it gets destroyed and it triggers in the graveyard.
There's not really anything that could stop that there from Joshua, so, I mean, okay, he could have actually chained the Rokalos to negate that, but he decided not to.
Wow, Scream and a...
And here it's like... No, there's no way I win anymore. Wow. If he hits with the Sharon, I cannot win anymore, because even if he doesn't hit the Scream to chain block, if he hits just the Sharon, and I negate that with Rule Kalos, he can just summon Magnamut and make Beatrice. So I lose at this point. Maybe I should have scooped earlier, but I was going to see if he plays it. Because the Dweller was gone, so I was going to see if he can make another Dweller without normal summoning. But yeah, I don't know.
So now we are seeing not a window for Mudora and yugioh.
Potentially I could have scooped it up there, because there's not much happening anymore. Like he plays this turn perfectly from now on, and I guess at this point it's already clear that I'm not winning this, because my hand is like 3 Tearlaments.
Nova Scream would not be. And you know what? Mudora is probably going to level 4 monsters. I mean, Scream.
Yeah, he wins this.
Being summoned here, and it's capable of actually just using one of his opponent's cards. And Kid Color's now, of course, activating.
Kid Color's plus
So looks like he might be getting off to a real good start. But again, if Vincenzo has a hand packed full out of bestial monsters, it will
Oh, he
still
played
hard
better
to
than I did. That's what I'm mad about.
Are really strong, but we might actually also see triple tactic talents in the hand of Joshua Schmidt, and this would be a almost blowout for Vincenzo if he has triple tactic talents plus follow-up.
Yep, Shiren is using his effect, discarding Caldo, and we're hitting
Havness,
Havness
Merly, and another Havness. So the thing is, do you now activate all of these effects? Do you activate Merly and Havness?
I think Merly usually has the effect you don't want to use very early because you have the chance to send it later on in the combo with Sprint.
Obviously, if you only use one of those, then you will activate Havness, but there is a good chance. Oh, that was a thumbs up from Vincenzo.
So here's a weird spot, because this is one of the weird interactions that Bistials create. Is like, normally I don't want to activate both of these right now because I would have one of them would have to fuse from my field or hand. But if I only activate one, it plays into a Bistial, right?
So Joshua is actually allowed to resolve those, and I think we are very likely.
And so that's why he okays them, and I have to fuse with
actual fusion sounds. What is this?
the Kid Colors.
That wasn't really possible for Joshua, but now Vincenzo nods his hat, allows him to do what he wants. There is Garura and Kid Colors as you were thinking. And Kid Colors now, of course, activating its effect. Vincenzo checking his hands.
Having in Vincenzo's. And there he is activating the Havness, so there is another hand interaction as to be expected. Remaining Joyce Room, remaining Ghost Pad, remaining Panorama. It is not a hit from the Havness.
This is not helping him at all. We see that he's also one of the players that runs Ghostbound Haunted Mansion.
A popular card for sure.
Yep, it has risen in popularity a bit lately, but he's not bringing in the main deck. He's only running in a side deck, but 3 copies of it. So.
The mill here doesn't matter that much unless he hits a mill 5. Like, unless he hits Kelbeck, everything he mills, like Scream is okay, Sulliak is decent, but any tier name I can shuffle with Keldo. That's why I started Sharon discard Keldo to play around Havness.
Deck again. I have not quite seen what Joshua has added. Was it Scream again? I mean, this time he has Rhino, so he could actually pop the Scream to search for Crime or Sulliak now. Rhino Heart is normal summoned, and we only have one more name left.
Normal summon Rhino Heart, and we will go with chaining 1 Scream, chaining 2 Rhino Heart. Look, he really...
So here, once again, I do a thing that a lot of people do the other way around, very like automatically. People always go Rhino Heart 1, Scream 2. I go Scream 1, Rhino Heart 2 here because the only name I have left is Sharon, so I don't want to mill a Sharon with this Scream. That's why I'm taking it out of the deck with Rhino Heart first, and I don't need to play around Havness.
And he is getting the Mudora.
And I mill Sharon anyways, but it's alright.
But there is the
And there's the Bistial I played around earlier, right? There's the Bistial I played around earlier.
Well played by Vincenzo by announcing Merly and Havness. Joshua basically said, if you have a Bistial, that's okay with me. I will summon my Kid Colors, but now we are going to... Okay, so this is interesting. Joshua actually decided to use Caldo.
I'm chaining this Keldo to trigger my Perla Rhino. Otherwise, I'm not going to because it's my last.
But that means that the Saronius stays in hand. Of course, you don't give your.
It's my last.
However, he will have.
What's it called? Tier name.
Saronia as a body on board, it's the weakest of the Bistials because Mana Moon on the field very obviously gives you another Bistial in the end phase.
The reason I shuffled his Druid Worm was because I didn't want him to have a free fusion material. I think that can sometimes be a big deal for tier elements. If you don't go for the mill 5 because you know it's a mirror match, having enough fusion materials can sometimes be a problem. If you can only go like Sharon mill 3 and you hit like 1 or 2 spells or whatever, you might not have like enough fusion materials. That's why I took away the Druid Worm to not give away a free Mud Dragon. On the other hand, I could have also left it there and gone for Dark into Beatrice with it. Now that I'm looking at this, but I don't think it's necessary.
If you send it to the graveyard in any way, it will trigger and pop a card.
Could have been fine.
Doesn't really do anything.
And now we are seeing a new chain link, maybe starting with Primeval Planet Rhino to pop the Tailwind Scream. He just shuffled back the Sulliak and he's pointing to the Scream.
Yeah, that must be it's the target of Pearl Rhino. Can't imagine any other way because he already used the middle effect of Scream, and yep, we are popping our own Scream to search for either Sulliak or the crime that he probably has cited in here.
By the way, there is no target for Dark in the graveyard of Vincenzo. So what do you do with this board here? I mean, we have now. I mean, okay, you also have the Kid Colors effect from the field now. Kind of forgot about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can still just go for a lot more mills here with Kid Colors first of all. And then afterwards we can just look what else is there. And if he gets away into Merly with the Kid Colors, then you have a level 2 body, and I think we're just going to see a straight out play most likely.
I mean, we are probably going to see a Dweller if the Kid Colors resolves to summon back the Shiren.
That is also a good way, yeah, for sure.
Dweller, decent card this moment.
So, we are announcing Kid Colors here.
Not really too much you want to mill. You want to hit another Caldo because you don't have yours in your
Giovanni, thank you for the 2 months. So here,
because I don't think we can afford
mill
ourselves
5.
for our opponent. And there, there is Mudora and Caldo. There we go. That's a good mill for Joshua. He gets both.
I'm definitely not using this Caldo.
Vincenzo asked Joshua, Caldeck effect, and Joshua was just smiling. Nope, I'm not going to use this one now.
Such a fun atmosphere here in the top 4 of YCS Dortmund, biggest YCS championship we've ever had here in Europe. Oh, he's actually using.
Oh wait, no, I have a Magnamut. That's why.
It just makes sense. He can set up a or a Beatrice, whatever he runs.
That's why it was. I think it was correct to shuffle away the.
Yeah, and I tell you what, he also is on both Beatrice and Wobble.
The cards are just too good.
Absolutely, and there it is. It is the Beatrice. We're ending on a rank 4 and a rank 6 here, and that's a pretty good combination because
this Beatrice should probably be in attack position.
Enables you to play on your opponent's turn.
Plus,
to play around Zeus.
So this Havness on the field is looking kind of sad, not going to lie. Trying to help Vincenzo overcome Joshua's powerful first turn, but not being helpful at all.
So, Vincenzo draws for turn. It looked like a trap to me, which wouldn't be too powerful going seconds. But let's see. What can he bring? What does he have?
So we know that Joshua has the Sulliak, right?
Yep, that should be Sulliak set. And he also searched with Magma Mood, so there's also a known Bestial in the hand of Joshua. Look, we resolved the Abyss Dweller, and we instantly after also want to resolve the Beatrice. I'm quite sure we want to make sure to get Tillman's body onto the board here, so our Saldik is live. So we just want to really quickly go into the Rhino Heart Sand and trigger in the graveyard.
Immediately going into Rhino Heart, the big commitment, as I like to call it, because if you just send one of the Dark Tier elements, then you'll get one Fusion Summon, but Rhino Heart most of the time actually gives you 2 Fusion Summons already.
I mean, the good thing with Rhino Heart is it doesn't lose to 1 Bestial, and I think that's just the safer route. You're calling it the big commitment, I'm calling it the safe route, to be honest.
Fair enough. So Murray is going to get banished by Saronir. I think that Joshua is going to let this one slide.
Yep, that's how it is. Saronir hitting the board. Both players knew about that Saronir because it tried to summon itself to the field last turn, but it was denied by Joshua.
And we have the Harvness here, so how is this going to play out? Do we see a Magma Mood or Druid Womb from the hand of Vincenzo? No, he's actually just going to go for the Harvness, and this might actually result in a pop already with the...
Or he could also go for the no!
17 minutes for game 3 now. Vincenzo versus Joshua.
Why didn't you activate Beatrice in your turn? Because there isn't anything I can really send
between
with
him
it.
and Vincenzo Orofino, and we are going to see a dramatic game number 3 between those two really strong players.
Joshua being able to start both times. Let's see if this is going to change something in game 3, because Vincenzo will be able to open the game for the first time. In the first game, he had 1 Bestial, then he had a second one, and then he had...
And then in game 3, honestly, there isn't too much to talk about.
There we have them drawing their opening hands, and Vincenzo praying that it has to be a good one. I like that
we are seeing triple tactic talents already, and this is 50% a good sign, 50% a bad sign. I mean, 80% a good sign, and it is a good sign because he also has the Rhino Heart, and he can actually pop off now.
Oh, instant Halfness by
Keldo is strong. Keldo and Mudora are decent. It's
That's a good mill. I mean, no name, but Keldo and Mudora is insane.
Vincenzo can now generate a big advantage with
if I mill the name as well, that was insane. But
so let's see what he's standing here. This effect is probably not going to resolve as there are Mudora and Keldo on the side of Joshua.
How much is left? Oh yeah, my bad.
Which one is he going to take? Keldo or Mudora? Is he just going to take the top one?
I think it doesn't really matter. I think he would go for Mudora, but it really doesn't.
It's like 14 minutes.
But rather the interesting question is he going to shuffle back anything else? Is he going to shuffle back his own Druid Womb there or not?
I don't think Druid Womb is necessary to be shuffled back.
I don't believe so either. So let's see. That talent is going to be good, but what else is he going to do? So far he hasn't activated the Halfness even.
No, Vincenzo, I like what he's
he did not activate the Halfness at all. Just not using the Halfness. Now using it for
Mudora first.
Oh, very heads up play by Vincenzo. He wants to deny Joshua the access to his shufflers.
Now he would be able to activate Gravedigger's Trap with Mudora the Sword Oracle. However, this is not a card he's running in his main deck.
Yeah, not Gravedigger's, but Gravekeeper's Trap, of course.
Switching those up.
No worries, no worries. But really good. You can see that Vincenzo has tasted this matchup a bunch. If you just summon Dweller first of all and put your opponent on Dweller, you can just you're just good. Your opponent cannot use any of his shufflers, and you can
here,
at some point just shuffle it back with your own shufflers.
At this point, my hand is pretty good, and I think I have like Bestials, and I don't want him to mill 5. I don't want to get crazy here. That's why I do that.
Move. He is actually using Keldo immediately on the discard of Kelbeck, so it could not even trigger at all.
That's true.
Even if Vincenzo wanted to, and this means that Joshua thinks that maybe Vincenzo does not really have place to go into. And I think at this point, you have to go for a play like this, because if he has an amazing hand, then you're going to have the shorter end of the stick anyway.
True. And you know what? He did shuffle back the Druid Womb, but first of all, he's going to use the talents, and his talent's going to be used to draw 2 cards. It is indeed. We are drawing for Halfness and Druid Womb, if I saw correctly.
And those are not the 2 cards you want to see. You can easily go for a Dweller here, of course, all the time. This is going to at least buy you 1 turn if your opponent does not have a huge answer to it. And you have the Halfness, which is also a really strong card.
Yep, I think he heard your words. I think he will be going for the Abyss Dweller right there. Having a quick double check of his cards in hand.
This is still not the board you want to go for.
Not really. It's not the greatest. It didn't look too great that Joshua only milled the shufflers and no Tillman names, but the shufflers really did enough here.
So we are considering to go for Time Thief Redoer.
He's not even willing to go into the Dweller here, but I think you have to go for Dweller because Redoer doesn't seem like it's enough. I feel like Dweller just gives you more of an edge in the mirror match, but let's see what he decides on.
Vincenzo might think with his 3 cards in hand that this is the only card that can make him play. I mean, he can use it immediately on the Rhino Heart and then activate the Rhino Heart in the graveyard.
Oh yes, he is going for it. True.
There is still Mudora in the graveyard.
That's true. Mudora could just answer that.
Took a decent amount of time, I will say that much.
Rhino Heart indeed.
Keep in mind, there was no Dweller result this turn. Mudora is still a massive threat, and now he will activate the Rhino Heart. Joshua can consider to shuffle this one back already because it would be a level 4 body on board, and he will target the Mudora as well. He's just going to take all of the cards and shuffle them into the deck. He does not even care about it. Just take all of them.
Yeah, you have 3 cards in the graveyard. Take them all and put them back into your deck.
No graveyards.
Only has Halfness in hand, right?
He passes on just the Redoer. Now, Joshua Schmidt is not even going to be Dweller, and Redoer attaches something, and it is a Kelbeck. This is not the worst that could have happened to him.
But still, it's only a Redoer. That's the only thing Joshua Schmidt has to face here in game number 3 of this.
And there will, of course, be also Bestials. I think that Rhino Heart is, wow, another Mudora mill. Rhino Heart was discarded for Shiren. Shiren did not hit any Tillman's names. Maybe Joshua does not have anything to discard for the Rhino Heart. But then I'm wondering, no, of course he does have something. This cannot be Bestial, guys. Keep in mind, Rhino Heart is a water monster, but he only also has a water monster to discard it. And Halfness is being chained to this.
Let's see. What is he hitting with Halfness? Really important here for Vincenzo.
Mudora. It's another Mudora. It is only a Mudora. And now Joshua is absolutely in the driver's seat. There are no further interruptions for Vincenzo. Maybe a Bestial.
Yep, only the Mudora he can use only once and then the Bestial. I think we saw a Bestial in his hand, but still, that is maybe not enough here for Joshua.
I mean, he has to have something, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has a Bestial. He drew Druid's one for turn, I'm pretty sure. With the talent, I mean. So, what is going to be the play here for Joshua Schmidt? Could you see? Oh, you milled the Halfness first of all with the Rhino Heart. Okay.
So
I did get the Kelbeck back.
Can be chained. However, Joshua, if he has enough cards in hand to actually play on after not activating this,
Kelbeck is activated. But there's Kelbeck first of all.
And this is most likely going to banish the Rhino Heart.
That is certainly what's going to happen. There was a card hitting Graveyard, and now that also gives him the chance to use his Mudora. He chains from Mudora to Kelbeck, of course trying to shuffle back the Halfness, so no fusion summoning happening for Joshua yet, I would say, because there's still some chance for him.
Oh, and there is Mudora.
Hero of the Orange Knight!
Wow, and this actually ensures that the... Oh, Druid's Womb comes onto the Halfness!
That is still an answer to the Halfness, but Mudora is just not going to shuffle back the other stuff. But the most important thing here was the Halfness, so Druid's Womb takes care of that. Really good for Vincenzo.
Adding back the Shiren to the hand instead of banishing the Rhino Heart. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Kelbeck casually discarded to the graveyard, thinking that this is a normal hand interaction. No, Kelbeck is just better.
Yep, and let's see what happens next. Does Joshua have the options to really go into stuff here? There's no Dark Ones in the graveyard of Vincenzo.
But he has Battle Phase. He can just attack over Halfness and then go...
Trying to see if I have a line here that's better than what I did. Yeah, I haven't normaled. I haven't normaled. Oh, I haven't normal summoned. It must have been that I thought because the Rhino Heart was there that I had normal summoned. Because if I... Okay. If I normal summon here, I can go Redoer. I can detach Sharon. I can use Sharon. Redoer, detach Sharon, make Kid Colors or Kaleido Heart. Instantly. No, I win. I win so much harder than... I also do way more damage. Yeah.
Yes, that's what he's going for. He is running over the Hafnis, also running over the Kalbeck with his Hafnis himself, and now there is a Dark Monster in the graveyard.
Kalbeck summoned in attack
I
position.
even banished it, so I remembered it was special summoned.
And that means that we can... Oh, yeah, right. He could have not even summoned, ran over the Kalbeck, interestingly enough. So there is Dark being summoned. There is now Hafnis in the graveyard. Ooh.
Yeah, and he just said, I'm going to take Hafnis and go into the Sprite Sprint because Dark is ailing too. He is going to send a Murley to the grave.
Really, really good stuff here from Joshua. He can finally go into a fusion summon here in this game number 3. We haven't seen a single one so far in game number 3, but now the Murley will be resolving to actually give them access to his Kid Kalos.
And there is also a Rhino Heart already in the grave. Keep in mind, he only has used Havnis so far, so he might be able to go into 2 more fusion summons. First of all, the Kid Kalos, and yes, then actually might go for the Kaleido Heart. The only thing not really going well for him is that he has used the Battle Phase already.
What can he do? Sometimes a little bit of a downside, but still, it looks like Joshua might very well be capable here to overcome this disadvantage of going second in game number 3. It is looking nice for Joshua. Also, he's 100 life points ahead already, so we're getting closer to time. Of course, 6.5 minutes left.
This attack position Kalbeck was not it.
Not really, especially because Kalbeck just has more defense points than attack points.
And we are summoning back the Rhino Heart, milling Kaldo, Rhino Heart, Kalbeck, and another Rhino. So no Shiren hit. We have already used the effect of Rhino Heart before.
I mean, getting shufflers with the Kaldos certainly can't hurt.
If I hit Sharon here, I win too. With the play that I made, but I didn't hit it. I can't complain.
So that's definitely not the worst to happen for him here.
Or I just normal summon here and make Redoer.
Did he trigger Kalbeck? For a second I thought he triggered Kalbeck, but I don't think he's going to do that either.
So he has apparently used both effects, I think. So maybe it would have actually been better to immediately send a Shiren to the grave if he does not have anything to play on from this point on. To go for Kaleido Heart immediately and get rid of the Joyce Momenties, because the time Redoer will only dodge.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to target it. And now Mudora is going to shuffle back the Hafnis and the opponent's Mudora.
And he also has 2 cards in hand left, so there's actually quite something he can do. The only thing keeping him from popping off now is Sprite Sprint and not being able to link it away.
But he does just set 1 card afterwards, and I think that Joshua Schmidt might be done with his turn, and yes, he's going to pass it over to Vincenzo Orofino, who now has a Druid Swarm on board, and he also has time for Redoer being able to just get another card, but he starts it all over the Salik.
Immediately activated, but now I'm thinking, why did he not immediately go for Kaleido Heart?
Discarding the Shiren, special summoning the Rhino Heart back, triggering itself and the Shiren, of course. We're still in draw phase, and therefore the time Redoer hasn't done anything yet.
I mean, it plays around the Bastille, right? Plays around the top deck Bastille.
Yep, absolutely.
So we're going for Rule Colors, and we are going to send another card with Rhino Heart.
That is true.
Wow, this is really intense. This is a Element's name, of course. We can't really see which one it is. Might be Murley?
Looks like Murley a little bit, yeah. No, it's Hafnis, actually. It is Hafnis.
Okay, so, and we are taking the Rhino Heart from the field. I think he will have to, if he wants to go for a Kaleido Heart, have to take... Oh, we are going for Kid Kalos, and this one could actually also search for a Hafnis or something else. Now, we are milling, this time, the Murley. And Darkpedia? No, we are going for the Kaleido Heart.
Yes,
now he found his way into Kaleido Heart, and this one is for sure going to get rid of the Joyce Room, or trying to go for the...
But, I mean, be aware that now that Rule Colors on board is the only interruption that he has left, because he already used the Salik, and he's now using the effect of Kaleido Heart, so if Vincenzo has found his way into something good here, he might be able to come back from here. He might be able to go for something. Also, isn't there just a Zeus line available to Vincenzo immediately? Because he could just run over the Sprite Sprint and then Zeus could be something.
And now we are attaching the Shiren, which would usually be bad. However, he does not have to detach the Shiren for effect.
The thing with Zeus, though, is that, yeah, he is running over the Sprite Sprint, but with Zeus, the thing is, you don't really want to send the Kid Kalos.
Rule Colors and Kaleido Heart and the Salik, so all of these cards.
Yeah, all of these cards, indeed. But still, he is going for the Zeus, and I think it is his only play, detaching both of his cards to then wipe the board entirely, triggering the Rule Colors, the Kaleido Heart, and the Salik. So Joshua just getting all the pluses, all the searches, all the summon backs here, and it's back. It looks good for Joshua. It looks good.
Absolutely.
He's down on life points, so he has to hurry, but he's definitely not too bad here in card advantage.
So basically the only thing he did was getting rid of the Salik that was already used this turn and giving Joshua another card in hand. I don't know if Zeus did the job here, but what else could he have done?
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot he could do. I mean, he at least has a free K defense body now.
Oh, and
there's
triple technical talents. That makes a lot of sense.
Strong
And he's
to
strong Rhino.
He can keep on playing here, and there's only 2 minutes left on the clock, so he could keep on playing here for
I
a while, to
deserve
be
this
honest.
so much.
Let's see what Vincenzo can still do here. Joshua shaking his head, yet someone
I
has to use the
deserve
monster
all
in the
of
main
this
phase.
so
Murley
much.
milling so good. He hits the Caldo, but there are still 2 interruptions in Joshua's graveyard, being Caldo and Medora.
Yep, but looks like we're just going to resolve the effects for Vincenzo first of all. That is the screen resolving, searching out the Sully. Now, Caldo is preemptively going to attack the shufflers of Joshua Schmidt here. There you see it, Medora and Caldo grabbing the graveyard. What else is there to
And now
resolve
this
that?
is going to be quick. Caldo and Medora are maybe going to be chained.
Also a crime. That triple technicals. Now I fully understand the Zeus because that triggered the monster effects of Joshua, so he could actually use the talents. Marvelously played by Vincenzo, and he's ahead of life. This is going to be really tight. There comes the curler right now. What? The crowd is going wild. I love it what Vincenzo's pulling off here.
Because now he can actually search for the Hardness, and I think at this point he could just... Does he just pass here? What else does he have in hand? No, he goes for a Link too. At this point, he can just take away the Zeus and the Murley. He can go into Sprite Sprint immediately and send a Murley from the deck to the graveyard. Then he can actually fusion summon, and both of these monsters have used their resummon effect already. He will have to negate the Murley with the Roll Colors.
Yes, that's what is happening. He uses Roll Colors on the Murley. Vincenzo chains his Half-Miss in hand, so that is still going to mill free. He mills the
Is
talents.
he hitting anything? No, he's hitting
the Caldo.
He is passing. There are 10 seconds on the clock, 15 in fact. Now, does he have to pass the turn onto this? Because then the Kaleido Heart can actually attack over the Sprite Sprint.
It's going to be very tight here. He's passing it over. It's Joshua's
Are
turn.
we going to the battle phase? Are we announcing battle phase? I think he announced the battle phase.
That is
The
going to
players
be-
are discussing. Joshua is not happy about...
I deserve to lose this one. I did not play like a back-to-back YCS champion. Yeah, so that's fine. Where did the nerves come from? I mean, I don't know, but the possibility of becoming a back-to-back YCS champion, I guess, got me. I don't know. I don't have an explanation for it. I haven't been... I think I played tier elements well throughout the entire weekend, but it is... I guess it's worth noting that it's not like... Tier elements has been around for like months, and I only played it for a small fraction of that. It's not supposed to be an excuse, but no, I absolutely did not deserve to win this match. And we are going to try and come back stronger from this. That's all I can say. I wish I could have been better, because I do think that if I play this match correctly, I win all 3 of the games. And I am in the finals, and my deck is super good against Flander, so I think if I play this particular match better, I think I win. And I probably am a back-to-back YCS champion then. Well, as it turns out, I am not. So, we go back to the drawing board. Even after all this time, we still need to learn. We still need to get better. This was hard to watch. This was genuinely hard to watch. Yeah, but, it is what it is. Yeah. Alright, well. Okay. How did the 3rd and 4th playoff go? The 3rd and 4th was not even a really, not even a real thing. I played with Erikos, so it was very, very chill, because he's a good friend of mine. And I just had the nuts twice. I 2-0'd him in it was 8 minutes or something. It was not even a real match, because just I won the dice roll, I think. I went first game 1. He scooped on my first turn because I did everything. And then going second, game 2, I had I don't know, Herald. I don't know, I had Herald plus Mill 5. And I think Havness too. It was not even a real game. It was not even a real game. But yeah. Rogian, thank you for the 10 gift subs. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you guys for trying to cheer me up. But yeah, at the end of the day, I am not unhappy about all of this. I mean, I'm unhappy with myself. I am unhappy about myself. But it is one of the things where I am very happy that after all this time in Yu-Gi-Oh, there's still things I can improve at. And there's still justice in this world, because I did not deserve this match. I did not deserve to win game 1 or game 3. Both of those games were games that if I play it better, I win both of those games way more convincingly, way faster, and I probably win the tournament. And yeah, we have to move on and learn from that. So we're gonna end the stream after this, but I don't want to end it on a sad note. And since you guys have helped me crush another sub goal, we're gonna end it on a remix. Before we end it off with all the Pepe Ds though, I want to thank you guys so much for all the support. I want to thank you guys for coming up to me at this YCS saying hi, giving me some faces to the names in chat. I really appreciate all of you. Thank you guys for hanging out with me at the YCS. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for rooting. And one last thing, I want you guys to send some love over to Vincenzo under his deck profile as well, because I saw some people saying mean things under the deck profile, which I think is not at all how it's supposed to be. He was the better. I hope after all of this, I am human. Yeah, where's the good hoodie? Thank you, Nesh. I appreciate it. It was nice seeing you for the first time. Hope to see you again. But where was I? Vincenzo played this match better than I did. I hope you see this now too. And so he deserved to win this more than I did. And that is all you need to know. And that's why I want you guys to go to his deck profile and tell him that he's a deserved YCS champion. And yeah. And without further ado, thank you guys so much. And we're gonna have some PPDs, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna take a break from this because that was hard to watch, but we're gonna come back stronger. Thank you guys so much. This remix is for y'all. And yeah, bye bye everyone. Thank you guys. All right. He did not have perfect information, chat. He does not always have perfect information, is what we learned. Alright, there's literally no one. I guess we can rate Solemn. Yeah, okay. I'll rate a Master Duel streamer. But yeah. See you guys tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And yeah, thank you guys for all the support once again. And we will try to have better information next time, I suppose, is what we take away from this. Yeah, we come back stronger, I promise. Yeah, maybe at some point I'll get another revenge opportunity to get it back-to-back. But yeah, one day. Wait, Nesh is online? I didn't see him. I don't think Nesh is online yet. Is he? No, he isn't. He is not. Alright, well, yeah, I'll send you guys over to Solemn. He's playing Master Duel. There's no Yu-Gi-Oh streamer, no TCG streamer on right now, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, where we do like some ban list talk and all that other stuff. The looking ahead, what's after Dortmund. All the good stuff, you know? Oh, Nesh just went live. Okay, never mind then. I'd need to rate my boy Nesh if he's live. I have to rate Nesh if he's live. I am obligated to do that because I met him for the first time this weekend. Where's Nesh? Let me see. Valverde, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. The last minute. Alright. Nesh. Alright, if you see this Solemn, sorry, I'll rate you another day, but I do need to rate my boy Nesh because I have met him the first time this weekend and it was very nice. Alright. The profile is on my channel in like 2 hours or something. I'm recording it now. And then it's gonna get edited and it's gonna be up today. I promise. So yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Enjoy Nesh's stream and enjoy the profile later. Peace.